One moment. Sorry, fuck. I'm really behind on like a million fucking things. Oh god. We're catching up though. It's okay. Don't you guys worry. Australia. Whoa. How's everyone doing? Do you still have food? Yeah, I have fucking food. What? First ever England penalty win under a Labour government. Starmer delivers results. He is the kind of person that would probably try to say something like that, wouldn't he? All I've seen from Starmer since winning the election is him saying that tough decisions need to be made in a headline. I'm like, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. But maybe when he says tough decisions, maybe he means increased taxes to pay for public services. Maybe that's what he means. Ugh. Okay. Good cope loaner. What? Yeah. Yeah, that's a big cope. All right, fuck. Let's see. Why 2024 was the least proportional election result ever? Why was it?
Starmer's Labour Party won one of the biggest majorities in British electoral history. A remarkable turnaround from a party that was soundly beaten.
He cancelled Rwanda. What, he's done it already? Wait, hang on. I haven't kept up with the news since that fateful day. Let's see. Announce on this. What do you think I'm doing right now, motherfucker? What do you think I'm right in the middle of? Fuck. Whoa, not that one. That's the chat.
By Boris Johnson's Conservatives at the last election only 5 years ago. Starmer's reaction was understandably triumphant. In his victory speech, he declared, "We did it," and acknowledged the relief of the British people that the Tories had finally been ousted.
Wait, Rwanda's already been scrapped in the... Oh, hang on. We'll watch that. Okay, we'll catch up with everything. Don't worry. Don't worry.
But while Starmer's victory is clearly an impressive achievement, especially given where the party was in electoral terms, at the ballot box, Labour actually underperformed the polls, and his stonking great majority in Parliament disguises the fact that Labour won remarkably few votes, benefiting more than ever from the distorting majoritarian effect of first past the post. In fact, Labour actually saw the highest vote-to-seat ratio for a winning party ever, with Starmer winning 1.85 times as many seats as votes. So in this video, we're going to have a look at why this election was arguably the least democratic in British political history, what this says about first past the post, and what it might mean for this Labour government going forward.
Oh, Glow, thanks for the sub.
Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. Now, we should start by saying that the undemocratic thing here isn't merely the fact that Labour have a majority of seats despite not winning a majority of votes. That's par for the course in the UK's majoritarian first-past-the-post system, where 40% or so of the vote is usually enough for a majority of seats, and parties basically never win more than 50%. At the last election in 2019, for instance, Boris Johnson won 365 seats, well above the 326 required for a majority, and about 56% of all available seats, with just 44% of the vote. However, in this election, Labour won a majority on the lowest share of the popular vote in post-war history. Not only that, but this election also saw the second lowest turnout in post-war history, coming at just a bit over 59%. And basically the joint second largest majority, on a par with Tony Blair's second election in 2001, and just a few seats behind Blair's historic landslide in 1997. All in all, Starmer won roughly 63% of all seats, with just 34% of the vote, and just 20% of all registered voters. For context, that means he actually won fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, and in 2019. Even then, this is only because Labour's vote share increased by something like 20% in Scotland. It was flat in England compared to 2019, and actually fell by 4 points in Wales. Starmer also won 7% fewer votes than Blair in 2001, when Blair won 41% of the vote, but got basically an identical number of seats. All in all, this is by far and away the highest vote-to-seat ratio for the largest party in basically all of British parliamentary history. Labour's seat share was 1.85 times as large as their vote share. For context, in a proportional electoral system, the seat-to-vote ratio for the largest party, or any party for that matter, would be about 1, i.e. you get about as many seats as you do votes, measured in percentage terms. You'd obviously expect it to be above 1 in a majoritarian system like first-past-the-post, which is designed to give outsized majorities to the biggest party for reasons of political stability. But for most of post-war history, this ratio has hovered between 1.1 and 1.4, and the highest it's ever been before is 1.55. The 1.85 ratio that Starmer has achieved is both a historical and statistical anomaly of extreme magnitude, and this is why what happened on Thursday was arguably the least democratic, or at least the least representative, election result in British political history. Now, Starmer and his allies will say that this is in some sense an unfair metric, for at least two reasons. First, turnout, especially amongst Labour voters, was apparently suppressed by the fact that, thanks to copious amounts of pre-election polling, everyone knew that Labour were going to win. This meant that even would-be Labour voters apparently stayed home, which is presumably one of the reasons they slightly underperformed the polls. Second, one of the reasons that Labour's vote-to-seat ratio is so high is because Labour and Lib Dem voters did a whole load of tactical voting. In other words, in constituencies where Lib Dems were competing with the Tories, would-be Labour voters lent their vote to the Lib Dems, and vice versa. This is because there's currently not that much ideological space between Labour and the Lib Dems at the moment, and many of their voters' main priority is kicking out the Tories. Starmer will claim that tactical voting between Labour and Lib Dem voters artificially suppressed Labour's vote share, while maximising their seat share. However, it's worth noting that tactical voting would also inflate the Labour vote, as Lib Dem voters lend their votes to Labour as well. And even if we take these two caveats into account, this was still the most unrepresentative result ever. So, what difference does this actually make? Well, as we see it, there are two potential consequences. The first is that it'll make voters and politicians more sceptical of first-past-the-post, especially if Labour ends up underperforming in their first term. Voters will obviously be disappointed if the 14 years of managed decline under the Conservatives gives way to yet more disappointment under Starmer, but they'll be especially irritated by the fact that 2/3 of them didn't even vote for him. While electoral reform doesn't look likely in this parliament, given how much Labour have benefited from first-past-the-post...
This is the graph I wanted, wasn't it? Vote share plus seat share. Isn't that how fucking incredible? That's such an incredible picture, isn't it? Let's just look at it for a moment. It's never been great in the UK for representation because it's not supposed to be proportional. This is unprecedented, though. And it's because of the size of the third, fourth, and fifth parties. That's what's doing it. Has the second party ever done this bad? Not since 1832.
Rise up the agenda, both because of quite how disproportionate the result is and the fact that the British right have now experienced the downsides of first past the post, with the split between the Tories and Reform hurting both of them. But the main consequence is that it'll probably make Labour a lot more nervous than you might expect if you just glanced at their seat tally. Starmer's majority is large, but it's also shallow, thanks to strong showings by the Lib Dems, Greens, Reform, and even a host of pro-Palestine independents. Labour majorities at the constituency level are smaller than ever. On top of that, polling suggests that voters were mainly motivated by anti-Tory sentiment, not any particular enthusiasm for Labour, as evidenced by the weak turnout and Starmer's own relatively mediocre approval ratings. This means that they're unlikely to be loyal at the next election, and a second term probably isn't guaranteed. So a lot will depend on whether or not Labour can deliver in their first 5 years. All in all, it remains to be seen whether this Labour landslide is like Blair in 1997, which preceded 13 years of Labour dominance, or like the other 20th century landslides in 1924 and 1945, which both quickly gave way to defeat at the next election after the electorate were disappointed. Regardless, this is clearly a monumental election for the UK, and when these kinds of elections happen, people tend to like to save newspapers and magazines with the headlines for posterity. The best way you could possibly do that is by picking up a copy of Too Long,
our 60-page, high-quality magazine full of TLDR's very best journalism. This issue is focused on the UK election, diving deep into the campaign, the results, and how the winners plan to fix Britain. It's more than just Britain, though, with stories including the European parliamentary elections, the countries likely to join the EU next, the latest from Gaza, the rise of Milei, and, of course, the US election. Now, we've decided to make the magazine for 2 reasons. Firstly, it allows our journalists to write in more detail, diving deeper and ignoring algorithmic restrictions to produce the best work we can. And secondly, it's a good way for you to support TLDR and will help us to produce free YouTube videos as long as we can. If you're interested, then you can pick up a copy from our website, where we're selling 2 editions of the magazine. Firstly, there's the standard edition. And
what caused Attlee to lose re-election? Was it the Churchill star power? I think it was partly that. I also, wasn't there some kind of internal crisis in the Labour Party? I should really do more reading on that. I should do more reading on like the history of the Labour Party in the UK. And like what exactly they did and how they got there. And because the political landscape was so different back then in terms of media and whatever else. Yeah. We'll see.
then there's the premium edition, which gets your name printed in the thank you section of the magazine and exclusive access to our behind the scenes podcast. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be making an issue of Too Long every 4 months. So if you want to ensure that you never miss an issue, then you can subscribe, which gets you a 25% discount. If you have more questions, there's a full Q&A linked in the description, where you'll also find a link to our store. And while you're there, make sure you use the code ELECTIONWEEK to get an additional £2 off any purchase. Thanks so much for hearing me out, and if you are interested, please do pick up a copy, as it's a great way to support our journalism and help us to continue making free YouTube videos as long as we can.
Cool. So what did Mr. Starmer actually say? Dear Starmer, Prime Minister. It's going to be a problem. You know what? I wonder actually if the electoral system will be one of the big issues during this parliament, but it's hard to say because the Conservatives, I don't know if they want to change first past the post. I think they just want to find their feet back under that system, no? Reform might make a noise about it, and they'll have a good case for it. Lib Dems, I think, will as well, but I don't know. First speech as Prime Minister. Let's see.
Good afternoon. I have just returned from Buckingham Palace, where I accepted an invitation from His Majesty the King to form the next government of this great nation. I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required, should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal, and a return of politics to public service. When the gap between the sacrifices made by people and the service they receive from politicians grows this big, it leads to a weariness in the heart of a nation, a draining away of the hope, the spirit, the belief in a better future, that we need to move forward together. Now, this wound, this lack of trust, can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. But we can make a start today with the simple acknowledgement that public service is a privilege and that your government should treat every single person in this country with respect. If you voted Labour yesterday, we will carry the responsibility of your trust as we rebuild our country. But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second. Yet, if I'm honest, service is merely a precondition of hope, and it is surely clear to everyone that our country needs a bigger reset, a rediscovery of who we are, because no matter how fierce the storms of history, one of the great strengths of this nation has always been our ability to navigate a way to calmer waters. And yet this depends upon politicians, particularly those who stand for stability and moderation, as I do, recognising when we must change course. For too long now, we've turned a blind eye as millions slid into greater insecurity. Nurses, builders, drivers, carers, people doing the right thing, working harder every day, recognised at moments like this before, yet as soon as the cameras stop rolling, their lives are ignored. I want to say very clearly to those people, not this time. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. The world is now a more volatile place. This will take a while. But have no doubt that the work of change begins immediately. Have no doubt that we will rebuild Britain with wealth created in every community. Our NHS back on its feet facing the future.
Okay.
Secure borders. Safe streets. Everyone treated with dignity and respect at work. The opportunity of clean British power, cutting your energy bills for good.
Bonger power.
And brick by brick, we will rebuild the infrastructure of opportunity. The world-class schools and colleges, the affordable homes that I know are the ingredients of hope for working people.
Okay.
The security that working class families like mine
Yeah.
can build their lives around. Because if I asked you now whether you believe that Britain will be better for your children, I know too many of you would say no. And so my government will fight every day until you believe again. From now on, you have a government unburdened by doctrine, guided only by the determination to serve your interest, to defy, quietly, those who have written our country off. You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change, to restore service and respect to politics, end the era of noisy performance, tread more lightly on your lives, and unite our country. 4 nations standing together again,
Under God.
facing down,
Oh, no, he's not
as
gonna
we
say it.
have so often in our past, the challenges of an insecure world,
Excuse me.
committed to a calm and patient rebuilding. So, with respect and humility, I invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
I'm not crying, okay? I'm just a bit sick. It looks like I'm sniffling. All right. Where's the fucking clip when he's talking to the king, where he's like, "Your Majesty, can I please make government?" And the king's like, "Ew, the Labour Party. What on earth is that?" Who is that?
Here we go. I think we have the image there.
There we have it.
The image just released of Sir Keir Starmer being welcomed into Buckingham Palace as Prime Minister, being asked by His Majesty King Charles to form a government. That is what's happening inside Buckingham Palace right now. And then Sir Keir will leave the palace with his wife as Prime Minister, and they will head to Downing Street, where the crowds await them, and he will speak to us, and we will cover that live here on the BBC. Tom Baldwin,
Okay.
Keir Starmer's biographer. What will this moment mean to him?
I think there'll be a thought in his head about when he came to Buckingham Palace with his dad and his mum, and Prince Charles knighted him. He doesn't use that knighted very much. You know, he prefers to be known as Keir Starmer. But it was a moment where I think he wanted to show his mum and dad that he'd done something and make them proud of him. And I think that memory will probably pop back into his head. But he won't be he won't be wallowing in a moment. I promise you, the thing about him is he's thinking about what's he going to do when he gets to the desk. What's the decisions he can start taking. This is what it's all been about. He's gone through 9 years of opposition, which he's absolutely hated every minute of it. He wasn't someone who's like sort of always wanted to be Prime Minister, practicing his sort of speech outside Downing Street naked in front of the mirror at age of 16 and some do, right? He's someone who has done this and got into politics
We've all been
because he
there.
wants to change decisions and
Oh,
change
that's
people's
the- okay.
lives. Now
You should watch the press conference. Yeah, this is shit. This is just a picture. I want a fucking picture. Tough decisions to come. Oh.
We're a change
Okay,
Labour
this is more
Party.
important. All right. Look at the fucking. I love it. I love the media putting the fucking vote percentages. It doesn't really look so fat when you have it like that, does it? Are they going to switch it between? I want to see the 411 seats, not this bullshit, not this proportionate nonsense. Come on.
And yesterday we started the work of changing the country. And as the dust settles on Thursday's result, what is becoming clear for, I think, all to see is the mood of the nation, of the country, what is expected of us, and the mandate that we have to deliver change. It's a mandate not just to govern, although it is certainly that, but it's a mandate that has put trust in us to change the country and to deliver. And it's a mandate to do politics differently, and that change started yesterday as well. I have, as you'll have seen, appointed a cabinet. That was done yesterday afternoon and completed. Some went to the Privy Council this morning to receive their seals, which was a moment in history. We followed that with the first Cabinet meeting of the Labour government of 2024. At that Cabinet meeting, I had the opportunity to set out to my Cabinet precisely what I expect of them in terms of standards, delivery, and the trust that the country has put in them. And yesterday I met Laurie Magnus, the independent advisor on standards, to discuss how we deliver in government. At the Cabinet meeting, I also discussed mission delivery, how we would put into action the plans that we had set out in our manifesto, and that we will have mission delivery boards to drive through the change that we need, and that I will be chairing those boards to make sure that it's clear to everyone that they are my priority in government. We also talked about preparations for the King's speech, and I reminded the entire Cabinet that we will be judged on actions, not on words. This afternoon, I will continue to make a number of front bench appointments. We clearly on Thursday got a mandate from all 4 nations. For the first time in 20 plus years, we have a majority in England, in Scotland and in Wales, and that is a clear mandate to govern for all 4 corners of the United Kingdom. And therefore I shall set off tomorrow to be in all 4 nations. I shall go first to Scotland, I shall then go to Northern Ireland, then to Wales, and then back to England, where I will meet the First Ministers, not just to discuss the issues and challenges of the day, of course we will do that, but also to establish a way of working across the United Kingdom that will be different and better to the way of working that we've had in recent years, and to recognise the contributions of all 4 nations. On Thursday, we also got a mandate on economic growth, the number 1 mission of the Labour government. And so we discussed at Cabinet and have started the work on driving growth and to make sure that growth is everywhere across the whole country, so that people are better off everywhere, wherever they live. The principle I operate to is those with skin in the game know what's best for their communities. And that does require us to be bold about pushing power and resource out of Whitehall. And therefore, when I return from the 4 nations, I shall hold a meeting of the Metro Mayors to discuss with them their part in delivering the growth that we need across the United Kingdom. That will be on Tuesday.
Hang on, who's the cabinet? Have they done the cabinet yet? Oh, it's 412. They won another seat when I went to bed. Okay, Reform are still on 4 though, right? So who's in cabinet? Any big surprises? Hold your breaths. Angela Rayner, crazy. Had no fucking idea. Are they gonna say what she is though? She becomes leveling up secretary. Fucking leveling up. Oh, Reformer on 5. Oh no. Disgusting. Rachel Reeves shall be chancellor, right? Are they gonna say? Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. It says chancellor. Oh, deputy prime minister. Okay. Home secretary Yvette Cooper. Yeah. David Lammy, foreign secretary. Oh, he's interesting. He is generally seen as a more progressive one. He talks a lot about systemic racism and shit like that. He also supported the Iraq War. His defense was that he was an MP with a very strong Kurdish community. And apparently the Kurds who lived in his community were quite forthcoming about their hatred of Saddam and their support of the Iraq War when he was MP. Pat McFadden. Don't know who this person is. Who the fuck is this? A veteran of the Blair years. Oh. Chancellor of the... What the fuck does the Chancellor of Duchy of the Lancaster do? What? take a coordinating role at the center of government and have responsibility for making key decisions. Okay.
How many people did he murder?
Wop and Wop, thanks for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Shabana Mahmood, the first female Muslim in the House of Commons when she was elected in 2010. She's been around for a while. Born in Birmingham. She's going to be Justice Secretary. She has spoken widely about Sir Keir Starmer's perceived shortcomings in the situation in Gaza. Okay. Wes Streeting, Health Secretary. Okay. I don't know anything about this guy. He was a critic of Corbyn. Oh, I know this guy. Labour left hate him. They hate him. Okay. Don't they think he's like, did they not say that this guy worked for private health at one point? Or is that someone else? Let's see. He looks like the Megabus man. True. He defends Labour plan to use the private sector to cut the backlog. Oh, so they think he wants to privatize the system. Okay. Is this in the manifesto? I forgot. I mean, they're not going to get the money from Labour. They're only getting, what, like 2 billion extra a year from Labour, which is not enough. They should be getting more. Let's see. He said it would be privatized over his dead body, adding that his longer-term ambition was for nobody to be forced to pay for the NHS, not to rely on private care at all, okay? Fed up with a binary view that ignored the fact that after 14 years of Tory rule, there was now a two-tier system that meant some people could afford to go private to be seen faster, while those who could not were left behind. From a left-wing perspective, it's not right that people who are poorer are priced out of faster healthcare. It goes against everything I believe in as a Labour politician. As somebody who might lead a middle-class life now, but with working-class roots, it's a betrayal of the people I grew up with. He said that a Labour government would use the private sector for as long as it takes to get people to be seen faster, blaming the Tories' failure to invest sufficiently in staff, technology and capacity. In the longer term, it's my ambition to make the NHS so good that no one feels forced to go private, and to make sure the NHS has the capacity it needs so that it doesn't need to pay for people to go private either. Criticised the left of his party, I will never allow ideological hobby horses to come at the expense of patient care, he said. The argument I'll make unapologetically is that those people who say we shouldn't use the private sector to cut waiting lists will have to be honest about the fact that they're telling people who can't afford to go private that their left-wing principles say they should be waiting longer. So what are they going to do with private? To make it cheaper. They can't use the usual get out of jail free card of saying we want investment in the NHS. Of course we all want investment in the NHS. A Labour government will deliver investment in the NHS, but it takes time to build that NHS capacity back, and people have to be honest about that. Streeting has repeatedly underlined how his priority as health secretary would be to, but can you cheapen private healthcare more quickly? Can you do that? Okay. Let's find out. The lesson of the last Labour government is that it's investment plus reform that delivers results. We did it before and we'll do it again. He said a Labour government's economic inheritance would make investment difficult, but said that the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, had consistently prioritised the NHS when it came to spending priorities. Streeting said that he was not indifferent to arguments that sending people to private could cost the NHS more, but suggested that his hands were tied by the lack of capacity in the service. He argued that there should always be a door open to working with the private life sciences and medical tech sectors. If we can combine our country's leading scientific and tech minds with the care and capacity of the NHS, then the sky is the limit. I'm fed up with his binary view. Defended his criticism of middle-class lefties in The Sun this week. Okay. This is from like April, apparently. Up for having the argument about how Labour needed a pragmatic approach to the NHS to guarantee its survival. Critics accuse me of privatising the NHS. They tend to be middle-class lefties. I say this as someone from a working class background. Oh, the reverse working class Uno card. Oh, shit. I don't think it's a disparaging term. These are people who are most outraged by what I'm saying. I'm taking on the argument, and ultimately I want to win it. I don't think people should be offended by what I've said. Uh-oh. My argument is both principled and pragmatic argument for not just saving the NHS, but for making sure that it continues to be there for us as a public service, free at the point of use. He insisted that Labour continues to be a party of progressive values, despite some criticism from the left over its stance on issues including Gaza and the climate crisis, which has led some core voters to shift away from the party. For the Labour Party, it has always been a moral crusade to make our country a more fair, equal, and just society. But we're not a debating society. We've got to be a party of government that's able to influence and affect change. I don't think people on the left should take for granted a Labour victory at the general election. We've seen too many false dawns before. If you're serious about taking the country forward, it does mean building a broader consensus, sometimes compromise. I don't think that's a dirty word in a country that's been riven with divisions with the most right-wing Conservative Party. Okay. He was 500 votes away from losing his seat. Some of those votes were pretty close, yeah.
That will include non-Labour metro mayors. There's no monopoly on good ideas, and I'm not a tribal politician. And the principle I operate to, whether it's mayors or other elected representatives, is that where regional leaders want to deliver for their area, then regardless of the colour of their rosette,
Labour in equals it's coming home. Thanks for the £2. Really appreciate that, Rainwatcher. True.
my
Who do
door
they
is
beat?
open,
Hang on.
and my government will work with them.
Because if they just won against, like,
Later on
Sudan,
Tuesday, I shall
obviously it
set
doesn't
off
matter. We'll
to
see.
Washington for the NATO summit.
Unless
I've already
Sudan are
had a
really
number of
good football team, I
international
don't know.
calls, as you will know, and as you
They, well, today they drew against Switzerland. Oh, and they won in penalties. Ooh. Ooh. Hey, they're fucking top of the table. They're top of the group. Wow. Sports! Look at that, sports. They're the only ones who have won a game in this group. Huh. Huh. So who they got left? Who are they playing next? Wait, where the fuck is Switzerland if... Am I retarded? Hang on. Oh, they're the quarterfinals. Oh, Group C's done. Okay, okay. To be determined. Oh, so who else is in the quarterfinal? Okay, now I understand. Sports! Sports. Quarterfinal. Listen, don't tell me the answer. I'm doing my own research. I'm not even looking at chat. I can just see it moving in my peripheral vision. And I know people are telling me. Wait, there's one. Okay, why is there a quarterfinal? These are all just England games. Okay. Table 2023. The table. Ah. Why is I don't want fucking Group A. Hang on. Quarterfinal. Euros. Quarterfinals 2024. Oh, it's right now. It's Turkey Eye. Who the fuck are Turkey Eye? Turkey and Netherlands. Oh, Turkey are beating the Netherlands. Is that normal? Is that normal? Is that regular? What the fuck? Was this expected? Were Netherlands the favorite? Huh. I don't care. I just want England to win a trophy. Okay, dude. Good luck with that. Spain beating Germany. Okay. Portugal, France. France wins on penalties. Okay, so it's going to be Spain, France. Okay, so the hard teams are going to get rid of each other. That's nice. Good for England, eh? Hey. Not bad. Of course, I want England to lose. I want them to get... Actually, no. I want them to win the semi, right? So they can lose the final. That's what I want. And I want them to lose because someone shot themselves. Where... Maybe I don't hate the English football team as much as I used to, because they used to be full of fucking dicks, right? Back when it was like John Terry and shit like that. Fucking hell. Ashley Cole. No way. But apparently now they're kind of like nice guys. They're like normal people. And they have but they still are. But this was like 4 years ago, so I don't know. Maybe they're shit again. Yeah, Wayne Rooney. God. Who's the team now? Is there a Scottish team? Yeah, we're already out of this tournament. We're knocked out. We're done. Who's their fucking squad? Current squad. Jordan Pickford. Okay. I don't know these. I don't know any. I know about Stones. I know his name. Lewis Dunk. Okay. Trippier. I know that's name. I don't know any of these guys. The fuck. Harry Kane. Saka. Okay. Whatever, man. Don't give a shit. Harry Maguire. Excuse me. Well, good luck. Or not. I don't care. Break a
would
leg.
have
Or
expected to establish the relations across with other countries, to have really important discussions about Ukraine and other pressing issues. And Washington will be an opportunity for me to have further discussions with some of the leaders I've already spoken to and some that I'm due to speak to. It is, of course, an important summit on NATO. It is for me to be absolutely clear that the first duty of my government is security and defence, to make clear our unshakable support of NATO, and, of course, to reiterate, as I did to President Zelensky yesterday, the support that we will have in this country and with our allies towards Ukraine. So this will be a politics and a government that is about delivery, is about service. Self-interest is yesterday's politics. I want a politics and a country that works for you. Thank you very much, and I will now take a number of questions, starting, I think, with Chris.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason, BBC News. You've said that change can't be delivered by flicking a switch, but plenty of people might want lots of switches flicked pretty quickly. And so I wonder how soon you can actually start delivering concrete change. And if I may, have you unpacked yet? Have you found your way around?
Well, they're two different questions.
Thank you.
Look, I'm restless for change, and I think and hope that what you've already seen demonstrates that, not least the appointment yesterday of Patrick Vallance and James Timpson, two individuals who are associated with change and delivery. And it won't surprise you to know that the discussions I had yesterday with them were not the first discussions I've had with them. We've been talking to them for some time about the need for the change that we will put in place. But look,
bro, what?
14 years, it is going to take time, but we've started. We've got plans in place. Up until the election, I was clearly not wanting to get ahead of the election result, but we have been planning for months, hitting the ground running. I have had extensive conversations myself, as has the now Cabinet, with all those that they need to deliver with, which are to ensure that we can hit the ground running and put into place the plans that we need. There'll be further announcements coming over coming days. But that preparation...
I've realized that the... I've actually kind of realized that the deprogram fucking commitards, they tend to come in groups. Because there's two of them right now. You went to an apartheid state, you have no shame. So the Palestinians who were like asking us to film them and like wanted us to go around the West Bank and show people like what was happening there, that's like, what were they? Okay. They come as a bulk order. Yeah, it's party discipline, you know. Huh. I mean, this is the classic, like, fucking tanky view, right? Is we should, like, ignore Palestinian voices and not actually give them the airtime or anything. We should actually we should only get our opinions from, like, Western leftists on the conflict. Not anyone who actually lives there. Fuck that. Hang on. We don't need these tangents anymore. Hang on. Okay.
Operation has been extensive over the last 6 months. I've required all of my now cabinet to have gone through on their brief the decisions that need to be taken, the people they're going to talk to in relation to those decisions. That work has been going on for 6 months or more, and that means we can hit the ground running. But look, it is not an overnight exercise changing the country. Thank you, Chris. I'll go to Beth, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Prime Minister, you have won a massive majority, but your vote share is quite low. It's much lower in terms of voter support than Blair in 1997.
Did Lorna go to Gaza? Gaza's not the only part of Palestine. No, we didn't go to fucking Gaza. What the fuck? Very few press are allowed in Gaza, let alone YouTubers, I'm afraid. Went to the other Palestine, the West Bank.
You talk about the mood of the country. I think you have some ideas as to why. Can you give us one concrete thing that you will promise voters you will deliver in your first 100 days to make them believe the change message? And if you'd indulge us, millions of people saw that exit poll drop. Some of them gasped. What was your emotion when you saw it? Thank you.
I said people in the war's voices. I said Palestinians' voices. How did you get those two phrases mixed up? And the war affects people in the West Bank as well. I don't know if you know that. People in the West Bank are suffering pretty hard because of the war. But that's what you meant. How do you know what I meant? You don't know what I meant, Eric Person. I decide the things about me that are important, right? Okay, I decide what I meant. What the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you very much. Look,
anyway.
the thing that's changed already is the mindset of government. It's a mindset of service, of country first, party second. That's not a slogan. That is the test for all of our decisions. So when submissions come to me from the Cabinet, when I've had to take decisions, which I've already had to, of course, the principle is country first, party second, and that's the driving principle. So that change has already happened. I set out before the election what our first steps will be. We've started work on those first steps. You've seen where Streeting made clear the steps he's already taking to resolve some of the issues that have been unresolved for some time, with a degree of raw honesty as well as to the state of being. So that's the mandate. That's how we go forward. And look, in relation to the outcome on Thursday, it is a clear mandate. We argued for change. We've got that mandate. We've got it in for all 4 nations, and that is really important for us as well. I was pleased to see that exit poll. I didn't believe it until, like everybody else, I stayed up to watch every single result come in. Peppered with the speeches I gave, including the one at 5 a.m. at the event that we held.
So normally when people come, I don't know if it's like this in, honestly, I don't really remember. I think in the United States, don't they usually do that? Like, is it the inauguration speech where, like, in the first 100 days, we're going to do the education, the taxes, and the infrastructure? They tell you all this shit, right? They tell you what they're going to do in the first 100 days or whatever. I think the manifesto is like, in British politics, they mention the first 100 days as well, but I'm wondering when Keir is supposed to actually lay that agenda out. Like, maybe he's not supposed to, he's not expected to do it here, but yeah.
But it was only as the final results.
I want to know what's going on.
I
want to know what the plan is.
I was confident that we'd got to where we needed to be to do the work that we need to do. Chris, I didn't answer the second part of your. As to finding my way around, I've got a basic understanding of the
He's still answering the first fucking question. All right.
I've used so far here. And that's good, but there are plenty of hidden places I'm yet to discover. And no, we're not unpacked quite yet, but we will be soon, and we'll be moving in soon. But there's a bit of work to do before then. And of course, I'm off to Washington on Tuesday. Thank you very much, Beth. Robert.
Broadcasting, ITV. Prime Minister, you talk about the need for a reset. One of the lessons of Labour governments is the need to take the tough decisions early. We've already heard from Wes Streeting that, in his view, the policy now of the NHS is that it is broken. If, in the coming weeks, as you go through department by department, you find that things are worse than you expected, are you prepared to take tough decisions early, including possibly raising more from taxation? And then secondly, just on Beth's point about how you've won...
I don't think he's going to answer the question about taxation unless he's going to say, we are raising money through taxation. We're getting rid of non-dom tax benefits, and we're also going to be charging VAT to private schools and getting rid of their exemptions. He's going to take some cop-out bullshit like that, right? Like, yeah.
The biggest majority relative to the size of the vote in history. You said yesterday that your priority would be to govern for those who didn't vote for you. Some 80% of British voters didn't vote for you. That's including those who didn't vote at all. What does that mean in practice, in a sense, for the culture of the government and how you'll govern?
Thank you, Robert. Look, in relation to the tough decisions, we're going to have to take the tough decisions and take them early, and we will. We will do that with a raw honesty. And that's really what sat behind Wes Streeting's description yesterday of the NHS as being broken. It is. Everybody who uses it and works in it knows that it is broken, and we're not going to operate under the pretense or language that doesn't express the problem as it is, because otherwise we won't be able to fix the problem as quickly as we need to. And we'll continue in that vein. There are other issues. Prisons would be an obvious example where other parts of the system are broken, and we're going to have to approach that with a raw honesty as well. And we will take the tough decisions, but that is not a sort of prelude to saying there's some tax decision that we didn't speak about before we're about to announce now. It's about the tough decisions to fix the problem and being honest about what they are. On the second part of your question, it was very important to me to say what I said on the steps yesterday about those that didn't vote for us, because we're a government of service to all people, whether they voted for us or not. And I include within that people who voted Labour for the first time on Thursday, because across the country in many places, people will have voted Labour for the first time, perhaps never having voted Labour before, and I recognise that, and that they've put their trust...
Yeah, right-wingers. Because I was in my stream and I was talking about wanting to understand people who vote Reform, like wanting to know what they think or like how they're making the decisions. Maybe I wanted to debate some of them because I disagree with them on basically everything. I got one, no, not one, it was two, was it? I got a couple of DMs from Reform voters or people who sympathize with Reform, or like one of them was a fucking Lotus Ears podcast viewer who watches me now, who moved over somehow, the Sargon to Lorna Box pipeline. And one of the answers that I got was, and I think we heard this from looking at some of the interviews on election night, is people who wanted to vote Labour in 2019 but thought Corbyn was too like woke or too left, but now they're happy to go with Starmer. I feel like that's actually that's something I've heard quite a few times, is people who are swinging between Reform and Labour, not Reform and Conservative. I think most people who vote Reform probably came from the Tories, but I don't think it's like a small proportion that comes from Labour. I think like there are quite a lot of Labour voters or Labour people who do just have that, either that like populist itch where they don't really care that much about the policy, they just like someone who says fuck you to the establishment or whatever, or who they think is saying that, like Farage, or it's because they are otherwise social democratic, whatever, but they're also culturally right-wing, especially on immigration. It's like those two kinds of people. And I think at the very least with Keir, people who are like that kind, like economically a little left, but culturally quite right wing. Like maybe they found it easier to vote for Keir than they would have to vote for Corbyn. I'm from Ashfield. My family are typical Labour voters. They all voted Reform. Yeah, it's bit of a problem.
And confidence in us, and we have to repay that. So we hold them in our mind's eye. People who didn't vote for us need to know that
Right-wing culture and left-wing economics. Yeah, they're like the north of England, isn't it? Like the red wall is not really, it's not really a red wall, right? It's like a red-brown wall. I'm sorry. It's like, what's that state in America? What's the fucking state where the guy, Joe Manchin, what state is it? Oh God, West Virginia? Or Virginia? Is it what fucking state is it? Yeah, is it West Virginia? Yeah, that's north of England. North of England is West Virginia. They're unionists, you know, they're socialist aesthetics, old school socialist aesthetics. They wear like the red scarves. That's why they used to get called rednecks. They love coal mining. They love going on strike. They love the Spanish Civil War, whatever. But they'd never vote for a gay candidate. Like that, yeah. Fuck. That's like your red wall, yeah.
that we will serve them, that we will not turn our back on people just because we don't think they voted for us. We'll govern for the whole country. And that's what I meant by what I said yesterday. It's about taking the country forward and doing that, you know, in conjunction with our first ministers, doing that in conjunction with our mayors and other elected.
Fidel Castro is based. Interesting name. I'm worried Reform will get a lot more votes next election due to Keir Starmer shifting to the right and being a neoliberal like Macron. It depends. So from what I've heard is that some Reform, or some people who would otherwise vote Reform, were fine voting for this Keir Starmer because they didn't think he was as left-wing as Corbyn. Like, Corbyn would be too left for them. So the thing that these people want, and this is where there's a problem, is people who are on the far left seem to think that the cure to people going anti-immigrant or fascist is just to go further left. The problem is that's only kind of true. The farther left things that would drag a Reform voter over are just economic, like old school tax and spend, infrastructure, fucking unions, that kind of shit. As soon as they get a whiff of you being left on anything else, trans rights, gay rights, immigration, they got a problem with you. They got a big problem, okay? Or if you're so far left that they can start to associate with communism. They want nothing to do with that either. Which Corbyn unfortunately did a bit of both, right? But then the other side of that coin is someone like Starmer might be able to convince otherwise Reform voters to be comfortable voting center-left. But if he does to the immigration issue what he does to people in general, which is just try to toe a kind of moderate line and like address the concerns and take them seriously, I think he's probably fucked, because the fact is that no amount of tempering immigration or no amount of meanness to asylum seekers will quench that fucking thirst from a Reform voter, right? Because the Reform voters' problems with immigration are not based on anything rational. These people don't live in high immigration communities. They live in white as fuck communities. They are not learning about the problems of immigration through studies or through fucking like sociological analysis of places where integration is more of an issue. I don't know where that would be, but probably some parts of England. They're learning it from right-wing media. And unfortunately, there's just not enough of a counter there where people need to, on the one side, admit that there are definitely issues with immigration on large scales, like bringing people from different cultures into a country and how you address the question of whether or not you want them to segregate or to integrate, or is too much integration like kind of like authoritarian, or is not enough integration basically just going to leave like separate parts of society where they just kind of like politely ignore each other and it like builds up tensions or anything like that. Yeah, you can talk about that, and that's why there are some countries that do it much better than others. Some European countries do pretty well with immigration. Other ones do quite badly. Paris does it horribly. London does it better. America does it quite well. Canada, apparently not so well. I don't know. But they're also at the same time as saying that needs to be the acknowledgement that people like reform don't care about that. They just care about reducing numbers, and the numbers get reduced and they don't actually solve any of their real problems. So they want them reduced more and then more and then more and then more. So yeah, it's like there's no end to that. So there's going to need to be like a proper like left-wing narrative on it. I don't think people like Corbyn are the answer to it, but there needs to be something.
Representatives across the areas so that we can govern for the whole of the country and take the country forward and turn our back on tribal politics.
How did your family integrate? They didn't. My family are Scottish. Well, my mum's Scottish and my dad is not. He's only lived in Scotland for a few years. I guess my dad integrated because he's been all over the fucking world. He doesn't give a shit about like, and he's also a Christian. So like there's not that much different between him and like British culture.
And simply picking issues we want to fight just for the party politics of it. That's what's gone wrong, in my view, in the last...
What does Corbyn say? You know what? I was thinking it's ironic because Corbyn is obviously like unapologetically pro-immigration, but actually he does actually the other end of what, because people criticize Macron for being like neoliberal and trying to appease anti-immigration parties by being like a little bit racist himself or a little bit like anti-immigrant, whatever, by just moving himself to the right. Actually, Corbyn did a little bit of that as well by appeasing the right wing on immigration, because on immigration, didn't Corbyn actually say that there were issues with wage suppression at one point? I remember he put out a line about like, was it agricultural workers like suppressing immigrant wages by like exploiting the foreigners to come in, which is actually like, that's not really true. If you look at the data, immigration and wage suppression don't really correlate at all. Any areas where there are potential like decreases in real wage growth as a result of immigration, it's negligible, and it's still outweighed by benefits in terms of them, paying more in taxes than they take out. But Corbyn actually did push that line a little bit, and that's ironically the same line that I used to hear from Sargon. So that's definitely not a good approach, because it's not only ceding ground to people who are insatiable, it's also ceding ground in a way that's just not really true. So I don't know.
Few years where priorities are simply set by party advantage rather than country first, and that's an example of what I mean by country first, party second, and that's the approach.
Isn't Sanders also somewhat critical of immigration? Yeah. So where are people, Keir Starmer, Rwanda, where are people getting the Rwanda scrap from? Al Jazeera had it. Why is this 28 minutes though? Oh, France 24, 6 minutes, that's better.
So the first full press conference on the first full day of government for Mr. Starmer. He seemed, it has to be said, quite relaxed. He's often been accused of being robotic. But
was it not in the manifesto? Yeah, it was. But I remember some fucking leftards saying that... I should stop saying that. That's a bad word. I remember a bunch of people saying that he wasn't actually going to do it. He was just going to keep doing it to appease the right-wingers or whatever, so... I mean, that was like arguing with Twitch chatters 2 years ago, but...
Clearly, the media training, amongst other things, is paying off. So importantly, although this was dominated by the issue of prisons, Rwanda was a very important part of this press conference. The Prime Minister was asked by a British journalist about the Rwanda scheme. That is the scheme about processing and sending back people...
Use leftoids instead, yeah.
Who have come here illegally across from France, northern shores of France, in small embarkations, made it to Britain, and who are then would be processed and sent on deportation flights to Rwanda. It's important to point out that nobody, except one person who did it voluntarily, has been sent, but it's cost really millions of pounds already being paid by the British government to Rwanda. So what the Prime Minister was asked is it dead and buried now that you've been elected? Keir Starmer said, and I quote, "The scheme was dead and buried before it started." He said that it never acted as a deterrent, and he pointed, in fact, to the record number of small boat arrivals this year and in previous years. So a very clear message that that policy, very much wanted, originally wanted by Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister, and very much tried to be carried out by Rishi Sunak, and as I said, not one single person being sent out on a deportation flight because of all kinds of legal appeals, that is dead and buried, and it was never a deterrent, says this Labour Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Wow, so a clear message about that Rwanda asylum plan. What else have we been hearing from Keir Starmer?
Well, this was a press conference that was really dominant.
What are your thoughts relating to the 4 independent wins based on Gaza? If we're talking about problems with first past the post, it's the same issue. They were they came from areas where I think they were large Muslim populations, and I'm guessing probably large like left-wing local populations as well to get that vote through. It's not gonna. What's it gonna do though? For independence, like it's not really in first past the post. That means nothing, right? Like, is there a threat of them growing like there is with reform? Not really. Are they gonna? They don't have any legislative voice. They'll make a noise in the House of Commons. Maybe they'll give speeches and shit like that. But at the end of the day, Britain just doesn't have much. Like, Britain doesn't really have that much say on Israel. Like, we can stop arms, and would that even get any concessions? I don't even know. I don't know if it would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's going to have any effect.
Dominated.
It does show you, though, because I think Muslims used to typically vote for Labour, and they are very disillusioned right now.
By the terrible state in which British prisons are. They are overcrowded. There is very little space for any new prisoners to go into them. And interestingly, Mr. Starmer, when he was on...
Britain set the boundaries of Israel, what, in the fucking 20s? Yeah, we did. That was a while ago, right? We are 100 years thenceforth, my friend Nick. You think we could go in there and draw a border right now? You think the British mandate has any prospect of a revival? Wait, maybe would it be a bad idea?
Asked about taking tough decisions. Was he ready to make them and make them early in this first news conference at Downing Street? The PM said prisons are, quote, broken, but added there was no overnight solution to a shortage of prison spaces in the UK. So this is clearly something that he is going to be working on very carefully. Of course, he'll be flying off to NATO, which he was talking about. He was mentioning the many international phone calls and exchanges that he's had. He's had one, for example, with the French President Emmanuel Macron, who rang to congratulate him on winning the election and becoming the new UK Prime Minister. He's had a conversation with certainly Joe Biden, the American president, with President Zelensky of Ukraine, with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and others. And clearly he mentioned that he was looking forward to meeting other leaders in Washington. I asked then after the press conference his senior press spokesperson whether there were going to be bilaterals. We're going to get information about that, but we haven't got it.
The myth is that Churchill drew the map when he was drunk. I don't even actually know if Churchill was the one who drew the map, but it is true that Churchill did just drink like through the day. Now, whether he was drunk, that's different, because you can drink through the day and function, like, to some degree. I think he was tipsy. I think Churchill was kind of tipsy for for quite a lot of the war as well. But people have this impression, like, yeah, right. Churchill sober was probably worse. Yeah.
Yet, interestingly, let me come back to that one. Here we are, an international news channel broadcasting in French, English, Arabic and Spanish around the world, France 24. I was seated in the front row, right in front of Mr. Starmer, who I met a few years ago. He actually stuck to the list of names from the British press. Just as he was about to go, I said, an international question. He turned around, hesitated, and then actually didn't take the question. But I have good hope that at his next press conference he will take a question from an international journalist, the way it is done in France, for example, at presidential press conferences by the British press.
So Rwanda's gone, eh? Dead in the water. Huh. That's cool. So I guess we'll see. We'll keep an eye on him for the next 100 days, see what goes on. That's like the first thing to go then, isn't it? Has he dropped anything else? Wait, what's this? What's this?
A book is being written about the Prime Minister's time in office. Apparently, it's going to be out by Christmas. Is that the release date or the title?
It's Liz Truss. Oh no.
Mr. Speaker, I have been in office for just under 2 months, and I have delivered the energy price guarantee, making sure that people aren't paying £6,000 bills this winter. I've reversed the national insurance increase, and I've also taken steps, and we will be taking steps, to crack down on the militant unions. Now, what, Mr. Speaker? I think, Mr. Speaker, that is more of a record of
channeling Maggie Thatcher. Uh-oh.
action than the honourable gentleman in his 2.5 years in the job.
Mr. Speaker, last
Bro, what
week...
the fuck? I want to. When's the first PMQs? Is it going to be just Wednesday? Is that it? Is it like? Is there no break? The UK has militant unions. She thought she could fucking channel Thatcher. It's so dumb. If you're Thatcher and you're telling the British public, like, I will deal with the militant unions, and people are like, yeah, you know, like fucking miners in the hundreds and the thousands charging against fucking police horses where they're getting minor picks and they're coal all over their fucking faces and shit. Yeah, people know what a militant union is back then. But now when you say militant unions, they look around and it's like 3 people in fucking high-vis TUC jackets holding signs in the rain, handing out tea and biscuits. Like, yeah, it's not quite the same. Drinking their tea and biscuits in the rain. Militant unions.
Week, the Prime Minister ignored every question put to her. Instead, she repeatedly criticised Labour's plan for a 6-month freeze on energy bills. This week, the Chancellor made it her policy. How can she be held to account when she's not in charge?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our policy is to protect the most vulnerable for 2 years. But I had to take the decision, because of the economic situation, to adjust
This is an old video, yes. It just came up in my recommendations. I wanted to see
our policies. I am somebody who's prepared to front up. I'm prepared to take the tough decisions. Unlike the honourable gentleman, who hasn't done anything on businesses, he's done nothing to say he'll protect people after 1 year. He's got no plan.
Here's Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister stood there and promised absolutely no spending reductions. They all cheered. This week, the Chancellor announced a new wave of cuts. What's the point of a Prime Minister whose promises don't even last a week?
Well, I can assure the right honourable gentleman.
Also, the seating arrangement is going to be very different now because, well, first of all, Keir will be on this side, but wait, no, do they? Do they swap sides? Why do I seem to recall Tony Blair being here? No, I'm pretty sure the Prime Minister always stands on this side. Yeah. But the thing is there going to be so few Conservatives on this side and so many Labour on this side that the arrangement is built for two fairly equal parties. That's like the entire seating arrangement of the House of Commons. What the fuck are they going to do? Are they going to have Labour people, like some of them, most of them over here, and then some of them on the flanks squishing the Tories in as a kind of like symbolic power statement? What do you think? They just have the Conservatives stood around this part of the dispatch box in the middle, and then Labour just kind of like surround them on all sides, like the Battle of the Bastards in Game of Thrones. And instead of saying "yeah," because the volumes are too disparate, like every time they want to do a dunk, they just take one step forward and close in.
That spending will go up next year and it will go up the year after. But of course, we need to get value for taxpayers' money. The Labour Party has pledged hundreds of billions of spending pledges, none of which they've retracted. The honourable gentleman needs to reflect the economic reality in his policies.
Mr. Speaker, those spending cuts are on the table for one reason and one reason only, because they crashed the economy. Working people are going to have to pay 500 quid more a month on their mortgages. And what's the Prime Minister's response? To say she's sorry. What does she think people will think and say? That's all right, I don't mind financial ruin. At least she apologised.
Prime Minister.
I do think there has to be some reflection of economic reality from the party opposite. The fact is that interest rates are rising across the world and the economic conditions have worsened. And we are being honest. We're levelling with the public, unlike the honourable gentleman who simply won't do it. And what is the honourable gentleman doing about the...
Yeah, I don't think House of Commons, I don't think they're going to do anything until, hang on. When is the next? PMQs is probably just going to be a Wednesday. I don't think they're going to waste any time, are they? When's it going to be when they do PMQs? That's what I want to know. I'm going to watch it. First PMQs of the most disproportionate House of Commons since the 1800s. Yes. Where is it?
fact that train workers are again going on strike. The fact is he refuses to condemn the workers. We are bringing forward policies. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing forward policies that are going to make sure our railways are protected.
Oh, wait. He has 2 hours ago. Wait, was this the press conference we just watched? I wasn't paying attention. Did he just say that, did he just say, what's he said now? Oh, he said we have too many prisoners. Okay. This is either going to be, reduce or eliminate sentencing for more non-violent offenders, or he's going to call for the death penalty. Let's go. Number of people going to prison through renewed efforts to cut reoffending. Wait, cut in the sense of rehabilitate harder or guillotine? Okay. In his first press conference, the Prime Minister Keir said too many people found themselves back in jail relatively quickly after being sent there. He added that intervening to prevent young people committing knife crime would be an early priority for his new government. I wonder if they're going to do this the Glasgow model. He said there would be no overnight solution to prison overcrowding, adding, "We've got too many prisoners, not enough prisons." It comes after he appointed a businessman as his prisons minister who has previously said only a third of prisoners should be there. Ah. Okay. It's a good profiling. Okay. I like that. I don't really. Sorry. What is the argument for jailing people for non-violent offenses? Like, I guess there can be non-violent offenses that might have just like wider societal harms. I guess like fucking dealing heroin and shit. But surely for some offenses that like you can pay a fine for, like stealing, like fraud or some shit. Or even like any kind of personal use for drugs, which I don't think we jail that often in the UK. Maybe not even ever. But like, is there a good argument for why we do that for people who could just be easier dealt with fines? We do imprison a high proportion of people compared to most of Europe. Fraud is non-violent, but you still go to jail often. Yeah, but why? You know, when people spoke about jailing bankers who committed crimes, like economic crimes, I think Iceland jailed a few corrupt bankers, whatever. I don't want. Do I need them to go to jail? Can't we just take all their money? Like, what? Surely you can just find someone an absolute fucking brick ton, and use that money for, I don't know, good things, like, or pay damages to the victims, or like, yeah, I don't know why do they need to go to jail? Why not both? You can't just say put them in jail because why not? You don't put violent criminals or criminals who are like actually harmful to society if they're not in jail. You put them in jail to stop them doing the crimes, right? To stop them doing what they were doing outside and hurting people and all that. But if you're like a fucking fraudulent banker and all that, like, I imagine you're probably going to lose your job and you're probably going to have to pay a shitload of money. But I don't know. Whatever. It also inherited a ballooning crisis in Britain's jails, was already committed to keeping the previous Conservative government's early release scheme. Arguably for white-collar crimes, prisons are a good deterrent. Yeah, maybe. Because I guess white-collar criminals actually have a lot more to lose by going to jail. What particular crimes do we... Is the problem with the UK that we jail people for things that we shouldn't? Or is it because the sentences are too long? Proportion of UK prisoners. Let's see. By crime. Most people in UK jail for theft offenses. The United States. %70 of custodial sentences are imposed on those with at least 7 previous convictions or cautions. 50%. So apparently we give most people quite a lot of warning. Okay. Huh. Substantial numbers in prison for non-violent offenses. They tend to be most prolific criminals. Non-violent crimes such as theft have relatively low custody rates. 77% of theft offenses and 95% of first-time theft offenses resulting in non-custodial sentence. Nonetheless, I guess if someone like just doesn't stop stealing like 7 times, you probably have to throw them away, don't you? Or they just do more community service each time. Until number 7, they're basically like a slave for a year. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. Substantial number in prison for theft offenses simply because of large number of prolific criminals who commit these offenses. So, who are the ones that the guy was saying shouldn't be there? See who he's referring to. Who's the prisons minister? Labour prisons minister. Prisoners shouldn't be there. A lot of prisoners shouldn't be there. Resurfaced interview, new prisons minister. Said the UK is addicted to sentencing and punishment. What's the clip?
We're addicted to sentencing. We're addicted to punishment.
And you know what the sentence is for addiction? Ooh!
So many of the people who are in prison, in my view, shouldn't be there. A lot should, but a lot shouldn't. And they're there for far too long. Far, far too long. And that's just getting worse and worse. I meet people in prison regularly who are serving sentences longer than they've ever been alive for already. And I just think it's just, this is common sense being ignored.
Do you know what was so bad about the 2010 riots? Or was it 2011? I forgot. But the riots in London and the fucking jail sentences they gave out for that. Obviously, because the reason they do that is because they want to set an example. If it's a riot, if you take part in a riot, it's not really proportionate to the crime you committed. It's because they want people not to riot ever. So, but yeah, people went in for fucking months for stealing like packets of biscuits and shit like that. Like the amount of legal campaigning that had to go on to defend these people, like it was fucking mental. Anyway.
Ignored, evidence being ignored, because there is this sentiment around punish and punish.
How would you change that?
I would just look at the evidence. So let me give you an example in Holland, which I know lots of people like to use the Dutch as an example. They've shut half their prisons, not because people are less naughty in Holland, it's because they got a.
Why did they riot? The riots in London were because of, I think it was three things. One was because there was a high-profile police case where a black kid called Mark Duggan was shot by the cops. Didn't seem like he deserved it. Didn't seem like he was really doing enough to warrant fucking lethal force. Second, I think it was because of cuts, just in general, austerity was coming in at that time. And I think the big thing was EMA as well. They got rid of the educational maintenance allowances for school kids from poor backgrounds, where the government would give you, they would just pay you weekly to go to school. Like if you went, like I had that as well because I was in a low income family. So they gave you these brackets. Depending on the bracket, you'd either get like 15, 20, 30 pounds a week. I was in the bracket that got me 30 pounds a week. Like the fucking, yeah. Which I think was the most they gave you. And the whole deal was that if you went to school every day that week, they gave you 30 pounds at the end of the week. That was it. Just right into your little bank account. As a school kid. Like, as a fucking 16, 17-year-old, you know? Yeah, 15-year-old. And they scrapped that. And I think a lot of the police actually put were warning about riots in London in response to that getting scrapped. So that sounds insane. What did you need the money for? I gave a lot of the money to my mum because she needed it. And I occasionally, on a completely unrelated note, I smoked quite a bit of weed when I was a teenager. So supporting local businesses.
A different way of sentencing, which is community sentencing. So people can stay at home, keep their jobs, keep their homes, keep reading their kids' bedtime stories. And it means that they're far less likely to commit crime again.
How would you go about that sort of cultural change to try and change the way people think about prison?
I think we need a...
Because what was your... well, I'm just trying to think. What was your average weekend? What did you need as a teenager? You needed an eighth. That was like £25 for back then. Maybe 20. And then another $5 just for, I don't know, fucking tobacco, papers, a Rustler's burger, and some Powerade. Sorted. On special occasions, it would, yeah. On special occasions, you switch one of those out for a Frosty Jacks for £3 or a Scrumpies.
Government that's brave, I think we need a government that's prepared to take the politics out of sentencing. And I think we need to have a government that is prepared to accept that we can't afford as a country to build £4 to £6 billion worth of prisons to house more people. So it just doesn't make sense at all.
So he doesn't say which particular crimes. I wonder, are there any kind of like advocate groups or like policy reviewers that talk about this kind of thing with UK prisoners, for like what kind of criminals or what is even like okay, wait, UK average sentencing time compared to EU countries? Let's see. Comparative prison sentencing times, because I imagine I don't know, prison sentences in general, they just sound so fucking long. Like, a couple of months in jail sounds absolutely fucking horrible. Like, I'm never doing any crime ever again. That's gonna get me fucking a couple of months in jail. Like, fucking hell. Why would you, what's the point? That's enough for, I don't know, but like people talk about like, oh, 4, 5, 6 years for like, for what? Hang on. Comparative for EU countries. This is, what if they let you stream from jail? Well, then that wouldn't be much of a change. Prison sentences are getting longer. Ooh, why? Are the criminals getting longer memories? Why? Are they getting more difficult to rehabilitate? Or is this, this isn't even wait, hang on. Oh, wait, look at this. It is rising a bit under Labour, to be fair. 2000, 2006, it kind of doesn't do much. Actually, it's around Gordon Brown time, it goes up a wee bit. But it's very steady increase since 2010, and then a big boof, then down, and then another big So the average length used to be just under 12 months, and now it's nearly 2 years. Huh. That's almost double since 2000. Seems... What's happened to crime rates? Let's do some correlation. Crime rates, UK, since 2000. So it was dropping since the 90s. I mean, that's quite like every country, isn't it? For some reason, the 90s was just fucking crime central everywhere. Victims of crime. Police recorded crime goes up. So, well, since 2010 to 2016, it doesn't change all that much. It was down and then up. Whatever. Maybe I'll do that. Might be worth an investigation one day. It's too much to read, though. Fuck. Not now. Not now. Not when I've got a cold. Not reading out loud too much today. Ugh.
People going to work are protected. He backs the strikers. We back the strivers.
Mr. Speaker, she's asking me questions because we're a government in waiting and they're an opposition in waiting. There's no...
To be fair, she's not even in opposition in waiting because she lost her seat. Even Keir didn't think she was going to lose her seat. Oh, no.
No getting away from this. Millions of people are facing horrendous mortgage repayments. Exactly. And she's admitted it's her fault. She shouldn't have conducted an economic experiment on the British public. Yeah. But it's not just her. They put her there. Yeah. They're keeping her there. Yeah. Why on earth would anyone trust the Tories with the economy ever again?
Well, I know notice, Mr. Speaker, he's not actually objecting to a single economic policy that the Chancellor announced on Monday. He's refusing to condemn the strikers. We're on the side of working people. We're going to legislate to make sure we keep our railways open.
Liz lost her seat. Liz lost her seat. And then, for some reason, she disappeared for a few minutes before going up to the stand so they could read out the results. Because apparently what they do is they tell all the... You know when they're reading out the numbers? They're like, Labour, Sam William Tarquin Stevens, otherwise known as Sam, 17,416 votes. Yeah, before they do that, they tell the people, if like a few seconds before going up, that who's won. They tell them, so they know. But apparently, they told everyone who won, and then Liz Truss like went somewhere, like disappeared, and no one could find her. So when they go to when the cameras go to the stand, she's not there, and they're like, "Where is she?" And people are clapping like slowly to wait for her and shit. And then she just shows up like 2 minutes later. And then normally, as the former prime minister who just lost her seat, she was expected to say something afterwards, but then she just like said no and fucked off. Yeah. So she didn't. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she didn't thank her campaigners. Yeah.
The honourable gentleman refuses to do anything.
Here's Starbuck.
Do former PMs ever lose their seat? Every now and then they do. The last time it happened was over 100 years ago. So... I think she was the first one in 100 years.
Mr. Speaker, the only mandate she's ever had is from members opposite. It was a mandate built on fantasy economics, and it ended in disaster. The country's got
88 years ago. Okay.
nothing to show for it except the destruction of the economy and the implosion of the Tory party. I've got the list here. 45p tax cut, gone. Corporation tax cut, gone. 20p tax cut, gone. 2-year energy freeze, gone. Tax-free shopping, gone. Economic credibility, gone.
You have to, if you're going to say shit like this, you have to time it. Don't just change the fucking gap between your sentence and gone every single time, you fucking moron. If you want to be in sync,
Tax-free shopping, gone.
You say tax-free shopping, gone. Like you leave a gap, and then you use the same gap for every single one, right? Free breakfast clubs in schools, gone. EMA, gone. Your mum, gone. Death penalty, gone. Electric chair, gone. Iraq war, gone. You do it like that.
Economic credibility, gone. And her supposed best friend, the former Chancellor, he's gone as well. They're all gone.
Okay, that ending was all right. Okay.
So why is she still here?
Mr. Speaker.
Putting everyone call and response at a concert. No, you'd think these guys would be good at it because this is all they fucking do in the House of Commons. It's this shit every fucking week. The girl from that film with Ryan Gosling, gone. You just leave a bit of a space for the cadence so they can come on the beat. Afuera.
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter.
All right.
I have acted in the national interest to make sure that we have economic stability.
Prime Minister. Order. Order. I'm going to hear the Prime Minister. I suggest that all members need to hear the answer. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter. We have delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on national insurance. We are going to deliver to stop the militant trade unions disrupting our railways. The honourable gentleman has no idea, he has no plan, and he has no alternative.
See, this one, I think this one works, right? Because he does it proper. Like, I think it's predictable, right?
Lo primero que tenemos que entender es que el Estado no es la solución. El Estado es el problema. Ustedes, si se fijan acá, tienen la gran raviolada que es el
we need the subtitles.
Ministerio de Turismo y Deporte. ¡Afuera!
No, wait, let's just, whatever, I should go with this one.
Bueno, lo primero que tenemos que fijar que es el Estado. Esta es la foto del Estado que tenemos hoy. Si nos movemos hacia aquella pizarra, Ministerio de Turismo y Deporte, afuera. Ministerio de Cultura, afuera. Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, afuera. Ministerio de las Mujeres y Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera. Aunque te resistas. Vamos a seguir por acá. Ministerio de Ciencia y Tecnología e Innovación, algo bien del sector privado. Nada bueno salió del sector público, afuera. Ministerio de Trabajo, Empleo y Seguridad Social, afuera. Ministerio de Educación, adoctrinamiento, afuera.
He said the Ministry of Education, indoctrination.
Ministerio de Transporte, afuera.
Transport.
Ministerio de Salud, afuera. Ministerio de Desarrollo Social, afuera. ¿Cómo queda el Estado? Ministerio de Capital Humano, Ministerio de Infraestructura, Ministerio de Economía, Ministerio de Justicia, Ministerio de Seguridad, Ministerio de Defensa, Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores y Ministerio del Interior. Se acabó el curro de la política.
Where's your Ministry of Falklands, dick? Where's your Ministry of the Falklands? It's afuera. That's where it is. Still at the bottom of the Atlantic. Yeah. Fucking right. Ministerio de las Malvinas. Afuera. Good. Thank God. Get out. Leave them alone. Leave the Falklanders alone. Okay. What the fuck's happening in America? What's happening in America now? Biden spoke today, did he? From the or there's a BBC thing from 10 hours ago. He had an interview last night. Oh no. Oh no, is this Keir Starmer in the fucking 90s? What's he doing? What's he doing? 1996, he assisted Greenpeace activists in a libel case against McDonald's. Damn. Ten years earlier, Steele and Morris, who are the activists, had distributed a pamphlet critical of the company on the streets of central London. When McDonald's brought libel proceedings against the pair, Steele and Morris were denied legal aid. The following footage shows part of Starmer's pro bono work on behalf of the McLibel 2 in the longest libel case in British history. Oh, why was it so long? Chevron doctrine overruled. Listen, I don't care about American cars, okay? Guzzlers, all of them.
The issues raised in this trial are complicated and important in two different senses.
Bro, look at him go.
Firstly, there's the actual details of the case itself, the allegations that are raised and whether they're true or not, or whether they're capable of being proved. But perhaps more fundamentally, freedom of speech. The imbalance in the libel laws between those that have money and those that don't creates a real risk that
Wait, Robert Smith. Is it? Why am I saying Robert Smith? Look, it's not like really young Robert Smith. Like before, when it was like fucking there's a little bit of Robert Smith going on here. Just a little bit Robert Smith if you were a lawyer, right? Lawyer Robert Smith. It's not far. Have they been seen in the same room? Hang on. Is it oh, okay, well, hang on. No one's gonna recognize this dude though. No one's gonna it's a bit closer, and this guy would probably play Keir Starmer in a film. Yeah.
Will be stifled purely.
Didn't Robert Smith have a weird sexual relationship with a young teenager? What, like every single musician of that time? Yeah, probably. Or not. I don't know. Maybe. This is yeah, young Colin Firth. Okay, yeah, that's close. Yeah, yeah. Look up young Keir Starmer. I'm fucking looking at young Keir Starmer at Garrett meeting. What are you talking about? Metting, sorry.
And simply because those without money cannot afford.
Wait, was Keir in a punk band? Wait, no fucking way. Oh. He totally was. Nah, it's... That's him, isn't it? And you guys don't see... You guys are fucking retarded, look. It's lit. It's... Fuck off. I was onto it, okay?
To stand up and try to prove what they say is
He had the broccoli cut. He clearly did, yeah.
true. Firstly, it puts some emphasis on the need for McDonald's to... That was bound to happen at some stage, wasn't it? Hello? The inside view on the trial in the legal profession is that this case shows the absurdity of the libel laws. What I could say is I think this case would have cost over £1 million in fees, and an ordinary case would be at least 50,000. If you have the money, you can hire a good legal team, and you can...
I have autism face blindness too. No, you guys don't get the humor. Okay, I used to have this friend. I mean, we're still, yeah. I used to have this friend, the guy I used to play music with. We're still friends, actually. I don't know why I say used to. And I don't know, like, he used to do this thing where he would like shoehorn in comparisons, like in a really obviously like inaccurate way. I always just thought it was really funny. Like, never seen in the same room. Like, like when I showed you this picture of me and Destiny in Israel, I don't think anyone showed you guys this one, but like I remember this one, you know, when we're just kind of palling around with all our mates. It's good times. We were young, we were free. Our political opponents were molding. Anyway.
Can hope for victory. If you have no money, you can't hire a legal team, and you run huge risks. It's actually a really important point, and I want to make... can I say that the absurdity is that it's assumed their reputation is lowered when there's been nothing to suggest that they've lost the sale of even one hamburger. The argument that local authorities don't need to protect their reputation and that the free speech of the public is far more important, applies equally to multinationals. So there. I mean, what's tended to happen is everybody said, oh, yes, yes, I'll help. And then, of course, when it comes to the day when they need it, then they're never there.
So what have you gained personally from...
How the hell am I supposed to say to that? I mean, my prediction is McDonald's will win probably about 3/4, but there will be some significant points on which Dave and Helen win. And that can be turned into a real victory for Dave and Helen on the basis that, McDonald's ought to have won everything.
Well, with a quarter of the wins, that can be turned into a victory. Is that like first past the post that just got you into the fucking prime ministership? With the biggest majority since Blair, huh? Well, the biggest majority since 1832, actually. Biggest number of seats since Blair. Yeah. Right.
The only winning he's found so far is the nutrition one, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's given all kinds of indications.
Is there just one photocopy of Thorgarson?
Yeah, shall I run it through the machine now?
Photocopy or something.
I thought that applied to companies as well.
What?
That they don't have to show.
It does. We're saying it should be different. And now
he's
that
mogging her.
loss is indistinguishable.
Yeah.
We want to get the US stuff in, doesn't really matter how we do it, yeah?
Yeah, but what is the point?
Bollocks we put down. But basically, don't put that.
Keir has assisted them throughout voluntarily.
So here you are, I'm a barrister.
Yes, I'm a barrister. Dave and Helen did not win one or two minor battles. They won 2 of those issues outright, and they won half of 2 other issues. In 5 years' time, we will be having another press conference with you in which we will have won on all issues, and there will be no question of damages or of bankruptcy.
Can you take us round the block for about 10 minutes so she can film me in the back of the cab? I've been doing a number of interesting things since David and Helen's case was in the courts over here. Lots of them involving human rights and protest, but most specifically really doing death row work in the Caribbean and trying to work towards the abolition of the death penalty there. David and Helen's case has always been very important to me. From when I first met them and
give me some B-roll,
working with them through the difficult days of the trial. It's extremely important.
Apparently there's a Destiny Jenk debate in 12 minutes. Will we watch that on stream? Will we watch it live? Will we do it live? Wait, 5 EST, that's 7 minutes, right? It's like soon. Okay.
That it's gone all the way to the European Court of Human Rights.
I have a speech to Teddy.
Yeah. The campaign in question was
they're debating Biden, yeah. Which is good because I don't actually know that much about the recent Biden stuff apart from that fucking debate. But I don't really know what. I've got lots of blind spots in American politics, obviously, because I'm not American. Fuck you. Not as many as an American has for any other part of the world, but close enough. So yeah, we should definitely get informed on it. And there's no better way to get informed than by watching a good old-fashioned panel featuring the political experts of the age, the alternative media.
Unattractive features of the fast food industry.
What the fuck is this? Oh no. Hassan's talking about Keir. Let's go.
We'll talk about the Tories today and their gigantic, ginormous, whopping L that they received. But beyond that, it's not exactly a sign of good things to come. And I will tell you exactly why. Reform didn't do well as predicted. Shame that where I live voted for them. Wait, what do you mean didn't do as well as predicted? No, they still got millions of votes, okay? It's like the British Nazi Party getting millions of votes. And here's why it's damaging. Because immediately people start...
Okay. When he's saying not as well as expected, it's because they expected 13 seats and they got 4. And Farage said, wait, hang on. UK election, vote share 24. What's the total number of votes? How many votes did Reform get? Because Farage said they would get 6 million. They got 4. It's going to be a while before they have any kind of like sizable impact in terms of seats. I mean, I say that, but if you look at Labour in 2019 compared to Labour now, who knows? Who knows? UKIP's 2015 vote share. UK general election 2015 votes. UKIP in 2015 got 3.8 million votes. Huh. Yeah, the far right are like, they haven't even grown all that much then, have they? Because I think UKIP in this election got 12% of the vote. Yeah, 12.6. Yeah. All right. That's interesting. You know what? Thank God for first past the post, hey? Thank God for unrepresentative democracy, keeping these absolute fucking nutters at bay. This is the problem with the Weimar Republic, right? They were like, let's do a democracy. And we have no idea how that democracy is going to go. It's going to be full of people who don't even believe in democracy. The civil service, the fucking judiciary and all that. Like guys who basically sympathize with Hitler and allowed him to have an opening statement that was 4 hours long after the beer hall putsch. That's a true story. You couldn't have a complete, like a proportional system just right away. Okay, you got to build up trust in institutions and things like that before you can start to make voting more representative. That's my opinion anyway. Like, yeah. But goddamn, it seems like the United Kingdom just needs a little bit longer. You know, we need a bit longer, bit more first past the post to keep these fucking retards in check. Labour got the same amount of votes in 2015. Yeah, turnout was lower. This is the lowest turnout since 2001, this election, which has a couple of reasons. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is that everyone knew who was going to win. Everyone. And if you know who's going to win, like, why would you vote? 2015, it was up for grabs, more or less. Second reason, I think, is Keir Starmer is boring as fuck. He's not inspiring at all. Like, and third reason, I think probably, I don't know how much the voter ID law would have to do with it. Probably not that much, but a bit. But also, in total, just because the one other issue with first past the post is leaders are not trying to address an entire nation. Like, not really. Like, their strategists aren't. Their strategists target key areas that they can win, which is because that's how the first past the post system works. It's about winning seats. And if you have a campaign that can win as many seats as your party is possibly capable of winning, you get the election. You're not trying to win the popular vote. You're not trying to increase turnout. You're trying to get seats. So they did that and they succeeded. But then the result of doing it, that approach is, yeah, turnout's just not going to be as high.
Start going. Reform isn't as extreme as other right-wing parties in Europe. People have this tendency to normalize extremist politics. And this unfortunately never happens for leftist politics. It only happens for further and further reactionary right-wing politics. Their actual performance in totality is insanely scary. Reform UK got 4 million. That is a red alarm bell. That we're talking like we're nearing re-education camp territory, like immediately. The British boomer class.
Bro. Okay. Oh, God. To be fair, I remember thinking this in 2015 when they won this many votes as well, but it's like, it's size. Politics is a bit more complicated than that. Okay.
Class is out of control, dude. They are so insanely reactionary. I think the pendulum is swinging to a way more reactionary nationalism in the UK. I give 2 years before people are calling him Herr Starmer. I think he's going to be a Macron-style figure that causes so much disdain towards Labour and bring about the Fourth Reich in the UK. That's my prediction. I hope I'm wrong. I really, really, really hope I'm wrong. You are staring down fascist mobilization in the UK like you've never seen. If he continues this, now maybe he doesn't. Maybe he was lying this entire time and he's secretly a committed Marxist-Leninist and he's going to do unimaginable good. Maybe that would be incredibly hopeful. I just don't think that he would do that, especially considering what the party looks like now.
Marxist, okay. The problem with this analysis is like, it must be so convenient because you don't have to learn anything about any party, or you don't have to learn anything. You can, because you start with this baseline story that because people like Hassan, Marxist-Leninists, like they believe that fascism comes because center-left parties or social democrats or liberals or whoever just spend the whole time trying to appease right-wingers because they prefer defending private property to communist revolutionaries on the other side. And they spend so much time appeasing the right wing that they eventually just allow fascism to take over, and that's it. And actually, at some points, like they'll say in Weimar Germany, they will be so intent on quelling communism and defending capitalism and appeasing the right that they'll be the ones who like murder communists and shit like that to keep them out. They'll use the example of like the Spartacist revolt and shit. Like what they won't tell you is that immediately after the Spartacist revolt, which first of all, the Spartacist revolt was a group of people who had absolutely no substantial portion of the public on their side, who decided to, in the middle of a negotiation that was happening with alongside a general strike, in the middle of negotiations with the Social Democrat government, decided that they were going to hand out fucking leaflets and mobilize to try and overthrow this newly established democracy post World War I. They didn't have any level of substantial support from the military or from the police, nor did they really have that much like popular support. They had support from some unions, and they decided that they were in the position to try and overthrow the government. The Social Democrats, trying to keep this democracy together, decided very foolishly, very cruelly actually, their interior minister, a guy called Gustav Noske, decided to mobilize the Freikorps because they didn't want to utilize the military. Right after post-World War I, the idea of using the military on your own civilians to quell unrest or to quell a revolution was seen as like optically damaging. It was seen as weakening maybe like their popularity with the military, of actually like using them after they've just lost the fucking war. So they use a group of paramilitaries who are very insanely right-wing called the Freikorps, who Hitler was an admirer of at that time, to crush the revolution. The Freikorps, being who they were, ended up taking the the communist leaders, Rosa Luxemburg and Liebknecht, and murdering them. They shot them and dumped them in a fucking river. Despite the fact Rosa Luxemburg had initially voted against the revolution. She wanted to stand in elections. The attempted revolution came like a month before before elections. So what they don't tell you is not only the inevitable fucking failure and insane decision making of that Communist Party to try and do that at that time with that little support. Come on, like what were you expecting? Were you expecting the Social Democrats to just be like, okay, you got us. We're a Soviet satellite now. We're a Soviet Germany. Let's hope the military is okay with that. The German military of 1919. No, it was doomed to fail one way or the other. And after that, the Social Democrats disbanded the Freikorps units, quite a few of them, so that they were left to just being like another group of fucking basically operating on their own. And then after that, the Social Democrats actually ended up fighting against the Freikorps because the Freikorps attempted 2 coups as well, one of which was squashed by the unions who were in large part affiliated with the Social Democrats. Through the Kapputsch, which was squashed by a lack of a lack of compliance from the civil service and from the average workers, but also from the unions, because the Social Democrats kept them at bay as well. So the Social Democrats were fighting authoritarianism on both ends. They were fighting it from the Communist Party and they were fighting it from the Freikorps as well. And also, they were also the ones who, again, people like Marxist-Leninists won't tell you this, is for the rest of Weimar Germany, the ones who fought harder, and this is not like an opinion, this is just a fact, the ones who put more effort in than any other group to preserve Weimar democracy were Social Democrats. Sometimes actually at their peril, because they used Article 48. They misused Article 48 quite a lot of times at the beginning to quell uprisings and to quell more authoritarian groups, but then the problem was that set the precedent for right-wingers using it later on. But all in all, them, the Reichsbanner, their militant wing, and the unions, they actually fought harder than just about anyone else to keep the Weimar Republic together. One group that didn't want to keep the Weimar Republic together, to keep that democratic system together was the communists. The communists, as a first principle, almost wanted to get rid of Weimar democracy. They hated Weimar democracy so much that they actually saw, for almost the entire time, the Social Democrats as the bigger enemies than the Nazis. They said that. They said the Social Democrats were social fascists and that they were the biggest enemy. They were a bigger enemy than the Nazis. So much so that a few German exile communists, after the Nazis took over, were murdered by Stalin for saying that the Nazi takeover was a defeat to the working class. Because the party line was that when the Nazis took over, the party line was that this is good because the Social Democrats are gone and it's going to be us next. They thought that Nazi takeover was just a temporary bourgeois glitch, and what was going to come next was going to be the German October after the Enabling Act. That was their party line that they upheld for years. So it's all very simplified. Yeah, like this idea that liberal democracy turns into fascism, because what? Like, take all the liberal democracies in the world, like of the last even 50 years. How many of them became fascist? How many of them turned into a Fourth Reich? And then they'll start to stretch the definition and use examples of all of it, right? Like, oh, America's turning into the Fourth Reich, and it's all because of liberalism. Or like fucking UK, just wait and see. France, again, these countries have not turned into the Fourth Reich, though. They're in trouble. They have massive fucking challenges, but they actually, for the most part of the last 100 fucking years, is they haven't become fascist states. So anyway, whatever. Debate.
Is going to dominate the news
Oh, it's
cycle from
Brianna.
here on out. And every second we're talking about that, we're not talking about the existential threat that Donald Trump is to democracy. So,
Ooh, true.
I feel like our odds are slightly better if we change candidates, but my mind could be changed.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here. Cenk Uygur, please, what do you got?
Yeah, this is the easiest decision of all time. He's at 36% approval. When he won last time in 2020, remember, he barely won the Electoral College by about 44,000 votes in 3 swing states, which is just a microscopic lead. And at that point, he had a 52% approval rating. Now he's at 36. I did the math on it. That's a 16-point difference. So the folks who look at the interview from last night and go, well, he survived. He answered the questions. That's not within a million miles of good enough. He has to make up a 16-point deficit in that regard. And guys, if you follow politics, you know an incumbent under 50% is very likely to lose. Biden is under 40%. To my knowledge, no federal candidate in U.S. history,
Who's this guy in the middle?
Incumbent in an election year, has ever won when they're
I'm
in
guessing
the 30s.
Brianna and Destiny
So
are pro-Biden.
the opposition, I guess, that wants
And
Biden to
these
stay
two
in,
are again?
their
Okay.
main argument is,
Oh, Joe Walsh.
Biden
Okay.
is the most miraculous
Epstein.
politician
Shut up.
that anyone
Stop.
has ever seen. And he's going to rise from the ashes and not just stay stable, but make up 16 points in approval rating. It's just la-la land. It's total fantasy land. This is a... Look, we're having fun here to debate a thing that should not be debated, partly because mainstream media and the Democratic Party has created this mirage. And so we have to spend time tearing down this theater that's been constructed that is nothing but propaganda. It's been propaganda from day one. He's been disastrously behind. The debate only made it worse and made it more obvious. But if you want to run a race saying, oh, yeah, I think that guy who looks like a cadaver is going to make the greatest comeback in American political history, you're basically saying, I don't mind Trump winning at all. I'm totally good with it. I just don't want to offend the feelings of the powerful. And that's really not a sound argument, to say the least. I'll be polite.
Okay. Well, thanks for that, and I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Last but certainly not least, Destiny, what do you have?
I think that there are 2 competing outlooks that we should keep in mind, or not competing, but concurrent outlooks that we should keep in mind when we're thinking about who we want to be the Democratic nominee. For the first part, I think that it's important that we pick our strongest candidate. I hope, I'm not sure, but I hope that everybody here agrees with that we should put forth the strongest candidate who can mobilize the most votes for the Democratic Party. And right now, for reasons we'll get into, I think that, for better or for worse, is still Joe Biden. I also think it's important to keep in mind that when we criticize our party or when we criticize our candidates, I think that the only criticism that really matters are from people that support the party. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of voices, I believe Cenk is one of them, I'm not as sure about Joe Walsh, who are highly critical of Biden because of his debate performance, but before the debate performance, they were never going to vote for Biden anyway because of his position on Israel or Gaza or lack of, whatever, minimum wage or socialized healthcare or whatever other reason. So when you have people that are highly critical of these people, it's important to know that their mind, their best interest isn't for the party, it's for whatever particular candidate that they like, which is why when we have these conversations, it's very hard to get somebody to put forth another candidate that they think would be able to outperform Biden for a variety of reasons we'll get into.
Okay, I guess we'll start with that. For the people who say that Joe Biden should drop out of the race, who do you think should replace Joe Biden? Who do you have in mind? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should start with Destiny again because he apparently wants Trump to win. Because only a person so detached from reality would look at Biden and go, that's our strongest candidate. So I don't know where your allegiances lie. I mean, you just questioned our allegiances. So I desperately want Trump to lose. We all do. He's a maniac, total, utter maniac. But by the way, the clowns you support lost to him in 2016 and are getting humiliated by him in 2024. So where's your allegiance? It seems to me that look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it almost feels like a false flag operation to say anyone who wants the strongest candidate for the Democratic Party is with Trump. Wink, wink. We should have the weakest possible candidate against Trump. Boy, I really want Trump to lose. Wink, wink.
Do you think they should replace Biden?
Of course you should have the strongest candidate. How is this a debate? And if you think Joe Biden's the strongest candidate,
the confusion here is that he's not the strongest candidate. He's not. Of course, there are candidates who would be better than Biden, obviously. But it's not about being the strongest candidate. It's about the circumstances. Right now, he's going to do better.
I mean, if you want to talk about the jokes that we put up in 2016,
who the fuck's going to replace him?
I would awkwardly remind you that Hillary Clinton was beating Trump polling initially, which is the thing that you're weighing in heavily now is how they're doing the polls. And secondly, she had phenomenal debate performance against Donald Trump, something that didn't help her whatsoever when it came time to defeating him in the election. So, and these seem to be two things that you're weighing very heavily in choosing Biden or not. But to go back on the thing about supporting Biden, well, was it not the case that prior to this debate, you didn't want to support Biden anyway? Like, would you have voted for Biden over Trump prior to the debate?
I would never vote for Trump in a million years.
I didn't ask if you would vote for Trump. I said, would you have voted for Biden? I asked, would you vote for Biden prior to this debate performance over Trump? Would you have voted for Biden?
So I think, Destiny, I've been super clear. I ran against Biden. I think Biden's a terrible candidate. And I knew that, and you gaslit your audience the whole way. Oh, yeah, he could win in the 30s. He could win.
I still didn't hear an answer to that.
Oh, my God, you have to bow your head and obey the officials in the Democratic Party. Who cares about beating Trump? Let's just obey.
I do want to make sure.
You want to talk about Hillary Clinton in the polls? Hillary Clinton did not have a 5-point lead. This is what I'm trying to get through your thick skull. The Democratic candidate has a 5-point lead nationally in order to win the Electoral College. So when Joe Biden's down by 6 in the New York Times poll, he's down by 11. He's got to make up 11 points in that. There's no way he can do that.
Okay, can I appeal to the moderator? Wait, I want to do a moderator appeal. Can you make him answer that question?
Yes, I can.
Make him answer the question.
I do want to hear from some other people.
But I just want an easy yes or no. Would you have voted for him? That should be an easy yes or no. It's a thing. Would you put
if it's between Biden and Trump, and those were my only two options. Of course, I was going to vote for Biden against Trump.
Thank you.
Of course.
Great.
Okay.
And
Joe,
let me jump in real quick, just speaking for myself. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a never Trumper. I would vote for Joe Biden if Joe Biden were 151 years old and couldn't get out of bed if he were running against Donald Trump. If Joe Biden stays the nominee, I'm going to run through a fucking wall to help get Joe Biden elected. Destiny, that's where I am, and that's where I've always been. All I'm interested in is, and this is a difficult spot, let's be real, because Democratic voters in a primary process selected him. I believe in that process. I'm appealing to Joe Biden because I think it's clear Joe Biden had only one issue he had to prove. He had one problem.
Is he too old for this job? And if he could prove he wasn't too old, I think Biden would beat Trump. He didn't prove that the other night. In fact, he failed. So my fear now is he can't beat Trump. And so I'm appealing to him to step down and hand it to Kamala Harris, and away we go.
Yeah, and Stephen,
ahead.
this is a question I want to ask you, because I really respect your opinion, and like maybe you have a better answer for this than one I've been able to come up with. You know, we're not just talking, we're almost talking about two questions here. It's like, who can beat Donald Trump? But the other question is like, someone actually has to be president. And something that's happened since the debate is we've seen a lot of clips of Biden back in 2020. He is markedly worse today than he was 4 years ago. You know, here are the situations we have. It's not just Israel. There's a very good chance China is going to attack Taiwan in the next year or two.
Uh-oh.
You have the Middle East that's still destabilizing. And, you know, Biden, to his credit, has talked about his work bringing together coalitions in the international community, which requires
In Soviet
a lot of
Russia, the
travel.
president declares
Can you genuinely say
It wouldn't be the
you're
president, wouldn't it? It'd be the
confident
leader of the
Biden
Central
will be
Committee or whatever the
able
fuck.
to do the job of president 4 years from now?
What was they
'Cause
called? The chairman of the Central
I can't,
Committee,
and
General
I look at
Secretary.
my Twitter and me questioning Trump's mental fitness for his
No,
entire
yeah, chairman of the
presidency.
Council of
I have
Ministers?
to
Is that what they were
apply
called?
Same standard
whatever.
to Biden, and I'm just honestly
Supreme
finding
leader.
it very lacking.
So if we were running 2024 Biden against 2020 Biden, I would vote for 2020
Sure.
Biden every time, but we're not. It's,
Sure.
it's Biden versus Trump, and then the question is who's the best candidate that we can put up versus Trump. For questions of what happened after the election, if Biden wins and for some reason he has so much cognitive decline that he can't run the country, I guess I would hope that he would step down or somebody would, do an amendment challenge to remove him from office, but that's not really the question before us right now.
I agree.
The interesting question
Calls out second thought for advocating for an act of freedom. Hey, Eric Person, I don't know if you've realized, but murdering Israeli civilians is not the same thing as freedom. You can tell because no one is any more free for what Hamas did than they were before October 7th. Actually, a lot more people are less free because they're dead.
Candidates this close to the election, and I think that people are a little bit too reliant on. They'll find a good poll and they'll be like, "Oh my God, we could run, Kamala Harris or Michelle Obama or whoever else." And it's like, man, there were polls that had Hillary Clinton up like almost 15 points after the last debate that she did with Trump. And then, need I remind anybody that you have these shining star governors, Cuomo, DeSantis, who are like, oh, these are going to be like the new guard of the parties. And these people, Cuomo was destroyed almost immediately by scandals from his past. And DeSantis was destroyed as soon as he opened his mouth to talk to a potential voter. So the only thing that scares me is when people are so quick and keen to, put another candidate out there. It's like, man, this is an untested candidate in a national field for the most important election ever. And the only thing we're going to hear about for the next 3 months are anything this person's done wrong. That's just a really scary world for me to be in. Maybe even more scary than a bad Biden debate performance.
I agree.
Responses.
And by the way, just quickly, Brianna, I appreciate your point about Biden being able to actually govern if he were elected for another 4 years. But I agree with Destiny on this point. I don't give a damn about that. All I care about is who can beat Trump and keep Trump out of the White House. If Biden beat him and Biden stayed in the White House and he could only be president for a year, well, then, heck, he has a vice president who will become president. I don't care about that. I care only about keeping Trump out of the White House.
Okay, I want to pass it to Cenk. He has some things to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. 80% of the country thinks that Joe Biden is not mentally healthy enough to serve. You're going to run that guy? You know what that means? That means 8 out of 10 people in America think that his brain is not functioning well enough to be president. To think that that's our strongest candidate is just mental.
Can I
totally, utterly mental.
Sure,
it's an alternate reality. It's blue MAGA. It's blue MAGA on steroids. 8 out of 10 Americans think that his brain isn't working. And we're going to run that guy? Why don't you just say, I love Trump and I want Trump to win? Because that's what Trump's saying. That's what MAGA's saying. Go look at social media. They're like, please keep Biden in. I'm begging you, keep Biden in. So it's this idea of devil we know versus devil we don't know. But look at this conversation you guys are having. So, can Biden finish 4 years? And you guys are saying, who cares? But you're not going to win an election by saying, yeah, our guy probably can't even finish 4 years. But who cares? Vote for him anyway. That is not a winning strategy. That is an obviously disastrous strategy. I cannot believe that anyone's making that point. Guys, think about the convention. If Joe Biden's still the candidate by then, when they chant 4 more years, everybody's going to be embarrassed. The Biden team's going to be like, shh, you're reminding everybody that we have 4 more years with this guy. There's no chance in the world that America is going to put in a guy into the Oval Office when they don't think his brain is working.
Who's the alternative?
This debate's already over. Let's pack it up.
Who's the alternative then?
Easy.
Oh, that's easy. So
That's
Let me
easy.
explain. So yeah, it is. It's easy on 2 fronts. Number one, this whole fear mongering about, hey, what if the other guy is even worse than a guy whose brain doesn't function? You don't think there's a single person in the Democratic Party who has a brain that's functioning? Of course there is. Of course there is. Okay, so now the process. The process is just like it's always been until 1972. The delegates go and they vote in an open convention. What's the big deal? Oh my God! Hold on. It'll be a mess. Mess how? Oh my God! You'll have the whole country listening to a bunch of Democratic politicians defend Democratic policies and get billions of dollars in free media to Democratic politicians and Democratic policies. How is that bad? It's terrific.
So we should have another primary?
Last thing on that. So once you go through that process, the person who won the most number of delegates is likely to be your strongest candidate. That's the whole point of the convention process. So why don't we go with the strongest instead of the weakest?
So
These are relatively easy things to decide.
If I may interrogate that for a moment, Cenk, when you say that the convention should decide, do you not fear or worry that that will be seen as an undemocratic process where the DNC elites are just simply picking who they want, anointing them?
No. Go ahead, Cenk. That's the very definition of how these parties work. Remember, none of this happens if Joe Biden doesn't say, I'm not running. If Joe Biden says, I'm no longer running, then there's a process to pick a nominee.
But don't you worry, to Walsh real quick, Congressman. Back in '76, Reagan made a challenge on the convention floor, despite the person not running, right? So do you not worry that even if Biden says, I'm still going to run, that there won't be some challenges from contenders during the convention?
Oh, if Biden says he's going to run?
Yes, I'm going to.
Oh, no.
If you don't think
Biden
anyone
is in, no, I believe if Biden stays in, there will be zero challenge at the convention. And by the way, if Biden steps down, hopefully, I think, as Cenk said, there will be a raucous, divisive convention. But my God, we live in fucking unprecedented times. This is exciting. We're going through something. I mean, embrace this. It's different.
Okay, Cenk wanted to get in, and then I'll pass it to the rest.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys. First of all these things about back in '76, Reagan hurt the chances of the party, and Kennedy hurt the chances of the party when he ran against Carter, and all this nonsense, right? Okay, so wait a minute. Were they running against a guy that 8 out of 10 Americans thought that person's brain had stopped functioning? Of course not. It's like that Fleischman clown that's going around. I predict I have the 13 points. Yeah, but brother, the 14th point is the guy's mind working or not? 8 out of 10. It doesn't. And guys, it doesn't matter what we think on this panel. The jury's in. 8 out of 10 Americans say not mentally healthy enough. Good night, Irene.
I think it was like around 55% or something, or just under 60% before the debate. It's really up to 80. Oh God! Whoa!
Give Trump a challenge, and a way to do that is already.
Whitmer Sanders would get Obama numbers. Jamie, that's because you're a Novara viewer. I know what it's like. I know it's like to be in such an echo chamber that you think just running the farthest left candidates available is going to get you the fucking seismic results. I'm sorry, it's just not what happens. It's not what happens. It's not what happens. We have not won the argument on far left politics in America or in the UK. That's why Corbyn lost. That's why Sanders would almost definitely lose against fucking. Oh God. Whitmer is not far left. Bernie is far left by American standards. Okay? He is very far left by American standards. Some of his policies were more far left than fucking Corbyn's. Like,
I'm the only, I think, former Republican on the panel. I was a Republican congressman, a Republican candidate for president. I was a Republican for my whole life. My former political party has become a cult, right? Like they don't, there is never any public questioning of the fitness of their leader. I think what the Democratic Party is going through right now is healthy. And if they went through a really raucous convention, if Biden stepped down, that would be healthy. But I need to back up for just a second because, Destiny, I want to I want to understand and appreciate why at this point you still think Biden would be the strongest candidate.
Sorry, why do you guys keep on going to Whitmer? Was am I being gaslit, or did I see someone say Whitmer, or did I see Whitmer Sanders? Did I see? Am I going stop?
As to the next one is, I guess it's hard to say, but those are two things that are now completely tossed if you start running a new candidate. Another factor is that, you know, Jen keeps saying over and over again, like 8 out of 10. What? Yeah. Or real quick, Jen keeps.
Oh, someone's saying name one. I'm pretty sure Bernie Sanders wanted to. Didn't he not want to abolish private insurance? Or at least private insurance that offered any benefits that were covered by Medicare for all. You can get private insurance and private healthcare in the UK. I don't think Corbyn was ever trying to get rid of private insurance. So there's one. Fuck you.
So yeah, again, I'm not like allegiant to Biden, but the idea of just throwing a whole new candidate up and the idea like, oh no.
Also that like that quota, that like actual like number or percentage of businesses that he wanted to be that he thought should be fucking co-ops. I don't think Corbyn had like a set goal for how many corporations or how many companies should be co-ops, but Bernie did.
Not examining enough.
Anyway.
You know, Joe, you know this better than anyone here. You know, all those donations, they could go to Kamala Harris, but you know, even if Biden starts a super PAC, you know, it can't coordinate with campaigns. So, you know, Stephen, you know better than anyone, the individual can go out there, get the data, run your own canvassing operation, but I think it will obviously be diminished if it cannot coordinate, right? It can put out ads, it can do all that stuff. That's going to be difficult. Another thing that I think, respectfully, Cenk, you're discounting a little bit, is the media has not really dug in on any of these other candidates that we have and really vetted them. And every single one of them has some liabilities that we need to think about. You know, as far as Gavin Newsom, who's married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, I don't even want to imagine what stuff is going to come out with that. You know, Kamala Harris, the right-wing media has decided she's kind of this dim-witted aunt, you know, once they go into full attack mode on her, you know, is going to be a white supremacist running against a black woman. Right. Yeah, you look at Raphael Warnock, you know, there's some stuff there they can go after. And I'm not saying it's a bad idea necessarily. I'm saying as we're figuring out our calculus of who is the strongest candidate, it is just simply true that we know where the bottom is with Biden, and I'm less certain of where that is with these other candidates. And that money challenge is it's not a minor thing.
Oh, name one for Cenk.
What I need to see moving forward is I need to see Biden with his head less stuck in the sand, with a credible plan to turn around this huge deficit that he's got, because on the course we're on, he's not going to win. And if we keep this playbook that he was using last night, we are going to fail. And it's not just Biden that's going to fail. We're going to lose Senate Democrats. We're going to lose the House. And we're going to lose local races. But I also need to see, if we do replace him, I need to see a credible plan to bring up that fundraising, build new field offices. Like, whatever we do, we need to figure it out quick.
I actually think, and Cenk and I may disagree on this, I think Kamala Harris would have to be the nominee. And by the way, Brianna, Kamala Harris would get all of that money. Let's remember something. It's not the Joe Biden reelection campaign.
That's
this
right.
This is the Biden-Harris reelection campaign.
Sure.
If the president of the United States says, I can't do it, I won't do it, Biden picked her 4 years ago. Biden was going to be the bridge. Biden has to embrace her and endorse her. And in a weird way, maybe I'm shooting my own argument here, Destiny, I really don't believe it. It almost doesn't matter who the Democratic nominee is. I believe there are more people in this country who oppose Trump than support him. So in a way, I think if you put Kamala Harris up there, I think this coalition of Tea Party never Trumpers like me all the way to progressives, I think we're going to get enthused and we're all going to get behind who that candidate is.
As a quick thing on that, I actually think I agree with you. Like famously people refer to polling where if you have a generic Democrat versus Trump, he outpolls everybody until you start putting names in. If you could find me somewhere in the country, a Democrat who steps out of a clone machine, who is 50 years old with absolutely no history on planet Earth, and then he runs and there's nothing to dig into, then I'd say, you know what, maybe we run that guy. But it's just, even if there are like minor scandals or minor issues, I could just see people fixating so heavily because we only have a few months to the election on whatever thing comes up, and that becomes the new talking point. So in my mind, Biden is essentially that generic guy to some extent. He just has to not be buried by the cognitive decline. But other than that, like his incumbency, his record, like these things are so strong, and the fact that he's already beaten Trump in an election one time before are strong things to lean on, in different saying.
Right, but that's why, and then I'll give it to Cenk. That's why Cenk's point is so important. Biden's problem now is he's unfit. So many Americans now believe because of his age, he's unfit. This campaign has to be Trump's unfitness. Biden almost now has negated that, and I don't see how he gets it back. That's not just he's got one skeleton in his closet or he's bad on an issue. This is like humongous, and I don't know how he gets over it.
I'm going to give it to Cenk real quick, but after I do, I have a question both for Destiny and for the other side here. So, Cenk, if you have some responses to what's been said, I'm going to give you the floor, but then I want to be able to ask my question, maybe move this along a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a lot of responses. So first of all, I want to double down on what Brianna said on the dangers here. At this point, it would be a landslide win for Donald Trump. He's into the non-swing states. The poll that the Democrats accidentally leaked shows Biden losing 3 non-swing states and in the danger of losing 6 non-swing states. So down ballot will be disastrous. That's why Congress is panicking as we speak now. So if things go as they are, the Democrats will hand Trump Congress easily, all of Congress, and a mandate. There is no scenario that is worse than that. So right now, we're at a 0. We can only go up. So I need people to stop believing in the hypnosis that Joe Biden has any chance of winning. Because that if you think that he has a 45% chance of winning, oh my God, I'm a little worried he's off by 5%, you're going to make the wrong decision. He has a near 0% chance of winning. So Destiny, you say, hey, 80% of the country, you acknowledge that he thinks they are worried about his mental health, but you say it's not showing up in the polls. But brother, it is. Because as you guys are showing here, now I think at least 2 people, maybe 4, up to 4 or 5 people on this call have said that, hey, if Biden is like brain dead, you'd still rather vote for him. Well, that speaks for at least a third of the country. So where the election is being held is with independents that are in the middle. And Biden has now lost way too many of them. He's not going to lose blue MAGA. Trump's not going to lose red MAGA. But there's a big number in the middle, and now they have swung massively towards Trump in a way that is unrecoverable. That is why, in effect, he's down by 11 in the New York Times poll, and his favorability is so disastrous. Again, it's literally never been done before by an incumbent to come back from this far behind. So when you talk about vetting the candidates, look, I'm not Pollyannish. Will there be things that come up? Of course, but that's very, very normal politics. So I don't, for example, Kamala Harris, I don't think she's a good candidate at all. I think the idea of anointing her is preposterous. So you're right, Joe. I don't agree with that at all. But on the other hand, if she wins in an open convention, and she would be the favorite to win an open convention since she's part of the Biden-Harris team, she earned it, and it makes her stronger. It makes her more credible. So we should go through the process that exists.
I like Cenk's background.
The same mistake the Democratic Party does every
You'd
single
vote
time.
Biden, but not
we
Keith.
are anointing a leader because we are geniuses.
I didn't vote Keith because I live in an SNP area.
You keep saying anointing a leader.
And I prefer the
You're not
SNP
even
to
one
Labour.
primary.
If I was
Joe
in
Biden
England,
won
I'd be
the primary.
voting
What is the
here,
anointing
yeah.
we're talking about?
Unless it's a safe seat, in which case I'd go Live Dem or Green.
2016.
Our voting system is very different. It's very different. We're very much a tactical voting system in the UK.
Hey, I'm not having an election. Instead they do things like, oh, let's plan the smallest number of debates. Morons. You gave up hundreds of millions of dollars in free media coverage. The Republicans swooped in and had a ton of debates, got all that free media coverage and used it to win. And they put the debates up against football games late at night, etc. So that's a small part of it. Another part of it is that they laundered money, and this is a proven fact, through the state parties. The giant rich donors basically cheated and got the money to go to the DNC and then to the, not the DNC, but the Democratic state parties.
Did SNP get your seat? Yeah, we held on. We stayed faithful to them, even though they lost like 30 seats or 40. Yeah.
Pound gorilla in the room, which is mainstream media. Corporate media loves corporate Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I don't like none of this. Yeah, this is no. This is all. Just to be clear, this is all.
with you.
Okay,
Hold
this is
on.
I don't know if Wick's okay with it. I know Steven would be. Listen, I'll just make it like this. I'll just mute it, okay? Let's be nice. Better safe than sorry, eh? Okay.
Because they give, we just
How
put
many
him on the
M-words?
general, even though he gets destroyed in the primary. Somehow he's going to win the general election. And if you look at these hypothetical polls where they put up a candidate who has not even been nationally tested against the current guy who's on the other ballot, he would have won a ton. But that's just not true. If we're going to talk about an anointing process and we're going to say that Hillary Clinton was the one who was chosen, why did Obama beat her? Unless Obama magically became the anointed candidate in 2008. But in that case, why couldn't Bernie Sanders have become the anointed candidate when voters started to prefer him? It's because progressives and populists are not popular on the Democratic side. Thank God. Okay, they are not popular on the Democratic side. And also the idea of somebody talking, about like, oh, these candidates are, the Democratic Party is stealing the election because they're not willing to primary their own candidate. I'm sorry, where were the Republicans' primaries against Donald Trump when he was running for re-election? You just don't primary your candidate. There's nothing undemocratic about that. And deciding when you want to hold debates and not, taking seriously every single, 1 percentage point polling candidate seriously and hosting debates and wasting money and wasting airtime and coverage and all this stuff is just not feasible. Like, the parties want to win. They should want to win. We want them to win if you support the party, or at least what the party stands for. So all of that makes sense. None of that is undemocratic. Nothing was undemocratic about Bernie or any populist losing the elections. These are the results that our system, for better or for worse, have given us in as democratic a manner as they can reasonably do.
response.
Just to be clear, nobody's pulling a MAGA and saying they cheated on the votes. Nobody cheated on the votes, okay? But not acknowledging the fact that mainstream media, in other words, corporate media, absolutely loves Hillary Clinton. They loved Joe Biden until a week ago. They loved Barack Obama, and they despise every progressive. Why? Because we're against corporate power.
It's because they're not popular. Wow, mainstream media likes popular candidates? That's unbelievable.
No. Mainstream media loves corporate politicians like you do. You think that corporate donations are awesome and we should live under corporate rule. Yay!
Why are they mainstream media then? If Bernie is actually as popular as people like Cenk say he is, the mainstream media are bad to him, why are they still mainstream media? Why wouldn't people be looking for more alternative medias that are nice to Sanders? And why wouldn't they become the mainstream media if it's supposed to be reflective of the general American opinion? Is it because mainstream media fucking just like brainwashes regular people? I know that's like one of the theories, right? They just tell you what to think. But then that would mean that people don't actually like Bernie. that goes against the idea that they're a really popular leader. Oh, God.
Look at your arguments. You said, so we acknowledge 2016 Republicans had a chaotic, total mess of a primary, and they won. And you said, oh, but look, they didn't primary Donald Trump in 2020. You're right. And they lost.
Well, they didn't have a chaotic mess of a primary. Wait, how did they have a chaotic mess of a primary in 2016?
Down the primary.
They didn't have a chaotic. They did not have a chaotic primary. They followed the process. They did it. There was a lot of crazy shit said.
You thought the Republican primaries were just normal?
Yeah,
like,
they were. Yeah, they had debates. They say crazy shit.
Welcome. Party?
A primary is supposed to be divisive. Excuse me. Do you remember Obama versus Hillary? You don't think that primary was one of the most divisive of all time? What are you talking about? Yes.
And we won. Destiny, you're making my point for me.
I don't know if you know what your point is.
Hold on. Every time we have a mess of a primary that's contested and that's relatively fair, that side wins. Literally every time.
Okay, I want to rein this in a little bit, bring this back to the topic at hand.
Can I jump in, Wick?
I think
I'm back. Go ahead, Brianna.
This brings me to a really good point that I want to talk about with this, which is I think it's a risk that all of us are kind of underestimating, right? Which is this is going to be so divisive for the party if we do this, no matter which way it goes. You've got, so if it goes to an open convention and Harris doesn't win, you're going to have the people that are really mega supporters of her in the Black community, which is the backbone of the Democratic Party. They are going to feel slighted. There are people out there, and Cenk and Joe, I'm sure you've got them in your mentions. I'm sure they're texting you. I'm sure you've got friends calling you too, going, I thought you were smarter than this. Why are you betraying Biden? Like, there are people that are going to be end of the world with Biden, and it is going to open up some serious rifts. So something I'm genuinely struggling with is this is not a time that we need another inter-party fight. We need to pick a direction and get 100% behind that. So can you at least, Cenk, can you acknowledge that that's a risk of opening up this huge risk?
No. Cenk, I'll set you up. Brianna, I love you.
This guy's funny.
It's an opportunity. Look, we are living in a populist moment. We've been in a populist moment now for 8 or 9 years. Voters across the board are pissed off. Biden steps down, there's a fight, and you have a divisive convention. That's perfect for this moment. Voters want shit like this now. They don't want the status quo. Democrats have given, I agree with Cenk on this, Democrats have given voters the status quo. It worked in 20 because Trump was such a fucking madman. But you're not going to beat Trump this year with status quo. And if Biden stays in and tries to limp to the finish, that's status quo.
So, yeah, if I may just interject with a question for both you, Joe, and you, Cenk, right? How come the polls, at least, aren't reflecting this narrative that you're spinning? So Bloomberg reported on a poll that was released just today where 60% of Democratic voters want Joe Biden to remain the candidate. He also shows trending in most swing states are trending back.
You know what?
Biden.
Fuck it.
So
we do
where's
need a
the
really
disconnect?
chaotic Democrat
we are not
primary
seeing
where
the narrative that you're spinning.
all the fucking where
in the
we get an
data that
absolute
I'm
what
looking
we
at.
said like Trump like a nutter like an absolute crazy fuck. Well, that's what we need. We need a left wing crazy fuck to bulldoze the primaries and to cause all that fucking division and people calling each other cops and white supremacists and child killers or whatever the fuck else these guys call each other. And then Trump
Well, no, he's up in Michigan.
can take all that
he's up in
toxicity
Wisconsin
and
as well.
weaponize it. Trump of all people trying to weaponize toxicity on the debate stage. I want to see it. I want to see Trump against Sanders on the debate stage and Trump being like, we all know about your toxicity, Bernie Sanders. We all know about the Bernie bros. And I tell you, I've seen the Bernie bros.
Look, number one, I reject your framing completely.
Terrible misogyny, the worst you've ever seen.
Clobbered in the polls.
And you could take it from me. I know plenty of misogynists. Some of them good people.
That he's somehow back up. So
not the Bernie bros, though.
Second of all, there is one thing that's going right for Joe Biden, and maybe that's why this Bloomberg poll, it could just be an outlier because it doesn't really match the other polls.
There's not been a lot of polls that have come out since the debate. We are working on very little information.
Okay, so the only thing going positive for
why not Whitmer? Guarantee you, if they primary Whitmer against a farther left candidate in the Democrats, Whitmer is going to get so much fucking misogyny for not being left wing enough. It's going to be so funny. Oh God, bring it.
Politicians, but in this case, I'll take it if it's Biden versus Trump. The second reason is people might start to get annoyed. Like they keep calling him old. I'm old. I don't like it, right? And so that might be going in this direction. And Biden is the status quo candidate, and older voters generally like the status quo. Now, having said all this, it's not anywhere near enough. It's not within a country mile of enough. And I also want to address the unity point. Unity is supposed to be, if you're unified, then it'll help us win. If it doesn't help us win, if it hurts us, if it keeps us from winning, what's the point of unity? And the reality is, as we've just discussed here, and everyone has agreed, every time that a party has not been unified and had a divisive primary fight in the last 20 years, that party has won. So this idea that unity is this magical, lofty goal and is wrong. And secondly, it's usually done by people who go, this is your candidate, shut up and unify. Okay, what if I said the same? What if I said back in 2016, okay, Bernie Sanders is the candidate. Now you all have to unify.
Do you not consider
what
that
the rest of the party would have said? And did they? Hold on. You know what they said? No way, we're not unifying. No way, it's Bernie. Okay, well then you don't believe in unity.
Well, because Bernie was never leading in the polls. Bernie never had a majority support in the party.
The minute someone has majority, the minute anyone has a lead in the polls, that's it. Everybody's got to pack it up. Jamal Bowman had a huge lead in the polls before the race started.
Who said that? I don't think anybody said that here. You remarked that we didn't unify behind Bernie Sanders.
You're against unity. I can't believe
nobody unified.
Betrayer of Democrats.
Nobody unified behind Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders never even had remotely close to majority support in the Democratic Party. That's why. I'm not saying that you have to drop it. There was a whole primary process. Primary process turned out candidates against him both times.
Okay.
I actually, to your question on polling, I disagree with my friend Cenk. I think Biden was down slightly going into the debate. I think most of the polling is showing that he's down a little bit more, but I don't think Biden can't win. And this poll that came out, the Bloomberg poll today that came out, was positive for Biden. If a few more polls come out in the next week that are relatively positive for Biden, that strengthens his case. I think a decision has to be made within a couple weeks, and I think the polling on this is going to be key.
Well, then let me ask you directly, Joe, sir. At what point do you change your mind? What do you need to see? What evidence needs to come out to show you that Biden would change your mind on this and say, okay, I was wrong. Biden is now I'm riding with Biden once again. I'm getting back in that car and we're going for broke.
It's a great question. I just want to provide a little nuance. My mind changing. Like I'm all in with Biden. I'm all in with whoever the nominee is. I want to be clear with that. So if I see polling in the next week that says, oh my God, okay, this thing is still really tight. If I can see that, then that will give me a hell of a lot more confidence in Biden. But to what Brianna said a few minutes ago, I need to see Biden out there unscripted, doing his thing, man. we need to see that in addition to some pretty good polling. Then I'll feel really good about him.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Can I just follow up on that real quick?
Well, I want to let Brianna respond real quick, and then we're going to pass it to you, and then I have a question for Destiny. Go ahead.
Sorry, Cenk. Well, actually, I wanted to ask Stephen a question. So, look, this is, I think Joe brings up a really good point. From here, from everything I've seen, for us to get back to normal, for us to have a shot of winning the Electoral College, Biden has to change things enough to get, I think, 13 points more up in the polls. Now, some of that is in, swing states like Michigan. What is the actual plan, or what pathway do you see to Biden kind of changing this narrative? Because, like, what I saw in that interview last night was frankly just a very stubborn old man who thinks everything is fine. And we've seen this playbook before with, Dianne Feinstein, and we saw it with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, people that were just kind of a little tuned out to reality. So what is the concrete, what do you think happens with Biden for him to have a shift to get confidence from the American public and turn this around? I really need an answer to that.
I don't think that populism is popular right now with the Democratic Party, but I think that populist messaging is important. Whoever does the debate coaching for Biden or speech coaching, the idea that he needs to be on stage rattling off 50 million figures like he's a nervous, like high school debate speed person or whatever, that absolutely never needs to happen. Biden needs to find a few good quotes, a few good slogans, and just hammer them over and over and over again. I think that gives him the best presence on stage.
That's not,
rather than,
that's not even populism.
If you're asked about the economy,
populists
okay,
do.
how do you think the economy did under your
Branding.
country? Like, instead of 45% of Americans had this and 72%, it should just, literally be, my economy did better than Trump, who cheated on his wife with a porn star. Or my economy, it's doing better than the guy who's got 34 felons, right? Like, it should just be hammering stuff like that over and over and over again because it's quippy, it works, people like it. Nobody cares about the numbers on either side at this point. There's no reason to have this huge fact-based material analysis of everything going on. Nobody cares. Like, most people's even people's understandings of how the economy is doing sometimes goes back to just the news that they consume and the media that they're watching. And to try to play by this different rule set where Biden is supposed to quote 52 different figures while Donald Trump thinks that invisible planes are actually invisible, and there's literally no standard for his speaking or his mental capacity is insane, in my opinion. That's what at least for messaging, that's what Biden should focus on.
I agree with you on that. I 100% agree with you. And he was strongest. I don't know if you remember John McCain's funeral. I teared up then. I wasn't even a John McCain fan that much, right? Like, he's always been at his strongest when he's talking emotionally. But the core problem that I saw last night was he doesn't seem to think there's a problem. He's trapped in this thing, and I think Cenk has really put his finger on it, where, he's in power. He seems to think the press is against him, and he's the enemy, and is the enemy. He, took the midterms, took credit for the midterms. I don't think the Democratic Party won the midterms. I thought it was women who are really, really pissed off about choice that got out there and rage voted and rage donated.
Sure, but also as a really quick thing, you keep saying that he doesn't think there's a problem. He clearly does. If you've watched his speeches, he makes jokes of he's joking about his age quite a bit. No, I'm not 40 years old, or I'm not what he's. Yeah, obviously he knows it's a problem, but he's not going to go out and say it. It's like saying it's like asking people that were still running for president before they dropped out, do you think you can win? Even if you're polling at 1%, you say well, yeah, of course I think I can win. You're not going to say, oh, my chances are pretty bad. Biden's not going to come out and say yeah, I think a lot of Americans have an issue because a lot of people do seem to think that I'm in huge cognitive decline. No, I wouldn't expect him to say that. He's been joking about it. He's clearly aware of it. Everyone around him is saying it. Yeah.
Okay. I believe Cenk wanted some points. And then I have a question specifically for both Destiny, and then I'll question for you. So, Cenk, you have some responses.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, actually, there is one candidate who did do that, Destiny. It was me. I was at 2% in the Quinnipiac poll, which, by the way, not a lot of governors or senators got to. But and I was like, yeah, of course, this is not a recipe for likely success. And I explained to people why I was running, what the reasons was. But the most important part of that is that I was in the objective reality world, right? I could understand the current situation, and I had different goals that I was going for. So now translate that over to Biden. In that interview, he did not look like he understood how far down he was at all. he seemed to indicate a couple of times, even though he quoted polls wrong from the New York Times, etc., but he said over and over again, those polls are wrong, those polls are wrong, and he seemed to indicate that he thought he was tied. He's not anywhere near tied. He's not within planets of tied.
Why do you keep saying that? 538
No,
has him at
Jake,
49.51. That's not true.
Jake,
Wait, how
not
far
true.
down do you think he is?
We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet, Cenk.
Oh,
Okay,
Cenk's
guys,
he's getting betrayed.
Come on, brother.
Shit.
The overall numbers.
Don't talk about the
Then
polls like
there's the
that.
underlying
Respect the
numbers.
polls.
In the overall numbers, he ranges from 2 to 6 down, and he's got to win by 5. So he's 7 to 11 down.
Oh,
just
that's
the
why.
reality,
Okay.
even in the best case scenario. Then there's the underlying numbers. You lost younger voters. You lost Latinos. Your approval rating's at 36%. 80% of the country doesn't think your brain is working. In this circumstance, it is not a normal,
Where's the
he's
entire
down
fucking
2, he's
country?
up 2. Golly gee, anything can happen. No, he has almost no chance of winning. And saying that a Democratic governor who is successful in Kentucky, Michigan, or Pennsylvania has a lower chance than him is just totally unjustifiable.
I think. Let me
number of points by just picking one of those guys.
I'll find some common ground here with all of us.
538 has him at 40.
I think my friend Cenk
40 to 42
overplays
you're
how
rounding.
down Biden is right now.
Fucking
And I
Kennedy,
agree with
bro.
Destiny and Brianna. I don't think he's as down as Cenk says, but I think Destiny underplays Biden's problem.
Who the fuck
and Cenk is
are the
right.
10% of Americans who want to vote for
This
RFK?
is unusual, guys.
What
We
an
haven't
absolute
been here.
fucking dead weight
Almost 80% of Americans
on American
do
society.
not
That's
believe
millions of
Joe
people,
Biden
no?
is fit because he's
All right.
too old. This is a real problem. It's not just like he's bad on an issue or
disgusting.
he did bad pulling us out of Afghanistan or whatever. This goes to fitness for the job in an election where Trump's fitness has to
The
be
Joe Rogan
the
audience,
only issue.
sure.
I gotta say the second half of what I was going to say. It's related to what Joe said.
Quickly,
So
and
number
then,
one,
we gotta
he
get
should have been out there after the debate. If he was healthy, if it was
Yeah.
me and they were questioning my cognitive health, I would have done a dozen interviews by now. I might have done 24 interviews by now. We're now 9 days later, right? I mean, this is crazy. And we just found out this morning that his team demanded that the radio stations that he did the interviews in ask him pre-scripted questions. Come on, if you can't handle a softball interview at a local radio station with someone who's friendly to you and you have to feed her the questions and demand that she ask them in a scripted fashion, that means you're not the guy. That means your own team thinks you cannot handle a very normal interview. That means your own team thinks you can't actually conduct this campaign in a vigorous way, and it's not even close. And even Joe Biden told the Democratic governors, hey, I'm done by 8 p.m. at night, and now I realize that. So
Third party vote drops by about 50% in the actual election. Are RFK voters going to go Trump or Biden, though? Probably Trump, no?
This is not
Or just not vote, just not turn out. Because they're too stoned watching Joe Rogan.
have a much, much, much higher chance than Joe Biden is just denying reality.
Can I make one more real
quick point, but then we got to go let Destiny respond.
that we'll all agree on.
Yeah.
3.5 years ago, for the first time in American history, a sitting president lost an election, refused to concede, refused to participate in the peaceful transfer of power, and then he tried to fucking overthrow an American election.
Yeah.
And that guy is winning right now. There's
did do
no
that.
fucking way that guy should ever be winning against a Democratic candidate. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, but that guy is not winning because people don't like Biden. That guy is winning because conservatives are fucking insane. I'm sorry. Conservatives are crazy. That is absolutely the case. Well, I won't use the delusional word, but like, yes, conservatives have lost their mind, okay? Also, when we're looking at like trying to win an election, we're trying to turn out voters, right? It's not like we're trying to pull voters away from Trump or that Trump is pulling voters away from Biden. We're trying to turn out our own base and maybe sway a couple of independents in the middle. In terms of me underplaying Biden's problems, I'm not saying that Biden doesn't have a problem. It's obviously a big problem. It is a severe problem. What I think is people are underplaying how difficult it might be to have another person step up and, just be a presidential nominee and to be able to kind of like float through that, just fine. Again, like you have these massively popular governors who everybody loved who were destroyed in months. I don't remember. I have to go back and check, but I think wasn't DeSantis on track to lose Florida in his primary process? And this is a guy who was popular in the whole in Republican Party, who was doing like legislative moves as governor. So he's popular like legislatively, the support of the whole country, the Republicans there, and he got eviscerated. It wasn't even close. He was like a laughing stock. So the idea that some Democrat can just waltz out, and then we also haven't spoken about this part much, although Representative Walsh, has brought it up. If we do have a nominee for both for political reasons and maybe financial reasons, it might have to be Kamala Harris. And that's a conversation that I don't know, how Cenk feels about that, that Kamala Harris would probably have to be the nominee. The idea that you're going to primary and toss not just your president, but your whole ticket, and you're going to turn your back on Kamala Harris, and then you're going to do a whole new thing. I don't even know if you could transfer the funds or how any of that would work. It would just be a whole shit show. And again, not to single out Cenk, but there are a lot of people who are hypercritical of Biden you guys are never going to vote for him anyway. Ever since the whole Israeli-Gaza stuff, it was like, oh, I can't vote for this guy. He's pro-genocide, and I would never support this dude, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you guys are never going to vote for this dude anyway. Whether you get a good or bad debate performance, it doesn't matter. And then we're talking about he's incompetent to serve. And then in the next breath, it's like, well, RFK, the guy who had literal brain worms, I would consider that guy. He makes a couple of strong arguments. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't take these arguments very seriously. I don't think they come from a place of good faith, and I don't think they come from a place of wanting Democrats to actually win the party. I think it comes from a place for a lot of people of just wanting to kind of slide in their
who said good things about RFK
more
here?
popular than he actually
Did Cenk say that? Or?
Against him.
Okay, respond, please.
I gotta address that. So this is the number one talking point that people who like establishment Democrats say, which is if you dare disagree with leadership, who by the way has been disastrously wrong, as Joe Walsh just pointed out, they lost to Trump in 2016. They're getting their asses handed to them by Trump, a verifiable moron who barely makes it into double digits in IQ. They're losing to him again. But whenever you question leadership, they go, oh, you're on the other side. I bet you like Trump. Okay, yeah, it's the oldest talking point in history. It's totally useless, especially in a situation like this where you're helping Trump more than anyone on the planet by insisting that Biden stay in the race when he has almost no chance of winning. So thank you for destroying what was a pernicious talking point throughout this entire last 10 years.
Okay, so a question for
I didn't even say any of that, but okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, I
no,
promise
every
you'll be able
time
to
you
get
question the leader, you go, oh, how dare you? I bet I question your allegiance. Who are you voting for? Oh, you guys didn't want him anyway. Oh, you don't want the Democrat anyway. Nonsense. Just because you kiss corporate Democratic ass doesn't make you a better Democrat.
Hold on. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with all of the media messaging, especially in alternative media, that's saying over and over again, I won't vote for Biden. If I were to go through the Young Turks, I were to watch you and Anna talk to each other, how many times have one of you said, I don't know if I could vote for Biden? I think you said, if you're a Muslim in America, you shouldn't vote for Biden. I can understand why you wouldn't vote for Biden. What, like Trump would do better with Israel and Gaza than Biden would? Like, come on, you guys have said this over and over and over again. The idea that you wouldn't support Biden because, I don't know if I could do it because of the genocide and blah, blah, blah. I don't think this debate has made a significant difference.
Your main point is, Destiny, your main point is that you've been on the side of Israeli genocide and a guy with no brain who's definitely going to lose to Trump. Wow, great compelling argument.
No, my point is I would always, if Bernie Sanders tomorrow somehow through an act of divine intervention became the nominee for the Democratic Party, I would have a fucking Bernie sticker on every single thing I own because I would support the Democratic nominee regardless. You guys have looked for a billion, almost no matter what. You guys have looked for a billion reasons, okay, to not support Biden, even knowing that it would be Biden against Trump. Whether that means considering third-party candidates who are insane, like RFK, or whether that just means constantly spending so much undue media time shitting on Biden. It's like, I don't know. I don't even know if I can support him at all, blah, blah, blah.
Kiss his ass. That'll make it better. Kiss his ass. That'll make
Who's saying kiss his ass? No one's done that here.
Okay.
Where the hell's the moderator?
Hold on.
Where the hell is the moderator?
Getting in here.
Entire time.
Give
did it help?
Control.
Did it help? All your ass kissing.
Yeah, this is
led to
content,
worse
baby. Okay.
numbers.
Okay.
Wait,
okay,
we watched
okay,
this.
Okay.
Hang on.
I gotta address what
We watched this on my stream, didn't we? This is one of my fucking videos was watching TYT do this, wasn't it?
I didn't say that.
You should be in the ass kissing business.
It was definitely Anna. I don't know if it was Cenk. Hang on.
Let me ask my question. It addresses that.
Did it help his poll numbers? No. And he's saying, oh, well, look, you can't criticize Joe Biden when he's in the middle of helping Israel kill 37,000 people in
Wasn't
Gaza.
it 47,000?
One of
60,000? 100,000?
One of the
Jesus Christ,
detriments
not the
to doing
number.
this in the
No.
group chat is I don't have a mute button.
No.
Sorry, but we're gonna go with what we got. Okay, so a question to Jank, to Joe, Congressman Walsh, and to Brianna Wu: are you not worried that all this talk, right, denigrating Biden, casting doubt on his mental capacities, that it works as like a self-fulfilling prophecy, that the constant media narrative of he's unfit, he's unfit, he's unfit will be worse than the debate in driving polls and end up into a situation where if Biden stays in, you have just given him a whole lot more baggage to go through? What do you have any? Do you think that's a real concern, first of all? And if you do, what ways have you tried to?
Well, this was Anna with
Walker,
Crystal and Kyle. I don't know if Jank was
I'll be
here.
brief. No, I don't. I don't at all worry about that. I think this is healthy, and maybe my opinion is skewed because of where I come from. I come from the Republican Party. I left that party because that party's become a cult, because that party doesn't allow anyone to do this. And if you do this publicly as a
They're winning, aren't they?
You're no longer in the party. No, they're not winning. They're probably going to lose the House, and the Democrats are probably going to take the Senate. This is a really, really close election. So I don't think that's a negative. I think it's a positive. And I also think we are living in unprecedented times. I think we're living in a populist moment. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. So I think a lot of very unusual things are going to happen. And I think the populace is ready for all of this. Go ahead, Brianna.
So before I answer the question quick, I just want to say one of the reasons Jank is fun to work with is he's like this all the time. It doesn't matter what you're talking about or what you're working with. This is the level of passion that he has. So Jank, he's like this all the time. It's great to see. So, Wick, I am obviously extremely worried about this. The thing is, the Republicans have a trait where they fall in line, and we just don't do that same thing. And I'm really worried.
And then you have Joe Biden desperately talking about Article 5 or something.
Yeah. So, guys, before we get into who the candidates should be, and we'll show you clips as well, I'm going to say one more thing about this. I think if they do not replace him, which would be the most, again, it's unthinkable not to replace him. It would be beyond political negligence and malpractice. It would be the craziest thing I've ever seen in politics. If they don't replace him, he's going to finish third. Again, I don't care if your feelings are hurt. There's no way people are going to vote for this guy.
No,
Here's why. Here's why, John. Now, look, if there was a sane person, I'm not saying that I would agree with this person.
So
but
this is after the debate,
just a
right?
normal, standard, boring Mark Cuban. He would easily come in second, and Biden would definitely come in third, okay? But we don't have that. We have RFK Jr. He's got huge problems with vaccines, Gaza, etc. But they're going to have to listen to him now. They're going to have.
Okay, no one gives a fuck about RFK Jr. Okay, come on.
It's really good.
Not
And then
because of
he has
Biden's
this
debate performance, anyway.
And every single American can go see that his faculties are not what they were in 2020. I assume they weren't great, but it was so difficult to watch. So I'm just really honestly torn. I don't know how to be helpful in this moment. Is giving a helpful analysis helpful? Or should I be pretending there's no problem like a lot of my fellow Democrats are doing? I don't have an answer for that.
I think it's good. I think it's good to be critical. I think there are plenty of reasons to be critical of Biden's mental faculty. That's yes. I think there are plenty of reasons to, and I have been. As it's been pointed out, the coverage is insane. I don't know if there's been a formal counting, but the Supreme Court just gave the president a massive amount of criminal immunity when he's performing powers as president.
Due to the
I feel like I've seen 10 times more articles, 10 times more discussion on the Biden debate performance than I have about that Supreme Court decision. And the idea that this is the obsessive talking about, again, is it a problem? Yeah, absolutely it is. Is it worth talking about? Yeah, absolutely it is. But yeah, I think that these media cycles can definitely, to some extent, become self-fulfilling if you keep harping on it over and over and over again. But I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, it's up to people in media to decide what they want to talk about.
If anyone has any clips of Biden, of Jank actually saying whether or not he'll vote for Biden, can they show me that? Can you put it in Discord maybe?
which is this idea that you're not supposed to question authority, you're not supposed to question leadership, you're not supposed to question the candidate. First of all, look at the assumption that people in media should only say good things about Biden. That's literally propaganda. So first off, I'm out. I'm in the news business. I'm not going to do propaganda. I'm going to tell you my honest opinion. Secondly, it so happens that strategically, that's the better way to go anyway, for two reasons. Number one, you're not hurting the party by questioning your candidate. You're trying to help him get to a better position. For example, Biden lost about 30 points with younger voters over Gaza. So criticizing him over Gaza helps him get to a position where he'll pick up more votes. Now, if the candidate says, no, I'm going to constantly do the wrong thing, that makes me more and more unpopular, that's on the candidate. Democrats, please ask more of your candidates. Don't say, oh, that's okay. Hold on. We'll build a wall of propaganda around him. And we'll just demand that the media say nothing but positive things about him. And then that way we can protect incredibly weak candidates.
But
How
to be clear,
about instead we challenge our candidates and our candidates are really strong. And then they can make their case in a way that allows them to win elections. I've got more, but go ahead. Yeah,
sure.
You wanted to add.
But to be clear, just to reiterate the question, we're not talking about criticism in general, but of his unfitness to be president, which is a fundamental different thing than criticizing him over Gaza or over the Afghanistan pullout or any of these other things, right?
Okay. Well, guys,
but
hold on. The
Go ahead,
question's to me. Hold on. I mean, I got to ask you guys back. Do you have eyes? Do you have ears? Are we going to sit here and think that if we pretend that he's not in mental decline, that we'll be able to trick the American people? Number one, I have no interest in tricking the American people. Two, I have no interest in leaving objective reality. He's in obvious, massive mental decline. And I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie under any circumstances to help this incredibly weak candidate. Instead, I'm going to be productive and I'm going to help try to drive him out so we can get a strong candidate who actually wants to beat Donald Trump. And guys, one more thing. When you do this type of propaganda, you lose credibility with independents who are going to decide this election. Earlier, Destiny said, oh, you're not going to get conservatives. Of course we're not going to get conservatives to vote for Joe Biden or any Democratic candidate. You're trying to win over independents. And every time you say preposterous things like, Biden's perfectly fine, he's a dynamo behind the scenes, you lose credibility.
Has anybody on this panel said that?
It's so hard to get it back.
Wait, has anybody on this panel said that?
Biden's team said that.
Wait, Biden's team is not in the room with us right now. I don't know why we're responding. No one here is defending that. No one here is defending that. Nobody here said that. I don't know why we're responding to this.
Destiny, you tell me. You're saying that Biden's the best candidate we have.
Correct.
So are you saying he's in obvious mental decline, but I'll take him anyway? And he's better than every Democrat in the country, even though he's in obvious mental decline? Or are you denying that he's in mental decline?
I don't see a candidate right now that is obviously and clearly a better candidate to run for president than him.
No, hold on, Destiny, just to answer the question, right? Do you think that currently, right now, that President Biden is fit to make decisions of a president, right? Like,
I don't think he's shown any. He obviously can't hold it up in a fucking debate for sure. But like, does he have like obvious and clear mental decline where he can't make decisions as president? I haven't seen evidence of that. I know that his debate performance looked bad, but no, I don't know if I would go as far as to say that.
Okay.
I agree with that. I agree with Destiny, by the way. I don't believe, I believe Joe Biden can still function and do his job, but I worry about him doing his job 3 or 4 years from now.
Yeah.
Look, do we do Biden damage, if we publicly plea with him to step down? I agree with Cenk. That's not my job. I get paid to say what I believe. I want the best candidate possible to defeat Trump. But if it is Biden, and if Biden can show it, and if Biden can prove it this next week or two, and if poll numbers can bolster him, then again, I'll run through a wall with Biden, even though I admit he's declined cognitively. If he's in a fucking coma, I'll vote for him over Trump. So I acknowledge that. But the issue has to be Trump's unfitness.
So I guess to Cenk, a question to you then, right? Is there anything Biden can do, or you can see any evidence, right, that can come out that would convince you to change your mind and throw your weight back in support of Biden as the Democratic nominee and potential president in 2024?
Yeah, definitely. Easy. So he comes out and is an actual dynamo, does a ton of events, interviews, press conferences. He's hitting questions out of the ballpark. And he goes into the next debate with Trump and eviscerates him and is strong and healthy and vibrant and makes a terrific case for the Democratic policies. And he goes and he does things right and from a foreign policy and domestic policy perspective, and does logical things like putting out paid family leave for a vote, getting a ceasefire in Gaza. All these things.
Stop, Tank. You went too far. Stop with the issues. We're just talking about his fitness, Now you and I are going to fight. Stop with the issues.
So, I mean, look,
I'm with Destiny.
Oh.
I'm back with Destiny.
So if Biden turns into Bernie Sanders, I would support him wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Wait. Are you guys serious? I thought you were joking. No,
Serious.
There's a way to win this election.
But Cenk, I'm serious. Even if you disagree with Biden on 8 out of 10 issues, if you believe he's generally fit to be president, you will vote for him over Donald Trump, correct?
Yeah. So, guys, I'm giving you 2 different things he can do to win the election. The question was, is there a way that I would support him? Yeah. If he does these dynamic things on the campaign trail and he makes a great case for himself in the Democratic Party, you'll see the poll numbers go up anyway. And then I'll say, hey, look, I thought it was unrecoverable, but I was wrong. I do that all the time because I live in the fact-based world. So if his poll numbers now exceed Trump's in the swing states because he did a great job on the campaign trail, great. But the second thing he could do to not just get my vote, but to get everybody's vote. Guys, I'm not talking about like some sort of like socialist policies or something. Paid family leave polls at 84%. And he's not going to be able to get it passed now. But the very reason to introduce a policy like that is so you get 84% of the country on your side. This is elementary politics. But Joe Biden can't even do the simplest things that you need to do to win an election. That's why I'm against him.
Go ahead, Brianna.
Well, I was just going to say, so this is... I fear that like relitigating the Bernie Sanders stuff is not super productive. So I wanted to talk about something else though, this kind of related to what you were hinting at, Cenk, that I think is part of my calculus in trying to figure this out, which is if Democrats are going to win this thing, there's no way for us to win that doesn't involve Michigan. And one of the values, I think, of if Kamala Harris took over or Gavin Newsom took over, or if there was a change of leadership, is, it's essentially like you can kind of write off all this strife that's happened. Like, Stephen, my opinion on Israel versus Palestine. I've disagreed with Cenk on it many times. Like, that's how I feel about it. But it's impossible to say that there's not a rift in Michigan that's very, very real.
Hold on, just as a quick thing, any rift that you would try to remedy, regardless of what we think the policy positions are, okay? As Cenk said, we like to live in a fact-based world. The vast majority of relevant voters who are old and go to the polls all support Israel. Yes. So the idea that we're going to sit here and take some pro-ultra ceasefire, anti-Israeli, like super pro-Gaza stance just for Michigan, like is delusional, right? Yeah.
Hold on. I have contempt for those people too, Stephen, 100%. But the polls, I've actually looked at Michigan very, very closely. There is a large contingent of Muslim voters there. That's just a reality. And there is an antipathy there. We're not talking about fringe leftist, anti-electoral dipshits that are not going to vote no matter what. These are people that were with, they used to vote Republican until the Bush era. Then they switched sides, and they've seen, actions that I personally support that Biden has taken in Gaza, and they are really, really not on board with it, and they're threatening to withhold their voat in this election.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that any change you make there to gain some voters in Michigan is going to destroy you with the rest of the electorate.
Okay. So, even taking that aside, there are a million different things. I think that all of a sudden, if we switch candidates, all this stuff that Biden has done or has not done.
Oh, and to be clear, Brianna, I'm sorry to
actually, can I finish my point, Wick? Actually, then Biden, whoever replaces Biden, is a new story. Right? The Democrats, whoever they are, have the youthful energy. And some of the polls I was looking at before this showed that everyone feels both candidates are too old. everyone wants another alternative, which is why RFK is doing terrifyingly well in the polls. So I just think there's a practical reality in kind of saying, okay, if you don't like this, here's a new option. And part of why Obama was able to win is he very strategically did not get very deep on the policies that he actually believed in. We all imprinted what we wanted to see after the Bush years onto Obama, which is why it was so shocking when he didn't necessarily do all of that. So I think there's going to be an advantages. I think it resets the news cycle. I think we can move forward.
I just want to ask you real quick, Brianna.
Sure.
So when you say a new candidate, you do support Harris as your favorite if Biden does drop out. I just want to confirm that.
Hand to God, Wick, I don't care. I am
You
a
don't
Democratic Party operative. I will go with whoever the party wants.
No
I
preference?
just want to win. I literally don't have a preference. They all
No
have upsides and downsides. I think the point Joe made about being able to transfer the money in the war chest is non-trivial, but I think we could overcome it.
Okay, fair enough. I
Okay,
guess the
Can I jump in with one thing
please,
there?
go
Two
ahead.
things, actually. One is a point of clarification. I just want everybody in the audience to understand. The money can go into a super PAC, and that super PAC can spend it on any candidate. It does not have to go to Kamala Harris. So if it stays within the campaign, it goes to Kamala, but it can easily be transferred to a super PAC that could bring it to any candidate. Number two, there's this like discussion, false discussion here, as if I'm supporting Bernie Sanders for this particular election. Look, I love Bernie, and I think he's right about all the things that we've discussed, but I'm under no illusion that a progressive is going to win in a convention. Those delegates are Biden delegates. And if you listen to what I've been saying in this debate, I've argued for Andy Beshear, as far as I know, the very conservative Democrat out of Kentucky. I've argued for Whitmer Shapiro. None of these people are anywhere near Bernie Sanders. So I'm actually arguing for, and my guess is that Beshear is more conservative than Kamala Harris, and I'd rather have Beshear. Why? Because he's more likely to win. This is not a debate between progressives versus the establishment. This is a debate between objective reality and people who don't believe in objective reality.
As a quick, also just a quick fact on that, a super PAC by definition can't coordinate or like have any direct input from any of the candidates. So when we say that like all the money can be, yeah, I know in Jenks' world where everything is rigged and illegal anyway or whatever, it doesn't matter. But for the rest of us that do live in reality,
no, the super PACs never do anything like that. You're right. Super PACs are totally innocent. You're right.
Yeah, and if all the money just goes from the Kamala campaign to the super PAC, and the super PAC is magically doing all these ads for one particular candidate, of course, nobody is going to have a vested interest in uncovering some kind of relationship there that isn't going to be the main primary talking point of probably you and the rest of the alternative left media for the rest of the election cycle. So you can laugh all you want. However, if you have money that is your campaign, you can coordinate directly. You can film ads with these people. You can spend the money on your campaign as you see fit. If that money goes to a super PAC, do these people unofficially coordinate in some ways behind the scenes? Yeah, they do, but they can't at the same level. So it's ludicrous to announce that the money be the same in a super PAC as it would for your own campaign. That's all I'm saying.
I think practically working around a black female vice president.
Oh, did I just get a super chat? Fuck, sorry. I didn't read my fucking super chat. Sorry. I'm getting distracted. $30. Damn. What's going on here? All right. Jack the Average, thanks to £5. Whilst you're probably to my left, good to see a Britpol commentator that isn't Sargon-esque or an ultra-sterile presentation like TLDR. The fucking holy medium. Honkler, thanks to the $5. Do you think the government has a vested interest in discouraging rioting? Is a harsher sentence warranted for rioters over normal theft? I mean, for inciters, probably, yeah. For participants, I don't know, because people who participate in riots just get caught up in the fucking. I think they tend to just get caught up in the madness, and it's not really like indicative of a typical pattern of criminal behaviors. I don't know why you would jail them for it. You can maybe come down with like extra community service or like a bigger fine. I don't know why you would come down on them with fucking jail sentences though, especially for non-violent. Mr. Yasminok, thanks for the €5. Sorry, the €1.04. Whoops, very specific. Comic Sans Respector, thanks for the $30. Bar looking a little sad up there. Consider it a late birthday present. Been looking to hang on through the UK stuff, but my American brain just can't comprehend. Glad you're back to our totally functioning shenanigans. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. JJMCN, thanks for £5. Did you see that, according to The Independent, Labour are planning to renationalise the railways and they'll announce it in a fortnight? It's in their manifesto, so I hope they're going to do that. Yeah, cool. Not the entire railway system, just the, what do you call it? The rail companies, the ones that, you know, they have the trains and they charge people fares. Not the people who own the trains, though. The people who own the trains are staying private, and they lease the trains out to the fucking people who charge you fares. You know, the passenger companies.
And Maine and other places, and the Supreme Court ruled 9-0. Now you could say, I get it, like you don't trust the courts and you think they're gonna, and I get it's a slightly different issue. Obviously it was a 14th Amendment issue, but and the Republicans are going to make up presumably a different issue, but whatever they're going to say is going to be made up. The Supreme Court would have to then go, yeah, we're disallowing Biden from the ballots, even though, or the new candidate from the ballots, even though we allowed Trump. I think the chances are almost none that they would do that. That would be the most outrageous stealing of an election that anybody has ever seen. And the court would lose all credibility and the country would be in utter chaos. So I think worrying about that is such a small percentage chance as opposed to the giant percentages we're going to pick up with a new candidate.
Agreed.
Let me I'm
sorry, just as a quick thing. I'm sorry, just as a matter of law, the reason why the 14th Amendment thing was tossed out was because the Supreme Court decided that states don't have the right to enforce that criteria that would have been only enforceable on a federal level, that states didn't have a right to apply Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to their own ballot procedures. I don't know if that argument would further any case where a state says that due to their own internal state procedures, they won't list a ballot or they won't list a candidate on a ballot because of things that they've had that their state legislatures have approved of and that their state Supreme Courts have approved of. I think that legally we're talking about two wildly different issues. So I don't know if the holding opinion on that other case would be instructive for how they would treat states omitting some people from the ballot because they didn't make the deadline, which I believe historically has happened. If a candidate doesn't make the deadline, the state doesn't list them on the ballot.
Just real quick, all the deadlines are past the Democratic Convention, so I don't think there's any danger of that.
Fair enough. Okay, I have some audience questions that I think we should be getting into, unless anyone has any threads that they'd like to go down that we have not yet in this discussion.
I want to come back just super quickly, Wick. So to one of the ways I can see this going, Stephen, and let me know if you agree with this. As far as the war chest, so I think one of the ways this could work in our favor if we swapped out the candidate is you'd essentially have two parallel operations, right? So can someone remind me how much does Biden have in his war chest? It's like
around
250.
250,
Yeah,
250,
something like that.
Yeah.
They've got offices, that's all set up. It's absolutely accurate that if Biden were to convert that to a super PAC, it can't work with the...
Did you watch Vosh's reaction to the UK election result? I saw the thumbnail. No, I didn't watch it, no.
Operation going on where Biden's got this, he's got all this money in the bank.
Sorry.
He can go out there, boom, rally the troops every single day. He's out there talking to people, working the crowds, getting them to go do it. And then whoever our candidate is, there's going to be a rush of fundraising. I think normal people...
VV look at polls before Russia annexed Crimea. You can look at polls before they annexed Crimea. They were fluctuating. Also, just because people fancy being part of a different country, even if they are like 60 or 65% for Crimea, which I think were the highest polls, some of them were under 50%. I don't know why people say it was always a majority of Crimeans who always wanted to join Russia. But even if there were, the solution to that is not getting annexed unilaterally and militarily by another military, and then having all the people who opposed you having to flee for fear of their lives, and then running a fake referendum with people being held at fucking gunpoint and saying the result was 95%.
If Joe Biden said, I'm not fucking running, and the Democrats picked another nominee...
Unless you're Hitler or Putin. They do it that way.
Would be through the roof. Money would pour in. Enthusiasm would come from sectors we haven't seen in so long. This would be a race. it would fundamentally change the dynamic, and money and everything would follow. This would be an earthquake, guys.
Okay.
So one thing that the party is probably considering, and that a lot of people, when you're dealing with a largely variable thing, impossible considering, is volatility. Okay, you would have to be an idiot to say that you could pick a new candidate and it could cause such a resurgence of interest, of invigoration, of talking points, of debates, that having Kamala Harris, or even if she got tossed, having a Newsom, literally, dog walking Donald Trump on a debate stage would just energize the voter base so much, right? These are things that could happen. I wouldn't say any of these are outside the realm of possibility. The scary thing is the volatility. It's also not outside the realm of possibility that Kamala Harris gets chosen. It isn't exciting for a moment, for a moment in time, and then it's like, wait, she did what when she was the DA? They were arresting illegal immigrants? Wait, hold on, this is supposed to be wait, hold on, she did what for truancy? They want to lock our kids up? Aren't Democrats already attacking our children? Or wait a second, we don't even trust the Democrats to be running their own candidacy? Why is he dropping out now? If there's a problem, why didn't they choose him before? And now everybody's talking about the unreliability of the Democratic Party. I thought you guys were making fun of House Republicans not being able to hold their majority speaker seat. You can't even be trusted to run your incumbent again. Like, you guys are completely unreliable, right? So I like, if you're being an honest actor, you can't say with any certainty what would happen if you were to put a new candidate up. That's the only thing that I stress. Could it be really good? It could be, but it could also be really bad. And right now, I don't think that Biden has slipped enough where I'm like, oh, yeah, this is done. Screw that. If Biden started to trail, if it was like double-digit trailing nationally, or even like big single-digit trailing in like every single swing state, I'm like, fuck, man, what do you have to lose at this point? Yeah, let's go with the high volatility option. But if it still looks like he reasonably could win, and most projections have it that he still reasonably could win, right? The idea of tossing that for something so unpredictable that could be really good, but could also be really bad, is just a really scary prospect.
Response?
Yeah.
100%.
So real quick. So first of all, I want to give credit to the panel, because I thought it was going to be me and Brianna on one side and Destiny and Joe on the other side. But I like that we all have different independent opinions. So that's great. I love that.
I put together the best panels, but go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, and shout out to you as well, Wick. Thank you for doing that. And also to Destiny, because he's now basically 3-1 on Biden dropping out or staying in the race. And he's, and I appreciate that. And I always want to make note, hey, it'll get a slightly skewed version because Destiny's on his own here. Okay. Now, having said that, the part that I disagree with is there's this fetish of the status quo. Oh, the status quo is higher percentage chance of being the right thing all the time. But that's not true. It depends. Is the status quo good or bad? And right now, the status quo ranges from bad to disastrous for the Democratic Party. So under the idea that the status quo is always better and then you'll have volatility otherwise, you would run Feinstein again. And guys, I mean, I'm joking, except they kept Feinstein in the entire time and told us she was fine, just like they're doing with Biden. So it's not like the Democratic Party hasn't done that. Is it better to get someone in new sometimes? Of course! And Destiny acknowledges that it is sometimes. So in this particular case, when you have Biden massively trailing by every indication, including some indications where it's literally never been done before in American history, or you go with a fresh candidate that has billions of dollars in free media coverage, that will raise a ton of money, and has won in like red states before or swing states before, I like our chances infinitely better by changing the status quo rather than keeping the status quo in a situation like this.
But always remember this. To Destiny's point, Joe Biden won the Democratic primary. Democratic voters made him their nominee. All of this is moot if he doesn't say, for the good of the country and to stop Donald Trump, I'm stepping down. He has to say that.
Regardless of whether you think he should, I'm curious as to the panel's thoughts on whether he will. What are we talking?
I'll start. I think he will say that within 2 weeks.
2 weeks. That's the prediction. We're locking it in, Congressman. I'll come back to you in 2 weeks, and we'll see if your prediction's accurate or not. Any other thoughts on this?
Yeah. Biden's definitely going to drop out. And there's two reasons why. Number one, because he's going to have many more slip-ups because he is in mental decline. And so he's going to do it again and again. And by the second or third time, it's going to be completely and utterly untenable. And besides which, he's not going to make this miraculous comeback and get into the positives and favorability. It's a literally impossibility. So at some point, everybody's going to panic. But the number one reason is, well, there's two giant reasons. Number one, the donors are turning off the faucet, and the only power that Joe Biden has is donor money. So without that power, he has nothing left. And number two, Republicans right now are running back-breaking ads against Democratic congressmen and senators saying they knew about Joe Biden's condition and they lied for him. Can you trust Bob Casey if he lies about this? That's going to take down Democrats' numbers all across the board, 2 to 5 points at least. And it's going to absolutely destroy our chances of winning swing states and purple districts. And at some point, there's going to be a massive rebellion. So my timeline is actually much shorter than Joe's. I've already said online, I think there's a chance he drops out by Monday. There's going to be a massive revolt in Congress.
So in 2 days. So we got 2 weeks, we got 2 days. Thoughts on this, Brianna Wu? Regardless of whether you think he should, will he? And when?
I don't feel as strongly. I think I do have a $100 bet, public bet with Robbie Suave, my good friend Brianna Joy Gray's former co-host over at Rising, that he's going to drop out. But I don't feel strongly. My evidence for that is everything I'm hearing from people in the Hill, friends at work for various campaigns. Is there's a lot of discussions about the actual legal frameworks of how it would work, and seeing Mark Warner come out and very strongly say he's putting together a coalition of Senate Democrats that want him to step down. To me, that signals that he and other Democrats are worried about losing their races because we count on people showing up in election years for us. Joe, I'm sure you can testify Congress will do what they have to do, but ultimately they are self-serving critters and they're going to do what helps them keep their jobs. So to me, that is the pressure that makes the most sense on this. But I would only say it's like 60-40. I don't feel
60-40, so not sure. We got a maybe leans drop out, but not sure.
100%.
Destiny, what do you think? Whether you think he should or not, do you think he will? And do you have a timeline for us?
So unless he has another huge fuck up for a debate, and just completely messes a performance up, or unless he starts to slide significantly in the polls, I don't think they'll poll him. It's just way too much volatility. And I think another factor that's really scary that people haven't considered much is if you poll Biden and if you run another candidate, you might introduce a scenario where a whole bunch of people are starting to look and consider, okay, well, who's the next candidate? Who should I vote for? And RFK is a pretty popular dude. RFK's probably polled about as many votes as you have off of Trump. But if now you've got a whole bunch of Democrats who are reconsidering their vote, man, if only 3 or 4 points worth of Democrats are like, oh, okay, well, you know what, this is fuck. I think I will vote for RFK. Fuck that. They might, you only need a few percentage points to be able to tend in that direction. And now you've completely lost it. The volatility, I think, is just so scary for all the potential things that could happen. Unless, like I said, Biden has a huge mess up in another performance or the poll numbers start to slide significantly.
The slope slides both directions. So what if our candidate is much better and a couple of people who were supporting RFK Jr. because they thought Biden had mental health problems then come back up to the Democrats and we pick up 2 or 3 points?
I don't think anybody that we nominate is going to pull anybody off of RFK, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, half his supporters are former Democrats.
Chank's going to get mad at me because I have to go jump to get on corporate media in a minute and go jump and go jump on the evil CNN. But Wick, I want to find some common ground among the 4 of us. No matter what happens in a week or 2 or a month and a half, Brianna, Stephen, Cenk, and me, we are all in with the Democratic nominee, no matter who that ends up being, correct?
Yes.
Yep,
100%.
absolutely.
I will donate
1
money,
billion
I will
%.
canvass, I will
coming round, baby, coming round.
Okay. I know you have to go, so I'm going to give you an out. Where can people find you, Congressman?
Just follow me on Twitter at Wall Street. By the way, this has been great. You 4 have been, everybody's been wonderful. Thank you all.
Thanks for joining us.
Day, and
Thanks, Joe.
Bye,
Thanks,
Joe.
guys.
Okay.
Quick.
If you will indulge me, we do have some audience questions. I don't know how
Oh my
much
God,
time you
callers.
have. Is that okay?
Just a little bit. Yep.
Just a little bit. We'll get to the most expensive ones first. Okay, $50 from the Eco-Modernist to say, very important topic. Thanks for the coverage. Our climate and energy future depends on the
Thanks for the
leader we elect
coverage,
in
Cenk.
2024.
And
Thank you
Wick,
for the
sorry.
$50. $20 for for Cenk and Wu. Sorry, reading it, saying it.
It's okay.
Why trust polls with all-time low response rates when Dems haven't lost ground in any actual election? MAGA has consistently underperformed polls and lost consistently since 2018. What is your explanation for this?
I think it's a fair question. Oh, go ahead, Cenk.
No, go ahead, Brianna.
No, I was just going to say,
what is this?
Polls overwhelmingly.
This
like
vintage television. This looks so cool.
The
or is that a
pack
computer?
Cenk and I run together, which is, polls are less reliable. You have to kind of interpret them. What I personally look for is signal, just in like the direction things are going. I think we have a difference of opinion. I think that the person sending the super chat is thinking they can't be trusted. I attribute those victories to external forces, like I mentioned, losing Roe earlier in this. So I'm just not as convinced that is meaningless. So that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, so in my experience, the sign that's losing always says the polls aren't right. And Trump, in fact, at a recent rally was like, we don't like the fake polls. And he's like, well, we like him now. We didn't like him in 2020. And I'm like, yeah, there you go. Verbal diarrhea. He said what's actually on his mind and what every candidate always says, which is when the polls are having winning, they say polls are great. When they're losing, they say polls are BS and they don't believe him. Biden just said in that interview that apparently he doesn't believe in any polls. On the other hand, it's true that you got to get to the average of polls. You could have an outlier, like, so for example, Nevada, Biden's losing by 12 in one poll, but in the last poll, the Bloomberg poll that Wick quoted, he's only losing by 3. So which one is it? Well, when you have greater data sets, and it is actually science, it gets much closer to reality. And in my experience, are they perfect? Of course not. But are they generally accurate? Yes. So if you're, pinning your hopes on every poll is wrong, that is definitely the wrong direction to go. You'll be terribly disappointed on election night. So much better to live in, again, the fact-based world and adjust to the facts rather than hoping that the facts are wrong.
Okay. $10 from Doobie. Question for Cenk. I agree with your read of the current situation. That being said, if Biden does not drop out and we're left with Biden versus Trump, would you encourage your viewers to vote for him?
So this is what I do in every election. I wait to see how things are going early on. We're a news organization. We interview all the independent candidates as well. And I've already interviewed Jill Stein, Cornel West, RFK Jr. I know a lot of media says, don't let anyone ever hear about them. I don't agree. And if they were to, and if there was a candidate in there that I really liked and they surged and they got into second place, now we're having a completely different conversation. But the reality is, at the end, it's usually the Democrat versus the Republican, right? And so now, not all the time in our lifetimes, Ross Perot had a real shot at it, right? But I'm going to vote for the person who has the best chance of defeating Donald Trump. And if you're MAGA out there, or you're much more importantly, you're an independent out there and you're wondering why, the guy already tried a coup. He already said, I don't believe in this democracy. He already lost and said, I'm not giving up power. I'm going to pretend that I won the election. And he did a fake elector scheme. I cannot have that guy get back into power. The most important election is 2028. But we've got to get there, and we've got to have that election. So I will definitely vote against Donald Trump, and hence for the candidate that is doing the best against them on election day. And I'll tell my audience that's what I'm doing because I'm always honest with them.
Wonderful. I'll get through these rapid fire. They're just more like questiments than anything else. Normal America with Rob Knorr says for $10, I like Wick and Destiny, but must call out them and Dems and their media.
Yeah.
We all knew about Biden's declining mental health and gaslit for years. They should have never be trusted again on anything. Thank you for the $10, but that's not true. $10 from the Alex Kirsch Project. Many congratulations to Wick for this panel. Continue to support this fine gentleman. Cenk, always been a fan of TYT. $10 more from Parallax. Ignore Rob. Good panel. Good. Okay. $5 from Testicle Johnson. I'm hearing a lot of problems from Wu and Cenk, but not a lot of solutions. No alternative strat. No alternative candidate. Thanks for contributing.
I don't think that's true.
No, that's not remotely true. I love your brother, but listen to what we're saying. Go have an open convention. Have the delegates decide like they have for most of the conventions in American history. And then I'll support that candidate. And there's tons of great Democratic candidates. I'm actually in the camp that where I believe in the Democratic Party a lot more than I think the pro-Biden people do. I think we have candidates that are way better than Joe Biden. Again, Andy Beshear won in deep red state of Kentucky twice. On that alone, he's very, very, very likely to be a much better candidate than Joe Biden. And again, he's going to be way more conservative than I like in my policies. But we're trying to make sure there's an election in 2028. So let's get the strongest candidate there is. Whitmer is very likely stronger. Josh Shapiro is smart. By the way, J.B. Pritzker, not only stronger and fairly popular in Illinois, now it's not a swing state, but he's got about he's got several $1 billion that he could put into the race himself if he wants. So there's a lot of super strong candidates, and that give us a much higher percentage of beating Trump.
Why? Hold on, just kidding. Why do you keep lying and saying most of the conventions in American history? It's incredibly abnormal to primary your own candidate. Why do we keep saying? Why do you keep alluding to that like most conventions are multiple people competing? That's generally not the case when you have your own incumbent, right?
All right, I'm gonna let go that you said lying. We're disagreeing over facts.
Facts.
So most of the conventions were where delegates decided until 1972, and they changed the rules. So until 1972, the delegates would go, and sometimes, like Hubert Humphrey, didn't even run in the primaries, and they selected him. And now I like the new system better, where the voters vote. But in this case, we obviously have an unusual situation where the primaries already happened, but most of the Democratic voters now realize, oh my God, or a giant chunk of them do, oh my God, this might not be the right guy. But even that scenario is not relevant, because the only scenario that's relevant is when if Joe Biden drops out. And then at that point, like most of the conventions, we would let the delegates decide.
So prior to the 70s, it was ordinary for parties to primary their president?
No, wait, you're talking about two different things, Destiny.
No, you said that it would be normal, it'd be ordinary for delegates to decide. Yeah, but obviously if you have an incumbent and you're not running anybody against them, the delegates are probably going to decide to vote for your incumbent. So prior to the 70s, you're saying it was ordinary for delegates to make decisions of not their incumbent, that was an ordinary thing?
First of all, that's not what I said. I said that the delegates voting at the convention was incredibly ordinary. And that's literally the rules, and that's a stone cold fact. But if you want to change it to the question that you're asking, there were plenty of primaries, including the famous one in 1968, which would have been successful. It pushed out Lyndon Johnson. We had Bobby Kennedy as the candidate, and he almost certainly would have won, except that he got assassinated. So
thoughts on Keir Starmer's first day? Well, apparently the Rwanda scheme is gone already. It's done. It's dead. It's sunk, ironically. Also, he's appointed a justice minister. We have a justice minister now who has been on record saying that too many people are in prison and they shouldn't be there. Sentences are too long. Too many jail sentences for people who don't need them. So that's quite encouraging. Who knows?
What about Destiny's point that disproportionate coverage at the expense of more important issues like SCOTUS?
Wait, who spoke there?
Yeah, but guys, you don't watch the Young Turks. We do cover that. And we kick the living crap out of Trump all the time. And we don't do it for propaganda reasons. We do it because he keeps saying crazy things. He keeps doing crazy things. And they're always in the news. And I don't know anybody who's been
trans crabs, thanks. Is Keir going to ban trans women from their bathrooms? I don't think so.
Even before that, there are Bellotti and Buckley v. Vallejo decisions. Activist justices that are basically overturning our democracy. I wrote a whole book about it. Justice is coming. So we cover all those issues. We cover foreign policy issues. We covered the Labour victory in England, in the UK just
England?
yesterday.
Don't call it fucking England. They won. Didn't they win in like every country apart
in
from
fact, if you
Northern
were a
Ireland?
MAGA viewer, you'd be like, "That's not fair. You guys
General
disproportionately cover the crazy things
results,
Trump is saying."
Northern
No, it's not
Ireland.
disproportionate. It's proportionate to what they're doing in the news. And
Yeah, who the fuck said that they won in all four countries? Sinn Féin are the largest party in Westminster, not Labour for Northern Ireland. Labour never wins Northern Ireland. I don't even know if Labour wins. I don't even know if British parties win seats in Northern Ireland. Hang on. Northern Ireland electoral map 2024. Yeah, Labour doesn't even no English parties don't win seats in Northern Ireland. They get it's DUP, Sinn Féin, SDLP, and Alliance, whoever the fuck they are. Yeah, look. Damn. DUP wipeout. DUP molding. Let's go. Fucking Protestants.
I don't know how many thousands and thousands of videos we have made against Trump because he's earned it, right? If you look at Twitter, yes, over the scope of those same 9 years, not close, massively anti-Trump. Recently, I'm saying that Biden is our worst candidate. That's hot in the news. Let's pick a stronger candidate. So if you look at it, you'll see a lot of things saying Biden's not the right candidate for the Democratic Party. And I think that makes sense given that Twitter reaches journalists and politicians that can make a difference so that we have a better chance of beating Trump.
Okay, gang, I know I haven't gotten to all the super chats, but I want to make sure we respect everyone's time. I will read them after they go, but I want to give everyone here a chance to have a closing statement, final thoughts, and then to kind of, if they need to go, they got to go. I don't want to hold them hostage, right? But if you've enjoyed this content, gang, we do talks like this all the time. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe to the show. We got some great content coming up for you next week. But I want to hear some closing thoughts and from all the panelists here, and tell people where they can find you if they don't know about you already. And I'll toss it first to Brianna, and then we'll end with Destiny. Go ahead, Brianna.
I'll be super quick. I just want to win this thing. I don't give a shit who our candidate is. Cenk, I love you. You're my friend. But one of the reasons I was I was kind of silent when you were running for president. It was, because I was running a PAC and I couldn't coordinate with you. But also, it's like, I just want to win. I'm terrified of Donald Trump. I'm terrified of what would happen at the Supreme Court. I just want to win this thing. I do not care. And a serious issue has been raised about Biden being able to win this thing. If we're going to continue with him, what I need to see from the party is a serious plan to turn this around. The fact that, Biden basically hid for a week and then did a 22-minute interview does not spark joy with me. It does not give me confidence. So, if we switch to a candidate, it is going to be a hell of a lot of work. We're going to have to...
Oh, do we have that VV Play person in chat still saying that the Houthis are the bravest people on the earth? Oh, okay. Okay. You realize the Houthis, they attacked civilians, right? Like the people on those boats that got attacked by the Houthis are civilians. Like, that takes a lot of courage, doesn't it? Fuck.
That's Brianna Wu.
Great. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you.
Of course.
Cenk Uygur, please. Final thoughts.
Yeah. So, first of all, people can find me at tyt.com, of course, but you could also see Young Turks on almost any platform. Just type in Young Turks or TYT, and obviously on YouTube under Young Turks as well. Look, we started talking about how Joe Biden, and this is a topic that comes up often, Joe Biden won the last time around. That's a point that Destiny made earlier in the debate. But that's like saying the Patriots won 4 years ago, so they're going to win this time. No, it's a different team. And in this case, Joe Biden is a very different person. We ran clips of Joe Biden in 2020 and then 2024 on the show last night, 2016, and then you go back further. Joe Biden in the past has looked very dynamic. This is not the same Joe Biden. He does not look dynamic. 80% of the country thinks that he's in mental decline. They did not think that back in 2020. And 2020, when he won by 44,000 votes in 3 swing states. That's, even though he won a giant popular vote victory, the Electoral College, he barely won. And he was at 52% approval rating. Now he's 16 points lower. He's at 36% approval rating. No incumbent has ever won when they're in the 30s in an election year. So if you think that Joe Biden is going to do a miraculous 16-point comeback, okay, stick with Joe Biden and think that that's because you think that's the best chance that the Democratic Party is in defeating Trump. But I think that is very, very wrong. And unfortunately, this last week has proven me correct, as I've been saying that for 9 months, because we all have eyes and ears. And most importantly, no matter what you think, you have to be concerned about what the American people think, because they're the ones voting. And they're showing it to you in the favorability rating, in the polling, and in every other available data we have. Joe Biden is our weakest candidate, not our strongest candidate. We have a process to pick the strongest candidate, and it can be done at the convention. There's no reason we shouldn't do it. We should please, please support a different candidate that has a much higher percentage chance of beating Donald Trump.
Okay, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Check him out, gang. I'm sure you already know who he is, gang. Last but certainly not least, Destiny, please.
Listen, I think that Joe Biden is just setting up for an epic debate performance in round 2. Okay, he was flubbing this one so that he's the underdog. He's going to come in, he's going to demolish Trump. And you know what? Even if he doesn't, Democrats rig elections anyways. We're just going to use more mail-in ballots and take it no matter what, or stuff the ballot boxes, whatever we have to do. Okay, we'll get it done. They'll be making the film 5,000 Mules after the next election. All right. Realistically, though, I'm not, I'm not like a huge Biden loyalist. Like if there legitimately was a candidate that seemed like there was less volatility around him and like this guy could definitely do it, then.
All right, VV Play, we're about to get fucking you're about to get banned in about 5 minutes. So I'm just going to give you the Discord in case you want to come on and argue about why the Houthis are helping the cause of freedom or whatever the fuck. Oh, sorry. I've been having a private conversation with someone while I'm watching this. Okay, let's follow. We have to focus now.
Okay. Thank you, all of you, for being here. If you need to go, I release you. Okay, I'm freeing the hostages. The IDF has come in, destroyed like 5 whole villages, and now all 3 of you are free. If you need to go, I'm going to read my super chats because people have paid me good money to read stuff on the screen. Okay. But other than that, thank you for being here, and maybe we can do this again sometime. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. Thank you, Brianna and Destiny. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Let's hope we win. Take care.
Beautiful. Okay. So I guess before I get to the super chats, can I just say, since it's all of us here, right, and now we're all friends, okay, I remain unconvinced, Brianna. I remain unconvinced. Like, people keep saying things like all the polls show that there are better candidates. I don't see those polls. I see polls like from the Daily Mail that was just dropped 2 days ago, where you have Biden down by 5. That's bad. But then you have every other serious contender other than Michelle Obama down by double digits. Sure. Kamala Harris is down by 11, right? Then we have the 538 averages, which shows, again, in a direct matchup between Biden and Harris, Biden's got 48% chance to win. Harris has got like a 20-something% chance to win. So when people keep pushing this narrative that we see all these polls, all this data that shows this is going to happen, this does not line up from what I've seen on the ground. This only lines up if, again, you're buying what the media is selling here. And I do think that places like the New York Times editorial board, that you have Politico and these other institutions, and then you have the podcaster class too. They stand to gain a lot of money if Trump wins. And I know that's a little conspiratorial, but it's something that is in the back
I think
of my
that's
mind.
100%. I mean, I think I would assume all 3 of us would agree that Trump, got a lot of free press, and he was such a story that was part of why he won the nomination in 2016. We'd all agree.
I'm sorry, I'm covering Wick's face.
I don't think that's crazy. Also, Wick, I hope today, and Stephen, I hope you sense this too. I'm not as certain about this as Cenk is. I really, again, I feel 60-40 about this. I think you're making a really good point with the...
You know what? Like, I still don't think anyone is going to be able to replace Biden and do a better job. I stand by that. I think he's going to lose, though.
It's not really clear.
I think you should still vote, obviously. But I think he's going to lose. It's that bad? We're not supposed to say that. Listen, he's no Keir Starmer. I'm just saying. He's no Keir Starmer. Oh.
And none of the upsides. I think that dropping Kamala would be just worse. $10 from Running Joke. Thank you, Wick, for hosting this. Love you. I love you too.
Anyway.
Romantically and sexually. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Go Away. Centrist status quo liberalism has just swept the United Kingdom. Don't count it out yet. Thank you for the $5. $2 from Parallax. Ask Senk to duel me for creative control of TYT. Not for $2. You got to pony up a little more, buddy. $10 from Origin of Logos. Destiny, I got a bone to pick with you on this election. We should.
Is there any hypothetical polling result that would convince you to replace Biden? No. I don't listen to polls, Mr. Scientist. I don't care about your fucking numbers and your lab coat and your fucking pocket protector and your wife who is currently underneath my desk.
I haven't seen this.
The keys to the White House guy?
I'm a man of action, okay? I'm a soldier.
Election forecasting stuff for people that have their own little
pencil pusher. Fuck.
Like 10 more elections, maybe it'll be fun, but I just don't care much about it. It might be really good. I just haven't looked much into it. Yeah.
Sure, fair enough. I've seen him speak. he echoes a lot of the fears that I have with this. But again, I can't speak for his accuracy in all this. $5 from Manny to the max. Wick, can you ask each person what is the most important political issue? Okay. Destiny, what's your most political important issue in this election?
Depends on, like, for the general, like when you're talking about Donald Trump, I think that presidents should share, I think there are certain core American values, like that if you are a U.S. citizen, you should have. I think some of those values should probably revolve around like democracy. And I think that Trump is a deeply anti-democratic president. I think that Trump, I think it's pretty much undeniable by any reasonable person who's willing to go through the factual record that Trump attempted an insurrection and failed. And that's it. I mean, that's
fair. What about you?
Exact same answer. Democracy is on the ballot. What Trump did on January 6th is terrifying. Stephen, something you talk on your show about a lot. What's the exact stat? It's like 70% of Republicans don't even think the last election was valid.
Hey, reading about those slates of electors, that little fucking scheme that Trump tried is so fucking mental. It's so funny that you've got a country that's like younger than most of these old monarchies and shit like that, with like a constitution that's quite like for its time. It was quite modern, at least compared to a lot of countries like the one I'm in. It's a newer country. They've had a lot more time and trial and error to think about before building that country. And the fact that it was possible for someone to go there, a bunch of wankers to go there with alternative results from the States and be like, yeah, we're the guys. Here's a bit of paper. And then for Mike Pence to be like, okay, in you come. Cool. Let's do it. And that could have all been like fucking, that was all doable. You can't do that here. You can't just walk into Buckingham Palace and be like, listen, someone else told me I'm the king and I'm the one who gets to tell Keir whether or not he forms a government. You can't do that. You can't just go into the House of Commons and be like, yeah, the king sent me. I'm an esquire. The Sergeant of Arms will be on to you and he'll chase you around with his giant sword. Cut you to pieces.
This would be my preferred thing to happen. My preferred thing is Biden mans up and comes up with an actual plan to turn this campaign around, does more appearances. Stephen, I liked what you said about him speaking more from the heart. This thing where he goes on stage and reads the Democratic talking points. It feels like bullshit. It is bullshit. It doesn't work. That's not how politics works. But if he does drop out, this is what I would like to see. I'd like to see Biden make an announcement, say that he realizes his health issues make him not able to continue. I would like to see him say he would prefer for Harris to be the nominee, but to say he will trust a convention to do the thing. At that point, we go have the convention. There is a effort to prepare for, donations are coming in. The Democratic Party starts figuring out, where the field offices are going to be. We start basically figuring out this parallel operation. And, you spin this up in the swing states, focusing there. You build up the infrastructure and the rest of it. And you make really sure that those candidates are vetted. I mean, what part of that doesn't feel...
Well, it just feels easier said than done, to be very frank.
Jesus. No one knows that. Yes. Obviously.
And there's just too many unknowns that could come up. I think Destiny touched on this over and over again, and I echo his sentiment here. There's just too many points of failure that are introduced. What we have is the devil we know. We know what Biden has problems with. We know where he needs to fix his shit. We know what he needs to do.
I really want to go through the Israel footage again, or the Israel-Palestine footage. I want to go through it when it's quite soon. Again, that might be my next thing. Because I just got reminded talking about fucking Houthis in chat. I want to find the clip. I hope it's there. I hope we were filming. Was this fucking shop owner asking him, the shop owner in the West Bank in Calandia, asking him his opinion on like Iran and the Houthis, and just like the reaction from him. Like he just thought it was really funny. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to, like, the idea that they're like helping anyone. I need to find it.
Well, I already read that one. Sorry. $2 from Seaman Allen. Good one, Wick. Thank you. $2 from Manny to the Max. Dem should ask Tulsi.
To be clear, just real quick on that dono, like the only people that have rioted over an election loss so far have been, or at least in recent history, have been Republicans. So
That's right.
$2 from Man to the Max. Both candidates are bad. Vote third party or written. $5 from Firechild. We've seen how accurate the polls are for the last several years, haven't we?
they're relatively accurate. As much as people like to shit on them, they're pretty fairly accurate.
$2 from Tescal Johnson. We need Sharia law.
Wait,
now.
what is this?
$2.
Sharia law. Nice. Yes, we do. All right. What's this? You are now connected to Air Force One. My computer is starting to freeze a little bit. Maybe I need to start doing some
This is the White House Situation Room, getting to connect Prime Minister Starmer to President Biden. You are now connected to Air Force One.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, congratulations. What a hell of a victory. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long night and day. I've been busy appointing my cabinet during the course of this afternoon. So thank you very much for your congratulations. And fortuitously, we will see each other next week. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you in Washington and having the opportunity, obviously, to sit down properly.
I'm looking forward to it as well. There's no doubt that under your leadership, our two countries are going to continue our special relationship. We're working together just about every issue, supporting Ukraine, managing the competition with China, advancing cooperation in the Indo-Pacific with AUKUS.
Firstly, the special relationship is obviously the bedrock, always has been, for our defence, for our security and prosperity, which obviously is central to our missions for government.
There are times when I kind of understand why leftists hate white people. There are times when I'm like, yeah. Just kind of cringe, isn't it? Anyway.
See, still decided to keep him off the ballot. So I'm just saying, it wasn't like people say there was a primary. This was not our most shining open moment of a primary, in my view.
Fair enough. $2 from Zach. How's that presidential run going?
What's Labor's position on Trident?
$2 from Man to the Max. Blueberry pie.
They're keeping it.
Cake,
They're fine.
24.
They're all
Thank you.
for Trident.
Okay. I think. Oh, $2 from the Alex Kirsch Project. Testicle Johnson drinks shots of. Okay, I'm not gonna read all these $2 ones that just insult each other. Okay, thank you again for coming, gang. Once again, we'll see you next week. We got some great shows coming up, but for now.
Before we go, Stephen, did you notice when you asked Cenk point blank if he was going to vote for Biden, that he framed it like as though there were two candidates?
Yeah, well, because something that he says over and over again is he keeps saying vote against Trump, vote against Trump, vote against Trump, and then he'll say, and then he was saying vote for the. I was gonna push him, but I don't feel like fighting over it anymore. But like at the end, he said he would vote for the candidate most likely to beat Trump, which. Yeah. Technically leaves him wiggle room that even if it was a two-party race at the end, he could be like, well, even though Biden is getting, 48% and Trump is getting 51%, this third-party candidate that's getting 1%, I actually think they have a higher chance to win, so we should vote for him instead. If we all voted for him, but whatever.
I worry about RFK a lot. I think it's really under-discussed in this race. So, I think part of my calculus I didn't get a chance to talk about is that people are going to see Biden weak and more Democrats are going to vote for RFK than Republicans are going to vote for him. So I worry about that.
Possibly, yeah, because the cult for Trump literally sheds. Well, at least as most Allegiant people don't, but I don't know about people who are nibbling around the edges. The reality is every single thing is super unprecedented in all of this, so it's hard to say, making any strong predictions at this point is who the fuck knows,
I agree.
Who the fuck knows? There's $5 from another new account to say ABC News reports that 124 arrests were made after Trump won in 2016 at protests.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true, but it is.
Lonerbox Starmer just released footage of a call with him and Biden Air Force One. Starmer helping out Biden. Not often you see calls like this released. Did they? Is that what happened? That's fucking great. I never really. Where's that? You have me a link. Midnight Sun, thanks for the £5. This is for Don't Call It England, damn Protestant jokes. You're funny, Loner, you're funny. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, whatever. Okay. I feel like that kind of sets us up to talk about Contrapoints, because she's appeared back on the scene. She's appeared back on the Twitter scene with tweets that remain to this day undeleted. And if she's not deleting tweets, that's because she means it. Okay. Look at this. She's decided to stand at odds with the anti-electoral left again. Oh no. What's this say? In the trenches. Yeah, she's been like reply guying people. Like, well, people reply guy her and then she replies to them. Where's the... Here's the main one. The mother tweet, you might call it. Where's the mother tweet? Here. It's easy to caricature the anti-electoralist left as online misanthropes whose politics is firebomb a Walmart and then not firebomb a Walmart. It would help to dispel that myth if they were more vocal about what specifically their methods achieved. Yes. We're all frustrated that you know what, as far as what their methods achieved, again, people who, from my experience, people who engage in mutual aid and all this like alternative means of pushing your political goals, I feel like they tend to still vote. Like when I hear for mutual, like people who actually engage in mutual aid, I feel like most of the ones I've met, maybe it's different in America or broadly, but most of the ones I've met, they still vote as well. They do both. If you're talking about examples of like non-electoral stuff that works, I know that there was a whole thing about mutual aid organizations helping during COVID, helping people who couldn't go out to get their shopping and things like that, or helping people just with anything that involved them having to quarantine and needing stuff delivered to them. Like mutual aid actually filled a pretty big gap because the government didn't really step in properly until a little bit later because people were still figuring out what had to be done. And I think a lot of those organizations that did that still exist. Like they do other things now as well. So like they basically like that was their idea, was that they filled a gap that the government couldn't fill or wasn't filling. And then they presented themselves as the alternative to the government system. So mutual aid in the kind of sense of it in both senses, in terms of like the political meaning behind it, but also just like the act itself. That's the one example I can think of is the COVID one. We're all frustrated that the Democrats aren't stronger, more effective, further left, savvier about strategy, but Democrats can at least point to some significant accomplishments in the last 4 years. A major climate bill, infrastructure investment, nominating Justice Jackson. What has the anti-electoralist left accomplished in the same time frame? I remember in 2020, a lot of mutual aid funds going around for protesters and people hit by the pandemic. Oh, hey, she knows. For protesters, what protest? Oh, for BLM. I don't remember mutual aid orgs for BLM, but I remember when I used to go to protests, like where there was for the protests that I went to in the last couple of years, where there was like a Palestine one in 2022, and there was also like a trans one, and there were mutual aid. It was Food Not Bombs, were there just like feeding people for the protests, because obviously, you know, people come out for a protest, they might not want to spend 10-15 pounds to eat out when they're there, so they just had food at the fucking Food Not Bombs place. Yeah, it was good stuff as well. That counts as an achievement. What else? Anything on the level of influence as a major climate bill? As someone terrified by the prospect of Trump returning to power, can you reassure me that there is a plausible direct action / non-electoralist means of stopping him that's more likely to succeed than electing Biden and Harris? Because if not, I think you're a LARPer. Oh. Which side of the pro-Palestine protest were you? The only side, the pro-Palestine side. Was it 22 or 21? It was over Sheikh Jarrah. Yeah, you'd probably be on the pro-Palestine side for Sheikh Jarrah, right? Because Jacob's PR was not good. Jacob was too unlikable. I'm just saying. Yeah, I think it was 21. And no, posting a picture of me next to Hillary does not count as an argument. Damn. Damn, she knows. She knows. Hill Dog. And what was this? The compilation that went viral. 10K in the trenches. wait, this right here might be the dumbest fucking thing I've ever read. Certainly takes the cake in the internet era. Wow. Learn just like one history, a single history. Start with the 40-hour work week and expand from there, you fucking dunce, LeMayo. People who campaigned for the 40-hour work week were voters, though. They weren't anti-electoral. They're going to... Every interaction is going to be like this. They're going to push achievements that came because of pressure, but also because the right candidates were there. The right candidates were there to fucking implement it. Wasn't this the whole FDR thing with the unions? Well, I learned this from Naomi Klein. I don't know, maybe it's bullshit. But I'm pretty sure the thing with FDR was that the unions and the CIO, whoever the fuck those people were, like, and even the Socialist Party, like, they presented him with these ideas of the New Deal. Like, it came from outside, like the New Deal ideas. And I think FDR's whole thing was like, yeah, this sounds great. Now make me do it. Like, yeah, put the pressure on the president, because presidents need that. They, like, if they're going to do nice things generally, and they need it because the public wants it, because the public pushes them to do it. And that's why there were like thousands of strikes throughout that period, and like even like thousands of strikes a year. But do you think that would have happened with a right-wing person in power? Or like civil rights movement? If it had been Goldwater instead of Lyndon Johnson, you think they would have had the same effect? Yes, we owe the 40-hour week to unions who advocated for it, and to the elected officials who signed it into law. You need both. Learn one history. I love that. Ah, yes, why didn't the suffragettes just vote for the right to vote? Did people just miss out the anti-electoralist part? Is that it? Is that all it is? Fuck me, I'm gonna kill myself. This is so fucking sad. Why agitate for the right to vote if voting isn't worthwhile? Oh no. A YouTube influencer with 500,000 followers is asking what non-electoral movements have achieved. I'll start with just a few: the abolition of slavery, the 8-hour day, the weekend, the civil rights movement, and ironically, the right to vote itself. All of those were achieved through direct action pressuring elected officials. No, just voting is not enough, but reforms only come when elected officials are successfully pressured. So it still matters who the elected officials are. Is this these all the people she's replying to? Whoa, not Hunter Avalon. What's this last one? Quite literally, I argued with this person. This person is very incoherent. Quite literally, every single civil liberty we currently enjoy is because someone protested for them. Protested and successfully pressured liberal elected officials to enact reforms. If a fascist takes power, the capacity to agitate for reforms is essentially removed. It's also not like, as far as I need to look back into the Labour Party history from 1945, because I'm pretty sure what happened with Labour was in 1942, the Beveridge Report came out, and basically put forward these proposals and commentated on the state of the nation. No, wait, Beveridge couldn't have been 42, was it? During the war? It must have been later. Oh, it was 42, huh? Well done, Lorna Box. Yeah, the Beveridge Report, which commentated on the failures of British social policy to care for the poor and to to care for like the sick and all these things. And then they gave their they identified the 5 illnesses of society. It was idleness, ignorance, disease, squalor, and want. So for idleness, it was obviously like jobs and benefits with a path to getting to employment. There was for ignorance, obviously education, disease, healthcare, squalor for housing, and want for taxes, right? Tax rises. So, and then they introduced this whole policy that's an idea of a social program of a government that would care for people from the cradle to the grave. Calls for the National Health Service and things like this.
All hail
and
our glorious supreme leader at Lona Box.
Thanks for the 100 shekels, Marcus. I haven't even argued with any of your enemies today, but thanks very much. Appreciate it. So it's just a fucking steady flow these days. I'm sorry. Anyway. So the Beveridge Report comes out with these recommendations. It turns out they're very popular. The unions support it. The people support it. And Clement Attlee, the Labour Party, they run on a manifesto that is more or less based on the recommendations of the Beveridge Report. Whereas the Conservatives, even though it was Winston Churchill in 1945, the guy who had just led the country to defeat the Nazis in World War II, from the brink of destruction, fight them on the beaches, the British public voted him out. They voted him out with a pretty large majority, like one of the biggest majorities of the 20th century. 1945 GB election. Look at it. 309, not quite Keir Starmer. Okay, Clement Attlee is not quite Keir Starmer, but he did he did fucking annihilate Churchill after Churchill just like emerged victorious from World War II. I mean, to be fair, Attlee, I think he was in the war cabinet, but yeah. And then they deliver these promises. But even then, sometimes, like, because I think Beveridge and Attlee, these guys were not like regular working folk or like pressure groups. These guys were the upper class of British society. Clement Attlee, even despite the progressiveness of that manifesto and that party, he was the right wing of the Labour Party at the time. So even then, it's not literally every single liberty, but okay. Maybe in America it is. Maybe in America your politicians are so shit that they actually all just need to get forced by unions to do whatever all the time. But yeah. Protested and successfully. Yeah. If a fascist takes power, the capacity to agitate for reforms is essentially removed. All right, true. So yeah, she's been just going through all these wankers in her replies. I saw quite a few of them though. She was popping off a couple of days ago. Oh, she replied to Sirius, this person. Why are you only responding to people who say voting doesn't matter? It's because the original tweet was anti-electoral left, but okay. It feels like you're intentionally responding to only the weakest arguments. Voting obviously matters. The question is whether it's sufficient and whether or not it's oppositional to more radical action. Of course it's not sufficient. I'm arguing with the anti-voting people because they're being wrong online. You can't be wrong online. It's not allowed. It's illegal. This is about MLK, I guess, or more like forced instead of influenced, like how the city of Montgomery was forced to integrate their buses after black folks almost made them go bankrupt through the boycott. But yes, we disagree on that front. We agree on that front. I don't even think we disagree. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh no, there's like a longer thing here, I guess. But yeah, it's not, she said anti-electoral left. Like, I love it how all these people are like MLK and the fucking unions and the push for the 40-hour week and the 8-hour day and paid holidays and all this shit. Like, these are people, like, if you're someone who makes all these arguments, but you don't vote, you don't get to claim any of those things. You claim none of them because the people who led the movements to achieve those things, almost all of them, they voted. If you, I even spoke about this from the MLK example. From the letter from Birmingham jail, because one of the things, again, that people, for some reason, people don't talk about this part of Birmingham jail, like many, is him talking about how they postponed the protests in Birmingham. Birmingham was where they did the Children's Crusade, right? Where the fucking kids went to the front line of the protest and got fucking arrested, right, on purpose. As a way to grab press attention. Very controversial move. Very controversial. King didn't actually want to do it initially. It was Shuttlesworth, whose argument was simply, we got to do what we got to do. We got to do with what you got. Giga Chad. Anyway. Then it occurred to us that Birmingham's mayoral election was coming up in March, and we speedily decided to postpone action until after Election Day. When we discovered that the Commissioner of Public Safety, Eugene Bull Connor, had piled up enough votes to be in the runoff, we decided again to postpone action until the day after the runoff so that the demonstrations would not be used to cloud the issues. Like many others, we waited to see Mr. Connor defeated, and to this end we endured postponement after postponement. Having aided in this community need, we felt that our direct action program could be delayed no longer. Do you know who Bull Connor was running against? The person that MLK was trying, like, and the civil rights protesters postponed their action to help them get into power. It was Albert Boutwell, who was a segregationist. but in King's words, a more gentle person. And he even says why. He says that the new administration must be prodded about as much as the outgoing one. The idea was that even though this guy is still a segregationist, he's one that can be pushed and pressured into delivering their demands more so than Bull Connor, which was true. Bull Connor was a fucking nutter. He was like, yeah, Bull Connor was a brute. Unrelated, but who do you think is a better leader of Labour, Jeremy or Keir? Domestically, I align more with Corbyn. I'm probably more in between domestically, Corbyn and Keir. I'm like between the two, probably leaning towards Corbyn though. Foreign policy, prefer Keir, I think. Who's a better leader? Well, probably the guy who can win elections, so probably Keir. Yeah. Unfortunately, much as I like Corbyn, I prefer winning elections. But by the same token, Keir is the kind of guy who will need prodding. He's a very proddable man. Prod-worthy. Oh. Our top friend of the show replied to that Contrapoints tweet, didn't they? This was the tweet. Yes. Fucking Wap Goblin. I love it. Wap Goblin always with the most ridiculous, shallow, fucking brain-damaged response to every fucking discourse. This is about the anti-electoralist left, okay? What have the methods of the anti-electoral left achieved? She knows. She even quoted anti-electoral left. It has granted you every single right you take for granted, and there's a fucking video of someone getting guillotined. Fucking French Revolution. I'm sorry, bro. Like, the French fucking Revolution. You know, one of the first things that the Third Estate did in their little fucking revolt. What did the Third Estate do? They formed the National Assembly, which granted voting rights. Admittedly, not that many voting rights. They said everyone's equal, in principle, liberty, equality, fraternity. But then they only gave voting rights to people, 25 and above and wealthy landowners and men. They can only be men. So I don't even know what the fuck she's saying here. Is she saying that the French revolutionaries were anti-electoral, even though they introduced an electoral system to the country? Or is she saying that they're anti-electoral in the sense that they didn't allow most people to vote? Actually, they guillotined people for sometimes suggesting that they should have the right to vote, especially women. There was one woman who criticized the revolutionaries for not giving the voting rights to women, and she got guillotined for it. So I don't really... I really don't... It's just so incoherent. It's so incoherent. Like, you know, the foundations of liberal democracy in France, so much of it is laid out from the French Revolution, like the penal code, the idea of a national assembly, the rights of equality under the law. Like, this is from the French Revolution. Also, communists who simp for the French Revolution, this has been a dead meme for like decades. The French Revolution was not a revolt of the proletarian masses. It wasn't. It was a revolt of the elite. It was a revolt of the people from the, I guess, mostly like the Third Estate. And that was like the case throughout. And you can still say that I would argue that obviously they, although they had quite a lot of problems, the revolution was insanely violent. Lots of people defamed by all those crazy fucking cartoonists who just lied about everyone, like and also just like trying to implement democracy with very little reference points, with very little institutional arrangements that could facilitate that progression. Yeah, pretty big fucking issues there. But the French Revolution did bring out like the foundations of liberal democracy in like France. Like they did. They gave the foundations that were built upon later, obviously. Suffrage, which comes in a very half-assed, horrible, like unequal way in the French Revolution to the National Assembly. It's now obviously universal suffrage. Like one was built off the other. Most communists acknowledge it was an important historical shift. No, maybe in academia, but in lefty Twitter spaces, people like WAP Goblin, the only thing people like about the French Revolution is that it was people that they don't like getting guillotined. That's it. That's the only thing they know about it. The only thing they like about it. If they knew more about it, they'd fucking hate it. Yeah, it's people getting guillotined. That's what they're happy about. They like it that people got guillotined who were royal. That's it. That's all they care about. That's all anyone who says shit like this knows about the French Revolution, okay? I don't even know that much about the French Revolution. I'll say, yeah, fuck. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's you should know a little bit. You should know at least enough to know that first of all, it was not a proletarian revolution by any means, and second of all, that the ideas that it was built on and were foundationally ideas of liberal democracy, and they still remain with us to this day. Actually, didn't they also guillotine half of the revolutionaries? Quite a lot of people got guillotined. Yeah, you know, I'm wondering actually. I learned about the French Revolution in college. Way, like we're talking almost. we're talking like 2008, 2009. I learned about the French Revolution. I don't remember that much of it, but I've got like a rough time frame. You know, like the fucking three estates. What was it like the clergy? The fucking the ordinary people. What was the first estate? Was it the royalty or what was the first estate? No, the clergy was the first estate. The second was the nobles. That's right here. Clergy was first, then the nobles, then the people, and then there's the National Assembly. Yeah. The terror, the 12 people. There was like 12 people in that group that were administering things during the French Terror. Robespierre, who was obviously the leader for most of that, who was under so much pressure and became so paranoid and so fucking wacky. The Committee of Public Safety, yeah, that he just fucking guillotined, like, I think he threatened to guillotine the entire fucking National Assembly, and obviously they responded by actually guillotining him. Fucking Danton, the kind of like more popular figure who was guillotined by Robespierre. My favorite figure of all. My favorite figure of the French Revolution, Jacques Hébert. This guy who was like a hustler before the French Revolution. He was like a scammer kind of dude, like just a scallywag. He was a cartoonist during the French Revolution who played a really large part in basically just taking unpopular people from the French monarchy, especially Marie Antoinette, and just defaming the fuck out of them, like lying about them, making up all kinds of stories about affairs and about incest and about fucking, I think bestiality was thrown in there every now and then. He had like caricatured cartoons of all of them. And when he rises to prominence during especially in the Terror period, the Iberists, I think they were called, his magazine, as it called, Le Père Duchesne, I would think it was called, was basically like his kill list almost. Like he because he would defame people, political opponents, and smear them in his publications, and then they'd be in trouble. They'd be at risk of dying, right? Because he was like one of the extremists. And then eventually these people were considered too extreme, even by the people in charge during the Terror. So they guillotined him. And typical propaganda fucker guy. He he hated Marat. Yeah, he on the way to the guillotine. What happened again? Did he not start having like nervous breakdowns? And I think he fainted a few times on the way up to the steps of the guillotine. And because they hated him so much, they decided to troll him right at the end by adjusting the guillotine so that the blade would fall just above his head. And they did that like a few times before actually chopping his head off. Yeah. Like, just such a good character. Like, weaselly, dishonest. Basically, like, shits himself, right? Gets epic pranked at the end. As he's getting executed by the people that he fought against. Yeah. Hustler. Greasy fucker as well. Look at him. Do you know who he reminds me of? Do you know who he gives me? He reminds me of Mike from PA, just a little bit. He gives me Mike from PA vibes. I feel like in the Revolution, he'd be Mike from PA. In the American Revolution. Him or Bad Empanada. That's kind of the two guys. He's like a kind of combination between them physically and in terms of character or lack thereof. Such a weasel, man. Such a weasel. Anyway, French Revolution. I think I want to maybe do some more reading on that. We can maybe go through the whole thing because I feel like it doesn't really get spoken about that much, and I think a lot of people just don't know that much about it. You know, for example, just one interesting fact. There are so many funny little tidbits about Robespierre, the guy who led the Committee of Public Safety in the French Revolution for the most part, got fucking guillotined by them in the end. He had a real obsession with the number 10. He changed the calendar around so there'd be a 10-month year, and all the years had different fucking names. I think Thermidor was the name of the period when he got killed because Thermidor was the month of the year that he had put up. He introduced the metric system, or it's based on him because he introduced a 10 like the 10 unit system for measurements. 10-day week was another one because I think 9 of them were working days. But you know what's interesting about him is this guy murdered a lot of people, a lot of actually allies as well. Do you know what's interesting about him is that he didn't actually support the death penalty to begin with. For I think most of his life, he opposed the death penalty. He also opposed war. And I think there is one book, I think it's called The 12 in Charge or something like that. That's apparently all about how, I've never read it, I've just read about it. Is that when these 12 guys were in charge during the terror, a lot of them actually ended up just kind of forsaking a lot of their initial principles just because of the intense pressure of what their actual job was, right? Because what they were trying to do was they were trying to take what had been an absolute monarchy and take it towards democracy, like democracy, or well, democracy for some. But then obviously they don't trust the population enough to give them all voting rights, so they actually restrict voting rights in some ways compared to the initial National Assembly. They are very authoritarian. They can't handle disagreements. And they've also got every monarchy in the entire continent up against them, as well as the internal French monarchy who is trying to fight against them as well, and also internal opponents. So they're just in probably one of the most stressful political situations any group of leaders could ever be in. And even when you talk about the terror, I've heard one argument. I don't know if it's true, so pinch of salt. But you know that I've heard people say that one of the reasons they call it the terror was not because completely the sheer amount of people who died. Not exactly. It was more seen as the terror because, apparently, because it was who was dying, because no one was safe. The aristocracy wasn't safe either. Because I think if you look at the Thermidor and the period after it, I'm pretty sure the number of people who were guillotined in the aftermath of the terror was actually quite horrible as well. I don't know if it was as bad as the terror, but I think it was actually quite close. I don't know if that's true. I just remember hearing it. It's been a long time, so maybe that's total bullshit. But I do know that it is a fact that obviously, like, the terror wasn't just the only time when people were getting guillotined. Like, people were getting fucking mogged all the way through because there were so many different fucking periods. I don't think so. Okay. I think there were so many different fucking periods of the French Revolution as well. Like, it's not like a quick thing like the Russian Revolution. It's like a very long, drawn-out process. It ramped down after Thermidor. Okay. Was there not an initial period, like during or just after Thermidor, where there were a whole bunch of them though? Like reprisals and shit like that? Clampdowns? It was as high as just before. Okay. See, this is why. That's why I want to look back at it again. I want to look back at it because there's a lot of shit I apparently have either misremembered or just don't know. Even the BBC Bite Size, I remember going through that just as a little refresher to see what was there. The BBC Bite Size on French Revolution is quite cool as well. Obviously, let them eat cake wasn't actually said. I think she would have been like 9 years old when that quote was said. Yeah. Mistranslation, brioche. But yeah, I don't think, yeah. Wasn't there a thing about Marie Antoinette's death as well? her last words were her apologizing to the guy, to the executioner, because she stepped on his shoe or something. Didn't provide equality for all. Wealthy men over 25 given the right to vote. Yeah. Slavery not abolished until 74. Reinstated by Napoleon. There wasn't just one revolution. I think also, isn't there the argument as well that I don't think the French Revolution, I don't think it came out quite the same way. I don't think it came out quite the same way as somewhere like the Russian, where it was like almost in a rock bottom situation, right? Like the end, like nearing the end of World War I, the amount of people dying and all that. I think the French Revolution, I've heard, actually came from a period of improvement, wasn't it? Wasn't there like reforms and improvement under Louis XVI? And then the problem with that was obviously that it led to people wanting more, rather like the kind of complexities of reform going. Tom, not really. Okay, I'm gonna actually find out where I read this. I read this today. Okay, you can argue with the fucking source. 1 second. French Revolution. I know the wait. No, don't. Okay, fucking stop comparing. Okay. If you're saying the reforms helped but didn't do enough, I'm not saying the situation was fucking dandy. I'm just saying compared to like previous years. Okay, fuck me. All right, hang on. Right. Let me find it. 5. This is okay. There was some okay, then you're not disagreeing with me, okay? Jesus Christ. Okay. Where was it? Where's the thing about reforms? It was here where I read it. The penal code. Was it reform? Tocqueville seems to rather like Louis XVI. He refers to him as this kindly, unfortunate prince. Tried to reform, tried to be a good king, didn't have any mistresses. Wasn't wasting a lot of money buying baubles for memoirs of his court, members of his court. Okay. The revolution of rising expectations. He points to the fact that it's not a France that's in misery, it's a France that's getting better and better off. This is the problem. People have higher expectations and then they're more disappointed. Tocqueville just had all these incredibly brilliant insights about how this worked, and part of it was because, frankly, he didn't write in the historical mode. He wrote in a sociological mode, so he could say, I don't need to tell you what happened in 1789, I'm just going to tell you what it meant. So is this false? It sounds like this contemporary historian is agreeing with Tocqueville with this statement, no? Is it just because when I said it was in a time of improvement, you all thought I was saying that it was all just like fucking fine, that they all lived in modern flats with indoor toilets and cocaine? Like what? Louis XVI wasn't definitely malicious, he was kind of weak. Yeah, that's what I remember reading about him. It was Louis XIV was the big fucking granddaddy-o of absolute monarchy, wasn't he? The economic situation was getting worse and worse. So we've got better and better off versus worse and worse. Okay, I don't fucking know. Well, they were bankrupt though, weren't they? Wasn't France completely fucked because they supported America in the War of Independence? Wasn't that part of it? That they didn't really get that much back for it? Wasn't that an issue? So why is this the thing? Is it just in terms of the last of the 100 years prior? Why is this person saying that it was a France that was getting better and better off and rising expectations? Where does this argument come from? Is this because it was for some people, or is it because there was a downturn and then Louis XVI tries to bring things back and things start to improve a little bit, so it's relative to the downturn, not relative to the general state of the times? See, that's what I want to know. What do I read? Should I start with the wiki? Shall I read, should I get one of these books? Start pre-1789. Well, obviously, yeah. Hmm. The Assembly of the Notables. Is that the name of a book? An Assembly of Notables. No, this is just talking about a thing. It was the body trying to fix the economic situation. Okay. Ooh. There'll be background on the wiki, I imagine. I think it was part of that. Those economic issues were because of the supporting America in the War of Independence, right? Their support for America didn't really pay off in any way financially. Population growth, peasants. Considering reforms, back down when faced with opposition from conservative elements. Huh. It paid off in the long run. Yeah. Nice conspiratorialism, Jank. Wait, what? Jank's not here. What are you doing? What are you saying? France was broken as a system regardless. That's my understanding, yeah. I recall thinking that. Didn't they have an unbalanced tax structure? I don't fuck, but I don't know. I'm okay. Listen, I just tried to recall like more than 15 years old knowledge and failed miserably. Okay, that's why we need to learn the entire thing now. It's the only way we can. It's the only way we can recover this loss. I also seem to remember, you know how like when you're learning about something, and especially in school or college, when you're when you're learning something and there's just like one element that will just never sink in, ever. To this day, and I feel like I've read this a million times. I remember going over my notes so many times. I did well in history in school. In college, I did like I didn't do well in school, but in college I got like an A for this part, French Revolution history. But for the life of me, I can't remember. I could never remember who the fuck General Lafayette was. I don't know what he did. I don't know who he was. Here he is. Appointed commander of the National Guard. Because people were, was he commander of the National Guard during the storm of the Bastille? He did generaling. See that, I know that. I know he was a general. And that his name was Lafayette. And that he was French. He was in the Assembly of Notables in the National Assembly. Yeah, but what the fuck did he do? Why is he important? Why do I care about him? Because I feel like his name came up so much. I was like, oh, that guy, he's just there again. He's like fucking Where's Waldo, right? He doesn't do anything. He's just there. You just notice him every now and then you move on. He was a military advisor in the US, taught them how to do sieges. See, I didn't know that. That's cool. Okay, why is he important to the French Revolution? Who gives a fuck? Why do I care? Because the American Revolution wasn't long before the French Revolution, was it? 1776. Huh. Declaration of Independence. He brought the ideas over to France. Did he now? Which ones? How to do sieges. He defected. Oh, I do remember hearing he defected. I thought he changed sides within France, though. Not who did he defect to? You know what's funny is that the way that people try to justify things in history, I think it's funny that like people assume that the treatment of Marie Antoinette was fine, right? Because she was a monarch, she was a despot, right? But really, when you know the truth of it, it's actually they hated her because she was Austrian, right? Wasn't that why? Wasn't that like the big fucking beef that they had with Marie Antoinette, was that she was Austrian rather than anything exceptional she actually did as a royal? Like, because I don't know what the fuck she did. What did she do? Did she do anything? Did she go out into the streets with fucking breadcrumbs and just throw them around and make poor people fight for them? Because that's the image you get in her when you learn about her from like left-wingers. She spent a lot. Oh, she did spend. Yeah. She was a big spender. Okay. But mostly Austrian. They made pamphlets about how she corrupted the king to become a Habsburg puppet. Yeah. She didn't buy a necklace that people thought she bought. Wait, what? See, this just sounds good. There's everything. There's drama. There's anti-Austrian racism. There's sexism. There's propagandists and cartoonists and liars and hacks and defamers and guillotines and blood. Like, French Revolution is fucking amazing. There's so much. We need to do all of it. The wiki is quite large. It's quite fat. We could do the wiki and then just read a book. I would like to read Tocqueville, but that's not going to be the first thing I'm going to read. It's too. You don't want to read a book first. Reading a book first is actually bad, okay? Unless the book is like a gold standard, neutral fucking timeline. I want to read 12 Who Ruled because it just sounds so interesting. That's probably the first one I want to read as a book. I want to read, I've already read bits of Edmund Burke's thing, The Reflections of the Revolution in France, because it's good to see what British conservatives thought about it at the time. And they were like, whoa, we're not having that happen here. Simple as. Citizens is good. See, I've never heard of Citizens. Oh, this is the, okay. But doesn't someone say, I think the historian in this article says that this book is, it's like the pop history one, isn't it? I think she critiques it as well for oversimplifying, but honestly, I don't care if it's simplifying. 12 Rules for Life and Revolution. Let's see. I don't think she says it's bad. Let's see what she says about it. Like I say. Citizen, when she recommends it as a top 5 book. All right, so I have many reservations about Simon Schama's book, but it had a huge readership in 1989 when it came out. That's because he's done something that few other historians have been able to do, and only a few, and that is to tell a story that's sufficiently absorbing that people want to read it. It's completely different from the other books. It's all narrative. There's very little analysis. I love that. Based. No, I'll do the analysis. Fuck you. He maybe veers towards the Fourier position, but it doesn't have any of the analytical punch of either Tocqueville or Fourier, because he's telling a story and wants to tell an interesting story. So it's filled with incredibly interesting tidbits and anecdotes and characterizations of people. It's generally negative about the revolution because it's basically about how the revolution is really, really violent. Do you have a favorite tidbit in there? My problem with most of the stories is they tend to be fairly negative. They're about how people end up doing things that seem crazy to us in retrospect. He writes about the woman activist Théroigne de Méricourt who goes mad. That's a great story, but as a representation of what the revolution is about, it's a problematic choice. Damn. We've got bipolar woman. We've got borderline woman in this. Nice. Narrative history isn't necessarily bad. No, I know it's not. Eric Hobsbawm was also very critical about Citizens, wasn't he? Saying it continued an English tradition, including popular books like A Tale of Two Cities, of focusing on the negative side of the French Revolution. A View of the Revolution, Sciama's book, is anathema to Eric Hobsbawm. That's because Sciama is not really interested in an extremely important part of it, which is that there are thousands of people who got involved in the revolution. They hold office. They go to meetings. They are sincerely motivated by the idea of establishing a democratic and republican front of government. That's also why I think the French Revolution, it's like one of those things where obviously the things that people care about are the violence. Like everyone loves the violence. Less so about, but this happens, I think, as far as I know, the violence happens side by side with people trying to reinvent the entire fucking political system, right? Like trying to build institutions and come up with the fucking penal code and trying to like establish laws and trying to build on like foundational principles of a state. Like they're trying to do all these fucking things. But obviously like that's less interesting for readers. Democratic Republican form of government because it will lead to more equality, freedom, and social justice. They are completely serious and sincere and authentic about wanting to do that. Those people are not in Sciama. Oh, those good souls. To me, the revolution is filled with hundreds of thousands of stories of people who find their lives transformed for the better. They want to make something of it and come up against a lot of obstacles. Dylan Ma is really funny in chat because they're watching the Cenk debate. They're just watching the debate and commenting in chat as if it's like live. Sciama is not a specialist in the French Revolution, is he? He seems to write about a lot of different things. Originally a specialist in Dutch history. See, what about, is this Sciama guy, what if he's a Finkelstein though? What if he's lying? What if he's lying to all of you guys? I think I might get this one. It sounds fun. I don't know if I'm ever going to debate people on the French Revolution, but it'll be good to come up as a quip. Why is the fucking hardcover £85? Is this the one that they give people in universities? Do people have to read this at university? Oh, there's a paperback for $15.89. Girls love historians. Okay. Weird. You can probably pirate the PDF. No, I can, but I'd rather have the book. The thing is the fucking hardcovers are always expensive because unis use, yeah. Look at this. This is a shit cover. I don't want a book that looks like this. It's disgusting. What the fuck? Is that actually what the paperback looks like, or is this the Audible logo? Paperback. The paperback currently looks like this. Okay, no. This is okay. It still looks like it should be sold only to Sunday Times readers. But it'll do. I just have to be on a fucking strict diet of tea and biscuits when I'm reading it. The red, white, and blue. Yeah. Oh, and I know that the concept of left and right wing comes from France as well, doesn't it? Because of the flag. The reds and the blues, left and right. The side of the chamber they sat on. Yeah. See, I'm more hesitant to say things about the French Revolution now because I feel like I've misremembered stuff or just remembered stuff that was wrong. Okay. Actually, you know what? I should not have said that thing about the terror because I know where I got it from. I got it from fucking Zizek. And I remember being 18 years old and looking it up. he said the death toll right after the Thermidor was higher than the entire terror. And I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. And then I remember looking for it and just never finding it. And then just thinking, and then I think I saw a book that he wrote the foreword for called In Defense of the Terror. I was just like, oh, it must be in there. Fuck it. No, okay. The fact that that's probably not true makes a lot of sense to me, because I remember not being able to find that anywhere and just settling and assuming that it was in a book. How naive. Imagine that. The first and second estate to the right and the third to the left. Yeah. Because the left are the people of the people, I guess. Can you imagine telling the French National Assembly about what populism would do to the concept of left and right? Maybe he's counting the Civil War and the Vendée? Don't know. Don't know. The way that he phrases it is he makes it sound like the reprisals, the counter-revolutionary crackdown after the terror was worse than the terror. That's kind of how he makes it sound. Because he says it's death by guillotine. That's just not true. Okay. Well, now we know. We are better for it. Ranking of Napoleon's marshals when? I would rather get guillotined. Sorry. That's never happening. In the Vendée, they strapped people to a barge and sank it. Nice one. Am I going to learn about that in Citizens? Sounds like a hoot. Sounds like an absolute hoot. Okay, I don't know. I need to. Okay, we're talking about planning streaming stuff going forward. Is French Revolution really going to be on there? Am I going to do French Revolution reading? Oh no. I have so much to do. I need to organize my notes. I need to talk to the people who have been helping me with my fucking Obsidian thing, because I've been ghosting them for ages. Fuck. Fuck. I still need to do my Israel-Palestine history, the whole thing. American elections? Fuck American elections. Don't care. Waste of time. Weimar Republic? I've read about Weimar Republic, but yeah, I could do a thing on that as well. I don't know. Will you get more into British politics from now on? Yeah, why not? Would you consider yourself a history streamer? Not really. Just a streamer. Stream anything. Starmer, best PM in history. Suffragettes versus suffragists? Oh, shut up. No. Visit Clacton-on-Sea for on-the-ground reporting. I really want to get a reform voter to debate. That would be so funny. Oh, God. It's not happening, though. I don't think it's happening. The effect of the abolitionist movement on global women's suffrage. Okay. Get Count Dankula, he switched from UKIP to Reform. Yeah, maybe. He'd be good to go after. Let's see what he's saying on Twitter. Let's see if there's anything to bite upon. Okay, now he's got the, oh, is he part of the fucking bandwagon that suddenly has a problem with first past the post?
So we're going to kick off with Saturday's Telegraph for some good old-fashioned election hot takes.
Yes, so this is the Labour election result.
He went on
is the
GB
most
News for
distorted
the
in
react.
history. Party wins nearly 2/3 of seats and with 1/3 of the popular vote, outpacing gap recorded in 2001 under Tony Blair. Now, it's interesting because Adam...
This is true. Like, the voting system does need to change if we have third and fourth parties that are, and fifth parties that are this big. First past the post is not built for a 5-party rule. It's not built for it. So...
Brooks,
right
who
choice would be
appears on
good,
this
yeah.
channel, had tweeted that we have to remember that 80% of UK citizens didn't vote for Labour.
Yes. So
Yes.
that's yes, exactly.
So
That
then,
This is
surely
first
with
past the
all
post in a
this
nutshell,
badinage about this subject, we would have to then be discussing proportional representation and a reforming of our electoral system as is.
Yeah, well, exactly. Speaking of reform, Count, Nigel Farage has come out asking for proportional representation, yet
Why do they all look like spivs? This guy looks like such a... This guy is spiv fucking quintessential. Why? Why do they always look like they're about to tell you the fucking secret to win at the fruit machines? Oh god, what's a spiv? They're kind of like these scrupulous street businessmen from London. Usually quite disreputable. Like these guys. Sorry, scrupulous isn't the right word, is it? It would be more like unscrupulous. Yeah, they'd be unscrupulous, sorry. But yeah, these guys. These fucking nutters. Used car salesman, yeah.
There's some irony there in that we did have a referendum for proportional representation that the country decided to not go with. So having a second referendum seems...
That sounds familiar.
Yes. But this time it would serve his interests for there to be another referendum.
Yeah, but it's like the first past the post system is a complete joke. Like, I'm not a believer in democracy myself. But it's just...
I
love how nervous that makes people. Libertarian, don't worry. Not fascism. I don't want a government. But it's basically... you would think that democracy is supposed to be the will of the people via majority, but under the first past the post system, it's not about being the majority, it's about being the biggest minority. Right, so see how they only got like 33.8% of the vote? That means only 1/3 of people who voted actually got what they wanted. The other 2/3 of people didn't get what they wanted. That's a joke of a system.
So, but then, of course, the alternative is when you have proportional representation.
But yeah, with proportional representation, no one gets what they want either because they get fucking mental coalitions. Like fuck, yeah, it's like fucking first year politics in college and shit. Yeah. You think the people in Israel and their proportional system are getting the government that they wanted? No, everyone fucking hates the government, but somehow they're in there, right? Yeah.
Representation, you have something like the Netherlands, and then you're talking about coalition governments, which can take months to form, and arguably then do people get what they want at that point?
It bogs the system down and makes the government start to fail.
So
you're exposing my plan.
Yeah, sorry, but there's what's to say?
I feel like I need to look at the proper, because I still don't actually, I voted in it, but I don't understand exactly how the Scottish system works. But I think how it works is that we have MSPs who are selected through first past the post, but then also through a regional system, which makes it very difficult to get a full majority. It kind of encourages like two parties doing a coalition. But I think the Scottish system's quite good because you get to do your first past the post vote, and then you get to do your regional vote, which is a ranked choice. So you get to do everything. You just get to do all the votes. Is it AV? I don't know if it's AV. System AV. What system does it? It uses, oh no, it's the AMS. It's the additional member system. Which means that we have 73 first past the post constituencies and 8 regions. And there's like a selected number of people who are selected from the regional list through a preferential vote system. Yeah.
There's democracy is imperfect, but it's the best we've got. Or
yeah. It was like someone the other day that was going on about free speech.
Yeah. Yeah, we are actually only complaining about first past the post because Reform didn't get more seats. Yes, that's exactly. There we go.
Free speech, but when it's the right kind of free speech, which I didn't understand. As well, the turnout has dropped to a new level. And it was interesting because I was watching Mary Black from the SNP who was discussing, the problems with the postal votes, the date was incorrect and all this kind of stuff. And also the thing that surprised me, and I've met her a couple of times, I think she's quite nice, but she said, I discovered it was raining in Scotland today. I'm wondering if that affected the turnout. And it's like, it rains in Scotland every day, whether it's a summer. We had an election in Scotland, I think in November, and Ian Blackford was appalled. It was a general election, I think, in November.
Oh, I just realized who's in Twitch chat. What the fuck? That's weird. What other platforms is he streaming on to talk to chat? YouTube. Yes, YouTube. Hey guys, how's it going?
And he was appalled because people in his constituency, there was no street lighting. So they couldn't go out at night. And according to Mary, she's now worried that if there's a bit of rain and you're Scottish, you may or may not want to vote. But one person that didn't vote was Nicola Sturgeon's sister.
Okay, how do you know that? You've been following her?
No, not at all. I'm not like that. I just keep an eye on certain people. No, she'd come out and said that she was disgusted with the sleaze and corruption in Westminster. She thought it was appalling.
At least one of her family came out.
Well, absolutely. Oh! That was very clever as a camper van owner. How nice. But
proportional representation is so freaking based. Are you sure, Econo? What? I feel like if you're going to do proportional representation, you need to have a country that's prepared for it, okay? You can make the argument for it in the UK because we've been around for a while, okay? We've had the practice. We're not so easily radicalized in the UK because everyone is so like fucking gravitating towards being normal and polite and shit. But you're 100% sure there are no exceptions. You want a, what, like 100% proportional system? You want to be fucking Israel or Weimar Germany? What? You want, wait, and you're telling me this now when Reform gets 15% of the vote? I don't know. Is it bad that I don't like pure proportionality? Is it bad that I don't trust the average voter enough to do that? Like, maybe that's because you haven't met the average voter, Econo Boy, in the UK at least. You don't know what it's like. Dealing with your fucking school friends' parents as they try to tell you, wagging their fingers at you, telling you what's what about immigration and shit. Fuck.
Yeah, she was saying there was no party that she could actually vote for.
Well, I was...
Including the SNP.
Well, fair enough. To be honest, I was very close to spoiling my ballot. I didn't know what I was going to do in the...
Why would you...
If Palestine did proportional in 2006, Hamas wouldn't have had a majority. Yeah, because their system was... Oh, what was... Because wasn't it like a half and half system where it was supposed to be half and half, but it was just... Because people say this, that they won like 40-something% of the vote, but way more of the seats. I remember this. Because they actually didn't... Fatah only got like a couple of points of the popular vote below them. It's like 46, 44 or some shit. Let's see. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, 44, 41, sorry. but 74 seats to 45. So they still would have been the largest party. Later, bro, keep up the good work. All right, take care, guys. Bye-bye. I mean, the most that the Nazis ever got in a fair election was 37. They won more in the 33 election, but that's because they were fucking murdering people and shit. But yeah, 37 was the last fair and free election. No, not 37. 37% of the vote in the last fair and free. I think the last fair and free election was what, 30, 31, 32? What was the Reichstag election 1930? Was it 32? Because they had the big one and then they lost 2 million voters. 37%, yeah. Then I think in November 32, they lost a bunch of voters, right? Yeah, they lost 2 million voters. Then they went down again. And then Enabling Act. And then this point, this is after they're starting to fucking kill people and shit. This is after the big power grab. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure this was after, in this election, you had like brown shirts at the polling stations, just like looking over people's shoulders and shit. Yeah. And I think a bunch of candidates couldn't even turn up for the campaigns because they were either in prison or they'd been beaten up or some of them, one or two of them had been killed. Yeah. But yeah, you don't need. The question is how would this have gone? If the seats were different, would it have mattered much? Because I think that you still would have had the drive for a national unity government, wouldn't you? I'm just wondering how different things would have been. Did they have an election per year? They have elections when there's like either a constitutional issue or issues with, what do you call it? Being able to form a government. So I think 32, they weren't supposed to have it every year. It's like Israel as well. Israel, that's why they've had like 5 elections in the space of 4 years. It's because like government's falling apart. People losing their majorities, votes of no confidence, all that kind of shit. Yeah. Because of the fragmentation in 1930. Which was when the Nazis ballooned into fucking prominence. 18% of the vote, because before this, 1928, they had not many at all. They weren't even in the top 6. %. They rose very, very quickly. Anyway.
I don't understand.
Spoiling a ballot as opposed to not voting shows that it's a protest vote. And also, if you write on it, the politicians all have to look at the message on the ballot itself. So if you have a particularly concise message like respect women's rights or whatever it is, then that would be there.
The understanding was very different from how it turned out. There was the prisoner's letter, which was supposed to bring national consensus and a unified program, but it didn't go that great. Is that true? Is what true? What are we asking? I don't even know what's happening. You know what? I like first past the post. No particular reason. I'm just happy with it, okay? Just think it's better than the alternatives. I think Brits are too stupid for proportional representation, okay? They're too irresponsible.
But in the end, I just went for Labour, and then I just got loads of abuse about it all day on Twitter, which is fine.
That politicians have to read the spoiled ballot. I didn't know that.
One final thing I will say on this is that it's been an amusing day online to see there's been a lot of hot takes about how Labour has lost today from people who sort of going, well, this shows that really Labour lost by using these kind of figures. And it feels to me a bit like they're trying to sort of justify their previous hot takes, if that makes sense. You've got the left and the right.
It's completely fucking legitimate. We've only agreed to this voting system and had it in place and even had a fucking referendum on it for the last fucking 500 years or whatever. Yeah.
going, this just shows how Labour really lost the hearts and minds, as opposed to the fact that, look, they're in power now and let's just get on with it.
Yeah.
He's just, what? You don't believe that, do you? Hang on.
You've got the left and
nah.
the far and the right. And
or maybe he's saying no to the, okay, whatever, I don't care. Let's see what's he been saying? We're already paying enormous amounts, putting illegal migrants in hotels and paying for their lawyers through legal aid. This hotels thing is fucking, unless he's willing to elaborate that these hotels are literally repurposed and turned into facilities for migrants, not the idea that these asylum seekers are put into a hotel and suddenly get fucking access to the bar and the spa and fucking room service and shit like that. But let's see.
Let's move on to the express count.
Also, most of these like hotels that were being used, especially during COVID, they're all fucking closed now. They've been like they've run their course, they've served their purpose, and now they're no longer being used.
Daily Express, obviously big fans of the Tories themselves, have said, let us be gracious and defeat, which I definitely think they should be because they get nuked. They got,
there's no other option.
Yeah, exactly. They got absolutely nuked. You know, it's like the other boxer that gets completely trounced by the other guy and then starts acting all humble and he's not talking so much smack anymore and stuff like that. Of course they're going to be like that.
No population is responsible enough for proportional representation. I don't know how this world is hanging on for so long. Spoken like a true Hashemite enthusiast. Spoken like a true subject of the Hashemite kingdom.
Because they get absolutely destroyed. I mean, I was part of the 0 seats team because the Tories deserved it. They absolutely deserved it, and I'm amazed they did as well as they did because they've done, again, nothing of note. Nothing good in like 14 years. They just spent the entire time ignoring what their voter base wanted, and now they seem surprised that their voter base is now left. And again, it wasn't because Labour got more voters. It's just they weren't going out and voting for the Tories. That's why.
It is funny, Bruce. Obviously, you've done the show a fair amount over the years, but Daily Express was so sort of trying to find anything on Starmer, and then he was like, suddenly they're like, our new PM is undoubtedly decent and sincere. And it's a little bit like, well, it's exactly like Count's saying it is they're sort of punch drunk at the end, and now they're like, okay, fine.
They're just going with what they think's the right thing to do, and if they're pro him, then they'll maybe sell more papers.
Well, I don't know if people are pro him to that point. What I do like, and this has been commented elsewhere, though, they're talking. I thought Rishi Sunak, not a fan of him as a prime minister, but I thought his concession speech was actually quite emotionally sort of, and in a weird way, sincere and sort of patriotic, because there's been here a sort of...
It's only admirable. It only makes you happy, and it makes you want to take your hat off to him almost, Rishi Sunak, is because it's someone accepting the results of an election and supporting the peaceful transfer of power. That's why it's so impressive. Usually, you don't care. Usually, it's a formality. Usually, they concede defeat because it's just what happens, right? It's just like you go to the 3rd floor on an elevator and it passes the 1st and 2nd. That's all it is. But now we're like, wow, hey, look at this. Respect. Old school. A man of fucking tradition and a man of grace and class. I love him. I want him to fuck my wife. Like, that's why. It shouldn't be like that, though. It should just be like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Seamless transfer of power, which you don't see in other democracies, America, whatever. It was like that day they announced the moving...
He knows. What's his fucking contribution to the show?
Democracies, America, whatever. It was like
He knows.
That day they announced the moving vans come in. Surely this actually speaks well of our democracy.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, it was a little
Stardust, thanks for the 16 raid. I really appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream.
bit indisputable with the number of seats that Labour got. Like, oh, that many? Oh, okay. No.
Stop the court cases.
Wait, why not? Why don't they just if you're corrupt enough to rig an election, why aren't you corrupt enough to get that many seats? Oh, well, just we have the power to pull the wool over the entire nation's eyes and rig an election to to the quantity of millions of votes in the United States. We can do that. We're really good at that, but also, you know, like not this many though, not that many. Whoa.
Stop the recounts.
Exactly.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let's move on to the Daily Telegraph, Bruce. What are they going?
Taxation is theft. It's so fucking. I don't know. I don't know that many thieves who take money from you like annually or through your fucking consumption habits and then give it back to you in the form of healthcare, welfare, a fucking military infrastructure, like a judicial system, roads, buses. You know how fucking expensive transport is. Trains, tractors, planes.
Going with something more than the election or not?
Well, it's election adjacent.
Oh, okay.
So Wes Streeting, I think, is our new health secretary, and he claims that the NHS is broken. And again, he's vowed to do everything in his power. He's a huge fan of the NHS. He, unfortunately, many moons ago, suffered from kidney cancer, felt his treatment was fantastic. You know, you couldn't replicate that around the world. So he's now going to enter into talks with the junior doctors. But it's what can he talk to the junior doctors about that the previous lot weren't able to and get a solution, if you see what I mean. So I don't know what his game plan is long term.
Have you ever been on a toll road? Imagine paying for every road. Oh, God. Imagine privatized roads. Every single one of them with a toll booth. And they deliberately make you wait longer. They deliberately throw in a bunch of arbitrary checks to make you wait longer at the toll booth. And they only do it because at the toll booth, there's also a fucking McDonald's, and they just keep you there because they want you to buy a McDonald's. Oh no, it's covered in logos.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to money. And in this case, junior doctors, they want 35%. He's straight away just said, no, you're not going to get that. But at least the argument is that he will engage with them. And a wider picture account, I mean, part of me is like, okay, good, he's acknowledged that there's an issue. And surely that is the first step to then dealing with it. But as Bruce alludes to, where's the money? Well, how is this change going to happen?
The only way it can come is through increased taxes. That's the only way. We're already paying out an enormous amount of money putting illegal migrants up in hotels and then paying for their lawyers through legal aid and all that type of stuff as well. And it's going to be a case of there will be a collapse. The only way that he's going to get this money is increasing taxation.
If it's you can also borrow, and because you can borrow to invest, like governments invest. They're not just anyway. Although I'm okay with increasing taxation in some ways. Why the fuck not? But also, if he wants to make this point, because he's like you know why he talks about hotels, right? He brings up hotels because he wants to conjure up an image of migrants getting the fucking special red carpet treatment from a conservative government for whatever reason, at the expense of the taxpayer. Why, if you want to make that, if you want to paint that picture, why don't you tell us, Mr. Dankula, why don't you just talk about why don't you talk about how much asylum seekers are given when they're here whilst their claims are being assessed? Does anyone know? Does anyone know what an asylum seeker's budget is when they're in the country, when they're having their claim checked? Because they can't work. Under current law, they can't get jobs whilst their claim is being assessed. Does anyone know how much money they get? It's gone up a little bit, actually. It's gone up a wee bit since I last checked it in 2021 or 2. It's $41.18 a week, loaded onto a debit card. And that's to handle food, clothing, and toiletries. £7 a day. They're on £7 a day. It's not exactly like they're being fucking pampered. But this is the same government system that puts them up apparently in 5-star hotels with full service, and a fucking Asian woman comes in and gives you a massage in the spa, happy ending and all. You get to sit in the fucking jacuzzi and piss in it. Like, what the fuck? No.
Which Labour are big fans of.
Well, it seems like the Tories are big fans of as well. They've got to this point.
Oh, politicians in general.
Yeah. They love a bit of tax.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're wearing a cap, says taxation is theft. Would you mind paying a bit more tax if
I don't want to pay any taxes.
You don't want to pay any tax at all?
No.
Even for the NHS, if the system got run better?
Well, Dankula does actually support national health care. He said that. So how would you pay for that if not for tax? Unless he's changed.
If people got paid fairly?
No, I wouldn't want to pay any taxes at all.
What would you? So you want a private?
I go fully private for everything I can. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
But I still have to pay taxes, even though I don't use the services.
Okay, well, someone's doing pretty good on YouTube.
Oh no, I'm broke.
That's because you're paying for private healthcare. Yeah. Stop it. Okay.
How is he broke? What's happened to what's going on in his life that he's broke? This guy uploads on 2 channels pretty frequently. There's no way he's broke. Where the fuck what's he doing? If he's broke, it's his own fucking fault. Unless, I don't know, like what? Never mind. I won't say that. We don't know. We don't know. Buying pug toys, legal expenses. He fundraised for that. The money went with his, unless he didn't fundraise enough. He fundraised like hundreds of thousands of pounds for that. As far as I remember. Yeah. Don't know. Probably underreports his income. I've noticed YouTubers do this. Yes, there are like second thought, right? I don't know if Dankula does that as well, but yeah, second thought obviously did that. He massively underreported his income. I do remember watching one video. I remember watching one video from Dankula about 4 years ago when he was talking about taking his country to court, and he was going to go through the European Court of Human Rights over the pug case because he basically wanted to sue the court that found him guilty for obscenity or whatever the law was, Communications Act law, causing offense, yeah, gross offense. I'm just curious. He said he was going to do that, but he said he put it up to a poll. He said he had all this money left from his legal fees, and he put it up to a poll for his audience. And he told his audience, it's like either this money goes to pursuing this case further with the European Court of Human Rights, or it's just going to go to a charity. But obviously the audience said, yeah, because he basically spends the whole video hyping up for taking the United Kingdom to court through the European Court of Human Rights. And the audience votes in favor of him doing that. But has that ever developed? Did he ever actually do it? Because otherwise there would be money from otherwise there would be money that just never went to legal fees. But I'm not going to make that assumption, obviously. We have to just check. I want to see, because if he did do what he said he was going to do, that means he's trying to appeal his case in the European Court of Human Rights, which is I don't know. When I see like very, very well, apparently he got divorced. Okay, I don't know. Well, I remember watching that video at the time thinking like, this is a bit odd. This seems a bit like something that you wouldn't actually end up doing, because it would be such a fucking waste of time. The European Court of Human Rights barely ever rules against the UK. Like, barely ever. You can look at the figures. Out of like thousands of cases, they very rarely rule against the UK. And even then, it's like, even the ruling for Rwanda, that was a temporary ruling. The halt of the plane taking off, that was temporary. It only bought time for the UK Supreme Court, like our own one, to decide that the flight was unlawful because Rwanda was unsafe. But this is from 2019. I'm just curious. Isn't that court free? Well, I think if you want good lawyers, you'd have to pay for them, no? What, you can go to the European Court of Human Rights and you just get a fucking lawyer for free? Like a good one? Hang on. He was fined for breaching the Communications Act 2003, wants to appeal the UK Supreme Court on human rights grounds, but I think this failed as far as I remember. Refused the petition, saying it had no power to grant leave to appeal. Yeah, because I think he wasn't able to appeal it in the UK. Freedom of expression. Joke. Pug. At the stage of submissions at the conclusion of the trial, the sheriff, I'd be interested to see how that trial went. Like if the European Court of Human Rights heard his case on the pug, and yeah, let's see. At the stage of submissions at the conclusion of the trial, the sheriff asked parties whether they intended to address him on freedom of expression at common law or in terms of Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights. But the defense made no reference to it and no compatibility issue was raised. The defense made no reference to the European Court of Human Rights at this stage of submissions. Despite this, the petitioner sought to introduce human rights issues when he appealed to the Sheriff Appeal Court, okay? Leave to appeal was refused at the first sift by single appeal sheriff, who described the case as unarguable and wholly misconceived, having observed that the Article 10 argument was never advanced before the sheriff and was not elucidated in any way in the ground beyond bare assertion, adding that the same was true of the petitioner's claim about Section 127 of the Communications Act was incompatible with Article 7 and 10 of the ECHR. Because this is what they say. They say that the British law that he was convicted under is in breach of the Human Rights Act in Europe, the European Court of Human Rights, to do with free speech. So what you would do is you would go to the European Court of Human Rights, which the UK is party to, and say, hey, the UK is doing a law that breaches your opinions on human rights. Sort this out, please. Fuck them. And they'll be like, oui, monsieur. Right. So the petitioner's application for leave was refused again by the SAC second sift. But this is all ages ago, so what happened? This was it. Taking my country to court. This is the video I remember watching.
Remember that? Remember that video? I don't know if any of you saying our client Marcus Meekin, Count Dankula, had his rights violated. Charity is what I'm worried instead.
So where does he say it here?
It's blatant. It's just blatant that my human rights were violated. But even despite that, I was told.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so he talks about it a lot here. All right. I just want to see if there's like.
I already felt like an absolutely.
I just want to see what a European Court of Human Rights case looks like on this question.
Cheeky bastard. Raising
because
that
the law,
first lot.
Again, I always say this, the law that he was convicted under is ridiculous. It's a really shit law. It's like, it's basically like a 200-year-old obscenity law that's just been constantly repackaged by various governments, whether it was like Thatcher and then Blair, to update itself for the postal service and then for radio and then for TV and then for the internet. Yeah, it's fucking dog shit. What was the punishment? He was fined £800.
Money to do the whole appeal in the first place. I don't like e-begging. I don't like it. I'm fine with receiving money.
I do like e-begging. It's not even begging. It's just, I'm just telling you guys, the fucking bar is full. It's fine, okay? But 90, really? $10 short of $100? Fucking, what's wrong with you guys? Fucking retard. Anyway.
I've actually done some work, right? But e-begging I don't like. So as far as stage 2 of the big trial, going to the big grand fucking courthouse, I can't afford it. I don't have that, and I do not want to do another round of fundraising. So basically, the best thing we can hope for is I send in the submission, the ECHR rule in my favour at that first stage and say, yeah, you violated Count Dankula's rights, and then just hope that the British government go, yeah, whatever, fine, and just accept it, which I do not think that they are going to do. But see, just to have that little ruling in my favour, that would just be fantastic. The problem is, out of all of the funds so far, we have spent £140,000 estimated. It's roughly about that. And if we want to go to the ECHR and do this submission plus a re-review, which most likely will happen, then the cost for that would be 40,000 plus VAT, which would mean there would be no money left to give to charity after it. In fact, anything that goes over, I would need to cover myself. And that doesn't sit right with me, because so far, out of every single avenue that I have went down, I have just been spending, even though we have a good case, it's blatant that my human rights were violated. I was punished by the state for something that I said that was a clear joke, clearly intended as a joke. I'm a fucking comedian, right? It's blatant. It's just blatant that my human rights were violated. But even despite that, I was told, go fuck yourself at every single stage of every appeals court throughout all of Britain. And I don't want to go all the way here just to spend a lot of money to be told.
Taxed on court fees. Would you be? For lawyers? We'd be paying the lawyers, no? Like, or the legal firm. Is that not real?
Told to go fuck myself again, when instead that money could have been donated to charity. Because if I go ahead with this, then there's going to be pretty much no money left and no donations going to charity. But afterwards, I would probably do a bunch of fundraising for charities, you know, like charity streams, charity stuff, charity this, you know. Charity is what I'm worried about the most here. Because at the start of this, I was believing, at the end of this, I'm going to have a nice big fat fucking whack of cash just to hand over to a children's hospital or something like that. But, you know, fucking... life's funny. Like, life doesn't give a shit about your plans. So, the problem that I'm having here is, do I go ahead with it? Do I go all the way to the European Court of Human Rights and risk spending the last of the money to be told to go fuck myself again? Or do I just draw a line in the sand here, call it quits, and everything that's left, which I think is about 40,000, again, this is all estimates, and just give that to a children's hospital? So what I've decided to do is I'm going to leave it up to democracy. It's your money. You guys donated it, and I know you donated it towards my appeal, and the promise was, you know, that I've said from the beginning...
If you want more donos, just say that you won't even have enough to give to charity. Well, that's true. That is true.
Left over, I would donate straight to a charity. The problem is, if I do go ahead with the European Court of Human Rights thing, that would drain the last of the money. And it is your money. I know that you gave it to me for the purpose of the appeal.
Does he get the Keffels treatment? I don't know. I don't know anything about this. This is the last thing I remember watching about it and just thought, like, you're really going to spend, like, what, 40 grand to... Let's see. This is the straw poll in the description. Should Count Dankula versus the United Kingdom happen? Because he doesn't really make it, like, this isn't a binary choice he's even making here. Like, he spends the whole video hyping up the fucking court case. Like, he wants to go ahead and do it. Obviously, everyone said yes. Almost everyone, for being precise. But I wonder.
But then it means that no money would be...
I wonder what happened.
Going to charity. So I'm putting it up to a vote. I've got a poll that I've created. I've put it down below. And I think I'm going to title the poll, Should Count Dankula versus the United Kingdom happen? It's your guys' money. You gave it to me for the appeal. But again, do I go ahead with it and spend the last of the money to be told to fuck off? Or do I just stop now and donate the rest to charity? Right, I'm not going to go ahead and make the decision myself. I'm a big fan of democracy, so I'm going to leave it up to you guys. The poll is down below. If you want to vote and decide on whether or not Count Dankula versus the United Kingdom should happen, then let me know. And whatever the answer is, whatever the answer is, you know, even if I'm happy with the answer, even if I'm not happy with the answer, I'll go ahead with it, because, you know, that's how democracy works. The winning vote is the thing that we've all decided to do, right? Remainers, take note. I'm doing this.
True, Remainers with your fucking second referendum bullshit, or just unilaterally put us back in the EU. Fuck off. And I say that as a Remainer. Anyway, so what does anyone know if anything happened here? Like, does anyone know what this European Court of Human Rights case looked like that he spent £40,000 on? Does anyone know? Because this is from 2020. Can I go back 4 years in his channel, just like the last 4 years, and see if there's anything? Oh, you can. He doesn't really upload that regularly on this one. It all failed and they gave him the boot. It's quite, yeah, but I feel like everyone knew that would happen because it was shot down so quickly. Here it is. This is the video. Mad Lads. Were there ever any updates on Dankula versus the, because it's on his main channel. This is all Mad Lads. Andre the Giant. The world's smelliest man. There's nothing else that, wait, 2 years ago, I hate Johnny Rowan so much. The Red Baron, von Richthofen, Illegal Books, Christopher Lee, The Largest Anarchist Commune. The Kelpies, little statues of them in Central Belt. Funky Scottish horses, mythical. Celtic myths. The Iraq emo killings. Oh no. Nazi pug final update. What is this? Is this the European Court of Human Rights? What happened?
Well, this has taken a really long time, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But it does look like the Nazi pug case has finally come to an end. Sadly, we did not get the result we were looking for, but some good did come from all of this. But first, let me explain exactly what happened throughout the whole process of the trial, as well as some of the shady stuff that went down.
Ooh.
But before we get started, we have a new sponsor.
Why is he in a new t-shirt?
Coffee Brand Coffee. Coffee Brand Coffee serves people who are sick of gimmicky coffee companies who offer political marketing instead of just doing
True.
a single order, or automatically save 10% on all auto refill orders to enjoy their delicious products and support me and support my channel. I know that most of you know this part, but I'll go over it again for those who don't. Back in 2016, I made an absolutely hilarious joke video, greatest joke in the world if you ask me, where I taught my girlfriend's, now wife's, pug to Nazi salute as a joke to upset her and prank her. The video ended up going viral, and then I was arrested by the Fun Police, and I was charged under Section 127 of the Communications Act of 2003 for posting grossly offensive material on social media, because unfortunately in Britain in 2022...
Oh, Nachulu, sorry I missed this. Thanks for the €5. The 1989 Duology film about the French Revolution is a really good representation of the era. I watched it in college, highly recommended it. Okay, nice one.
Being offensive, something which is 100% completely subjective, is a crime. It's a crime to be offensive in Britain. You would think that this would mean that you can say, I am grossly offended anytime a politician says or does something and then get them arrested. You know, for example, I think that advocating for dragging us into 2 forever wars is grossly offensive, but sadly it doesn't work that way. And for some reason, even all these years later, people still keep making up a bunch of bullshit about what happened in the trial or even what I was charged for. Right, what I was charged for was for causing gross offence. That was the charge. It's in the literal act I was charged under, but...
Not for hate crime. This had nothing to do with hate crime laws, just so you guys know. People always confuse that. Yeah, nothing to do with hate crime.
For some reason, people keep adding in all this extra bullshit that has absolutely nothing to do with the charge. Another interesting thing that I want to point out is I was being absolutely harassed by journalists for days before my arrest. They were harassing my family, they were calling my mum and dad, they were knocking on all of our doors, and that went on for a good number of days. But then all of a sudden, all of that stopped, and there were no reporters in the street for a good few days. Until the police came to arrest me. Suddenly, there were lots of reporters in the street. Apparently, according to some of my neighbours, they actually arrived with the police. They were like in cars behind the police car coming into the street. I just find it extremely strange that reporters knew the exact date and time to turn up to get pictures of me being arrested. Because the only people who would know I was being arrested would be the police. They were the only people who knew. And I definitely sure hope that the police didn't tip off reporters that I was being arrested, because the police need to make a record of any communications they have with journalists. However, no such record exists. So either these journalists were psychic or the police broke the law. I'm not saying they have. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying that it's very interesting how the journalists knew. However, it did produce one of my favourite ever pictures of myself being dragged out of my house in handcuffs by the CID over a fucking meme. You know, your taxis at work. And also, I'm laughing my head off in the picture because, well, I was being arrested over a fucking meme, and also I was 3 bongs deep. I was then taken to the station and held in jail overnight next to someone who just 3 hours beforehand had murdered someone, so, you know, that was fun. And I was then released to await my trial, which ended up lasting for over 2 years, you know, twice as long as Nuremberg. During the trial, we stated our case, and there is a massive...
Sorry, that's funny.
amount of misinformation of what happened during the trial. So I would like to clear a bunch of that up while I'm at it. People keep saying that we did not make any arguments whatsoever towards my free speech rights. The thing is, we tried to. But we were blocked from it by the very sinister prosecutor. I know, bit of a redundant description. But the prosecutor was saying that I was actually advocating for the deaths of people. That was the argument he was putting forward. He even at one point said to the judge, picture several football stadiums, all full of people, all being gassed. Like, I shit you not, that he actually said that to the judge. That is the type of stuff he was saying to the judge. Now, when a prosecutor is saying that you wanted to get people killed and you were advocating for violence, you can't turn around to that and say, but that's my free speech. Like, you can't do that because...
Yeah, he wasn't, like, the conviction had nothing to do with advocating for violence. We have different laws for that. Yeah.
He is saying that you were inciting violence. You cannot make a free speech defence against incitement to violence. So, first we had to make the arguments that the video itself was clearly a joke and not incitement to violence. But the prosecutor refused to back down. The judge provided no confirmations, so basically we remained locked in that argument for the whole trial and we never moved past it. But that was the prosecutor's plan the entire time. He wanted things that way so we couldn't actually make our free speech arguments. And sadly, it worked. Now, a lot of you might be thinking, Jesus Christ, what an awful way for a prosecutor to act, which leads me to believe that you have no experience of prosecutors whatsoever. Prosecutors are not good people. Prosecutors are not good people. They are not there for justice or fairness. They are there to win by any means necessary, and hyperbolic lies are their bread and butter. Even if the prosecutor knows that you most likely are innocent, it's not his job to prove you're innocent, it's his job to put you in jail. If what you did was worthy of a 4-month sentence, the prosecutor's job is to get you 4 years. I mean, halfway through the trial, the prosecutor actually tried to increase my charge to something more severe, something like racially aggravated harassment or something like that, where instead of a maximum sentence of 1 year in prison, I could have got a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. Luckily, the judge called him out on pulling that bullshit halfway through the trial, and the judge rejected it. But that's just an example of some of the absolute scumbag tactics this prosecutor used. Another fun thing that happened was my wife received a letter from the police saying, appear as a witness against your boyfriend, or we'll arrest you. At this point, we weren't married yet, we were only boyfriend and girlfriend, so that meant that the courts could ask her to testify against me, though they didn't really ask. However, when I was applying for legal aid because I couldn't afford the court costs because I lost all of my fucking jobs because of the media coverage, they told me that since my wife had a sum of money in her account from an inheritance, that I was being rejected from getting legal aid. She received that inheritance with a caveat that it be used towards a deposit for a house. I had no legal right to that money whatsoever. She was only my girlfriend at the time, so the system basically told us, we've decided that you aren't close enough where we're going to force her to testify against you, but we're also deciding that you are close enough where she is responsible for your legal fees. So basically the state was going to force my wife to testify against me and also pay my court costs. Welcome to the Scottish justice system. And also, because my wife wasn't cooperating with the prosecutor while she was testifying, because she's a good wife, he made a bunch of disparaging statements about her intelligence and he made her cry.
Jesus.
There's a lot I want to say right now, but I don't want to end up in a courtroom again. Also, every single time I went to court, I was being absolutely harassed by journalists who, on many occasions, were blocking me from getting into the courthouse to go to my own trial. One of them even actually tried to trip my wife up as we were going in. I was obviously getting really, really angry at all this harassment, so I wasn't very nice to them. Another thing that was said in the closing statements was that the judge rejected that this video was supposed to be a prank on my girlfriend because she wasn't subscribed to my YouTube channel. So how else was she supposed to see the video? Well, that part I can't explain because I've had to do that so many fucking times now. My actual plan for the video was to show it to my wife. Me and her would sometimes sit and watch YouTube videos on the big TV in the living room, and my plan was to go, oh, I know that's like super funny video. 2 seconds. I'm just going to put it on. And then I was going to sneakily use my phone to record her reaction. She would have got upset and angry. It would have been funny. The prank done its job. Now, Sue wasn't subscribed to my YouTube channel. If she was, then I wouldn't have uploaded the video because then I run the risk of her seeing it without me there and I wouldn't be able to see her reaction. And I mean, that's why you do pranks, so you can see the person's reaction because that's part of what makes the prank funny. However, sadly me and Sue were both very busy and we didn't get a night to sit and chill and watch YouTube videos, so I never got the chance to sit her down and get a reaction. And then someone found the video and posted it on Reddit and it went viral and yeah, you know, it kind of ruined my chance. But Dank, why didn't you explain all of that to the judge then? We did. Several times throughout the course of the trial. The judge just seems to have completely ignored this extremely crucial piece of information which affected his ruling. And unfortunately, people still keep using that bit of misinformation from the judge's closing statement as if it's fact. One of the funniest things I have ever experienced is idiots online trying to tell me what really happened at my trial. Mate, it was my trial. I was there. So I was ultimately found guilty, which, let's just be very honest here, that was already decided before they even put the handcuffs on, right? The whole trial and court thing, that was just to keep up the illusion that we have due process. And in my final closing statement, I got my lawyer to tell the judge that if I was given community service, I would not do it. If I was given a fine, I would not pay it. I will refuse any punishment I am given because I am not a criminal and I was just exercising my rights to freedom of speech. The judge then sentenced me to pay an £800 fine and I left the court to quite a bit of fanfare.
Well, I wonder what the back and forth would have been regarding just the fact that it shouldn't matter who the joke is for. if you uploaded it on YouTube, it wasn't just for your wife, right? Like you probably expected at least some people to see it, like some of your friends or some of your subscribers, however many you had at that time. Couldn't you just say, yeah, it was like a joke? I was going to do something for I was going to do something for the girlfriend, but also just put it on my YouTube channel because it's a funny joke. Like both. Because it looks a bit funny when you're like when you're saying that, because I think they eventually unlisted it. I remember that, but it wasn't unlisted at the initial. It was public, wasn't it? Or it did not. Was it not unlisted and then it got spread on Reddit? I don't fucking know.
But when it came to the fine, I wasn't going to pay it. I kept
but was it an unlisted video on Reddit, or was it a live video that got shared on Reddit? Yeah.
Reminder letters in saying that the money was due, and all of those just went straight in the bin. Then after the due date, the police said that there was now a warrant out for me, so I'm like, whatever, that's fine. Then a few days pass, and then a week, and then 2 weeks, and still no knock at the door, but my wedding was coming up, and I didn't want me being arrested to fuck with the wedding. So I thought I'll just get the arrest over and done with, so I called the cops on myself. So when I spoke to the cops on the phone, I told them, hi there, it's me, you know, the wanted man. Here I am, at this address, come and get me. And then the person on the phone told me that the cops wouldn't come to get me until my name came up on the computer. So me, a wanted criminal, was on the phone to the police, and they told me computer says no. Maybe I should have made a joke on the phone. Now what happened next is a bit more shady business. My wife texted me saying that none of the direct debits had come out of her billing account, and when I went to check the account, the cops had actually seized the £800 straight out of my bank account. Whoa. Also known as stealing. Now, when the cops are going to do that, they are supposed to tell you. However, they broke protocol and didn't tell me, and I have a little bit of a theory as to why. I think the cops just wanted me gone. Like, the police had already lost so much face over arresting someone for a joke that they just wanted this complete farce to be over and done with. And they knew that if they told me they were going to seize the money, I would have emptied the account and closed it, which, yeah, absolutely would have. Meaning that they would be forced to arrest me again and all of the shit would kick off again. And the cops wanted to avoid that, so they decided to break protocol a little bit and make all of this stuff finally go away. So, as far as they were concerned, it was all over and done with. However, we started the appeals process. The problem is, appeals cost a lot of money, so I started a GoFundMe to raise the necessary funds, and we ended up raising over £188,000, more than enough to begin the appeal. However, this is where yet even more shady shit happened. Now, one thing to remember is there are periods of anything from 4 to 8 months between each event I'm about to describe throughout this appeals process, because courts take a really long time to do anything. Which is why, even though we started the appeals process in 2018, here we are in 2022, and it's only just finished. Though COVID certainly didn't help, that massively delayed a lot of this process. The way the appeals process works is if you are convicted in a sheriff court, like I was, then you only get the Sheriff Court of Appeals, and that's it. Any other court you can go to the High Court and then the Supreme Court, but the Sheriff Court gets the Sheriff Court of Appeals and nothing else. So you get 2 bites at the cherry with that, and our first attempt was a flat-out rejection by a single judge that was a decision based purely on emotion and not facts. The first judge basically said, how dare I appeal my unfair sentence that violated my human rights? He said that I was lucky all I got was an £800 fine, and then the judge threatened to arrest my lawyer for doing his job. So obviously the Sheriff Court of Appeals is a very fair system and we are off to a great start. Then the second attempt was another rejection, however with a lot less screeching. So after that we decided to make an appeal to the High Court, even though because of the way the law currently is, we actually were not allowed to do that. But we thought, fuck it, let's try it anyway. So we submitted, and after many months it was a flat rejection from the High Court.
Gotta spend that money on something, eh?
They didn't even review the case.
Oh God.
We then decided to do something called nobile officium, which is basically we appeal to the highest judges in the land. That's actually what the law says. It's quite an old law. And we were not asking them to hear our appeal. We were asking them if they could arrange for either the High Court or the Supreme Court to hear our appeal. So basically, we stood in front of the highest judges in Scotland to appeal to be able to appeal. They, however, rejected this and said it was out with their power. So we decided to just do a Hail Mary and we sent our case to the Supreme Court, and after many more months, they, like the High Court, gave us a flat-out rejection and they refused to even hear the case, describing my appeal as incompetent, which the press just absolutely ran with. Now, why was the appeal incompetent? We have absolutely no idea. They did not elaborate or explain at all. They just said, incompetent, rejected, and gave us absolutely no explanation as to why. Is anybody else starting to get the impression that the system just does not fucking work? Though I feel that's by design. So after that point, we could go to the European Court of Human Rights. So we added someone to our legal team who is an expert in that field, and we started preparing our appeal. Now, one thing to point out is I had screeching idiots online saying things like, oh, he was in UKIP and he hates the EU, but here he is going to the European Court of Human Rights. Oh, yeah, the European Court of Human Rights is a completely separate entity from the EU.
Yeah, but it's one that everyone in UKIP wants us to leave. Even the Conservative Party wants to leave. Some of them want to leave the European Court of Human Rights as well. Just because it's not part of the EU. Do you want to stay in the European Court of Human Rights, Dankula? You, with your immigration positions? It's such a stupid fucking deflection.
It's not part of the EU at all. I mean, it's located there geographically, but it's its own completely separate thing.
And you guys also hate it as much as you hate the EU. Yeah, okay.
So we submitted our case, and after very many months, we finally heard back, and it was a rejection to even hear the case. Now, why was this? Well, it turns out we were caught in a complete catch-22. You see, in order to submit your case to the ECHR, you have to first exhaust all domestic remedies first, meaning we have to have at least had a hearing or review in all of the appeal courts in Britain. So that's the Sheriff Court, the High Court, and the Supreme Court, all of which we applied to. But you also have to file your case to the ECHR within a certain time period of your last hearing or review. So let's say you got a hearing with the Supreme Court and it was rejected, you then have 6 or 9 months after that rejection date to file with the ECHR. You can't just decide to file your case 5 years later. Now here was the problem. With the High Court and Supreme Court, we did not get a hearing or review. Those were just outright rejections to even consider the case. We only got a hearing or review with the Sheriff Court, which by this point was over 2 years beforehand. So the ECHR considered our last hearing or review as the Sheriff Court one. And because courts take so long to do anything, us sending our case to the High and Supreme Courts ate up a shit ton of time because it takes months to get a response. We were well out with the time limit, so they rejected the case. But the problem was, if we just filed our case with the ECHR after the Sheriff Court, the ECHR would have still rejected us because we had not yet exhausted all domestic remedies. They would have said, oh, but you haven't tried...
This is really fucking boring. But we'll keep going.
High or Supreme Court yet, do that and get back to us. So we couldn't file the case within the time limit because we had to exhaust all domestic remedies, but in order to exhaust all domestic remedies, we would have to run out the time limit. Catch-22. We were fucked from the start. The system is absolutely broken and does not work. Is everyone starting to understand why I became a libertarian? There is a fantastic book by a man called Hans Hermann Hoppe. It's called Democracy, the God That Failed. You should read it. So as for what happens now, nothing. There is absolutely nothing I can do now. The state got to violate my human right of freedom of speech by arresting me, branding me as a criminal, and stealing my money from me all over a joke. And they got away with it. They just absolutely got away with it. We do not have a system in place right now to hold the state accountable. And there are a lot of people out there who don't like me who'll be really happy about all that, not realising that they are the turkeys voting for Christmas. Because what happens one day when the government decides that the things you say are grossly offensive? What if the government one day decides that advocating for communism, socialism, LGBT, LMNOP stuff, or anything along those lines is now deemed as grossly offensive? Oh, that will never happen. Well, I also thought that getting arrested for jokes would never happen, yet here we fucking are. Also, you don't get to decide what is grossly offensive. The state does. The courts do. Courts being agents of the state. It's not up to you. It's up to the government.
I like how he's acting as if there's some kind of like linear progression, like, well, we're going to lose our free speech right. Again, these obscenity laws, these laws about gross offense have existed for over 100 years. They are very, very old. Back in the 1800s, it was illegal to send people offensive material in the fucking post. You send someone a fucking porn drawing and they can arrest you and shit. Yeah, it's not like a... Unfortunately, it's not like a new thing. It's actually quite old school, these laws.
So you sitting there smiling about what happened to me, if it happens to you one day and the way things are going, it probably fucking will, what will you do then? Turns out absolutely fuck all, because the appeal courts sure as fuck won't help you, and journalists will not help you either, even though their very careers literally rest on having freedom of speech. So now we get onto the financial stuff. When I started the GoFundMe, I promised full, complete transparency of all of the funds, and that's what you're getting. My legal team will provide me with a complete financial breakdown report of all of the expenses, which I'm going to post publicly for everyone to see, with sensitive information redacted, obviously. And as I said from the beginning, any money left over from the GoFundMe would be going to charity. I believe the remaining amount is somewhere in the region of £40,000, so fucking a nice whack of money to give to charity. The only thing that I wanted was, since this was a Scottish case, I wanted the charity to be a local one, and ideally I wanted the money to go towards children. Now, this part was a lot harder than...
So they didn't really spend any money at all on the actually trying to get this through to the European Court, because they were just like, nah, fuck you. Right.
Thought it would be because I selected some charities that I wanted to split the money between, and all of them rejected the donation. Since either they didn't want to be associated with the fascist...
In the old video, he said that he had lawyers who knew how to do this appeal through the European Court, but then they just learned the hard way that they couldn't do it, like by trying. You'd feel like someone would know, and wouldn't a lawyer know if you are able to bring a case forward or not? Do you think they were just pulling his leg?
Just libertarian over here, or, and this was the reason that most of them gave, because they were terrified of media and journalists coming after their charity and lying about them, which would endanger the charity's future. So everyone, put your hands together and give a big congratulations to the journalists. Congratulations, guys. You actually have children's charities terrified of accepting money to help children. You must be so proud. I did try a good few dozen charities and they all rejected the donation for the same reasons. But after a lot of work and the help of some friends, I managed to find a charity willing to accept the money. They are called Go Together and they are based in St Andrew's Episcopal Church in Wishaw. And they do very many things to help struggling people in the local community. Things like arranging fun days out for children in impoverished families who otherwise couldn't afford it. And they also run food banks that provide not just food, but toiletries and other essentials. They also run groups to help families struggling with addiction to get them clean while also providing for the children in these families. And they provide assistance for people being released from prison to help them get their life back on track and not just end up back in prison. And they plan to open up other types of programmes in the future. I have great respect for the work they do and plan to do, so the money will be going to Go Together. And there is also a donation link for them down below in the description. I said there is a donation link for them down below in the description. Do you catch my meaning? Do you understand what I'm saying? There is a donation link in the description box down below. Or, if you live locally, you could even go down and volunteer. So, after 6 years, all of this bullshit is finally over. We didn't get the result we were looking for, but at least some good came out of this complete fucking farce of a situation. However, all of this proves that freedom of speech, a basic fundamental human right, doesn't exist in this country. Freedom of speech is the human right that all other human rights are built on, and we simply don't have it. We don't have one of the most important human rights. Another problem that this situation highlighted is just how bad our justice system is, and it is pretty much not at all fit for purpose.
Like St Andrews is where the university is. People tend to associate it with like wealthy American students and shit like that, but St Andrews itself, the actual town that's separate from the university, is actually quite poor, as far as I remember.
Prosecutors can lie and make up any old shit without proof, and when that inevitably convicts you, the appeals process just simply doesn't work. Our state can currently, at will, go around violating human rights, and we have no way to hold them accountable. Why are more people not worried about that? So, how can we fix this? Violent revolution.
Jesus.
This is going to be another one of those like, oh, is he joking? Is he being serious? You can never tell with this guy. You never know if he's joking. I know. That's part of the fun. One thing we actually can do is we can make sure that the next generation understand the importance of human rights.
This page for Go Together is like, it's quite bare. Look at it. You got like the little handshake there. It is our mission that each family has access to activities, equal rights and values to all, respect, tolerance. It just seems like a standard little boomer-based, community-based plan that you want to execute with our help, make a difference in the local community, donation, volunteering, organize an event, contact, just like a little church thing powered by Wix. Their blog is empty. Huh. Okay.
And if a society doesn't have rights, then it's not a society, it's a slave camp. You could try to use your vote. Yes, you could try to use your vote. I'm sorry, I couldn't say that with a straight face. However, pretty much all of the established parties could not give less of a shit about freedom of speech. If anything, all of them are passing even more laws to restrict it even further. But one thing you can do is join the Scottish Libertarian...
Basically donated to himself. I don't think he donated to himself. What? In St Andrews? No.
Party, and maybe we can get some people in.
Looks fake. If you think it's fake, you can go and do some investigating. I have no idea how one goes to find out if a charity website is fake or not. You can do that yourself if you want. I can't be fucked. That's such a waste of time. It wouldn't even be worth it if it was. I'd just be like, oh, okay. Well, guy stole some money from idiots who probably wouldn't care anyway. They got robbed. Whatever. Don't care. I mean, it's not untoward for a charity website to look that shit, right? Especially for a church. It's not untoward at all. Is it really? It's just the most boring fucking story. Oh, God. It's ironic because getting fucking done for that for that pug video was the best thing that ever happened to him. That fucking broke his career. It gave him a YouTube channel. It gave him all the fucking sympathy and fucking soapy tit wank fucking attention from all of the right wingers in the entire fucking world. Like, it blew him up. I don't know why he's complaining. Like, but ironic, he gets to do both though. He gets to reap the benefits of it, the fucking exposure that he got from it, but also gets to complain for what is coming up to 8 years about it, about how much of a fucking victim he is. Oh God, like, it's a dumb law. It's fucking stupid. It shouldn't have ever been a case. But yeah, like, fucking hell.
Parliament that actually give a shit.
Of all the people that could have had negative effects on, this guy is bottom of the list, okay? It's negatively affected as a grand total, probably everyone else who's ever been convicted under it. I feel like this guy got probably the biggest silver lining from that law in the entire, in the entire history of it existing.
About human rights and freedom. I'll put a link for them down below, and I would like to point out that Go Together are not a politically affiliated charity. They are just a charity. They have no political leanings whatsoever. This part of the video has nothing to do with them. It's more for me. And speaking of me, I'm going to keep making Mad Lads. I'm going to keep making YouTube videos. I'm going to keep doing stand-up comedy. I'm going to stick around and keep entertaining all of you for as long as I possibly can. Because, and let's make it gay in here, I owe it to you. All of you who donated, all of you who supported me, all of you who sent me messages of encouragement, all of you who watch and share my videos and like and subscribe, even though all of those things might feel pretty small to you, they're a very big deal for me. So to every single one of you who has supported me all the way through this and watched my videos over the years, from me and my family, thank you. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Ollie, this is your fault. But you're a good boy.
Okay. Oh, is he still doing the... Okay, whatever. The pug got him 1 million subs, not bad for £800. Yeah, it's whatever. It's fine. As far as his recollection of the trial goes and the court hearings, I am inclined to not believe anything he says, because as far as when he talks about things that you can verify by looking it up online, he lies habitually. So, or he just believes a lot of disinformation, one of those things. So, whatever. But cannot be fucked. Don't care. All right. "2016-17 was a bad time." Yeah, the birth of the anti-SJW cringe compilation, eh? Okay. Anyway, that was a bit longer than I expected to do today. I'm still supposed to be resting. You guys. Fuck up. It's like 2 a.m. All right. I'm going bed probably, or who knows. I think my sleep schedule got a bit fucked up by the by the whole election thing. All right. See you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye. Bye.